Chapter 40-47. Forget it. Osheng waved his hand and said, he doesn't know you, what's there to add insult to injury? Besides, you should have fought with Aozheng, right? It's not wrong for him to speculate based on that. Xiaohua and Xiancheng were both well aware of the secret between the two of them. No one dared to say it. Of course, Xiaohua couldn't say anything to Aozheng at this time. He could only insist, no, I can't be slandered for no reason. If you came out 3 days earlier, naturally you can. Aozheng shrugged his shoulders, stretched out his dragon claw, and said helplessly, unfortunately, you came out now. The dragon palace of the Four Seas suffered a lot in the folded jade ruins. They had already left the dragon island in a hurry. Where are you going to find them? 3 days? Xiaohua was stunned. I clearly only stayed in the folded jade ruins for the time of a meal. The time of the folded jade ruins has begun to change. Aozheng explained. Your meal in there is naturally 3 days in the dragon island. It's like a day in the immortal palace is equivalent to a year in the hidden immortal continent. Speaking of this, Aozheng's face showed that he was thinking, and said softly, what was Daoist doing in there during the time of a meal? Oh damn it, my poor dragon shell. That's a treasure that I've plundered for God knows how many years, all of a sudden. It's all gone. You know what's inside, right? Xiaohua hurriedly asked. What treasure is so useful? I presume you have a plan in these 3 days? Aozheng replied with a sad face, indeed. I thought for these 3 days I also have a plan in my heart. It's probably a treasure called the Saint Dragon Seal. Alas, what a pity for my other treasures. Why did I? Speaking of this, Aozheng immediately came over, lowered his head and said, Daoist, what were you doing in there during the time of a meal? What can I do? Xiaohua jumped and said, you think I didn't want to come out? I was trapped inside and couldn't get out. Damn it, you scared me to death. If I can't get out now, the next time you see me, I'm afraid you'll be like Ao Jiao. How can I not get out? Aozheng was a little puzzled. Can't you use your true dragon plate? Of course I can. But that person can't. Xiaohua replied somewhat resentfully. Aozheng was shocked, but he still mumbled doubtfully, Zhenren, if you have any ideas, you can say them now. Once we get to the dragon palace, you won't have the chance. Xiaohua glared at him and said fiercely, nonsense, isn't it because of you? Why didn't you tell me earlier that Grand Elder's primordial spirit is in your body? Aozheng shrunk his neck and his voice became even softer. I wouldn't dare. So, your long bay was thrown away for nothing. You won't be able to get your Saint Dragon insignia back. Serves you right. Xiaohua said, then urged again, why aren't you bringing me to the Dragon Palace Hall? All right. Aozheng looked around. He had been guarding this place for 3 days because he wanted to get some benefits from Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was stingy. It seemed like his 3 days of waiting had been wasted. Above the Dragon Palace Hall, it was a little different from before. It really revealed the true appearance of the Dragon Palace Hall. The 10 dragon pillars seemed to be connected to the heavens and the earth as they stood above the huge dragon-shaped hall. The surroundings were filled with endless 10,000 dragon catalog. The 9 elders were coiled around the dragon pillars. They seemed to be very far away but also seemed to be very close. The entire hall was filled with the solemn dragon's might. Xiaohua came to the Dragon Palace Hall, and Aozheng quietly retreated to the side. The great elder's voice sounded, Zhenren Xiao, we have already heard from Aozheng about this time's experience in the Stacking Jade Legacy realm. Zhenren's contribution is great. If it wasn't for Zhenren's strength, I'm afraid that my dragon clan would have been completely annihilated. This old man thanks Zhenren. With that, the great elder raised his dragon claw and bowed solemnly. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent, and hurriedly bowed and said, just now, Junior has already told Aozheng about this matter. Junior used the Dragon Clan's legacy realm to train, so naturally I have to contribute to the Dragon Clan. Great Elder is too polite. Zhenren Xiao is righteous. The Great Elder sighed. Zhenren entered the Stacking Jade legacy realm to train. This old man also hurriedly looked up Zhenren's actions in these years. Not only this old man, all the elders of my Dragon Palace Hall were moved by Zhenren's compassion for the state of the universe. Our Dragon Palace Hall has never seen a Taoist cultivator like Zhenren, who cares about the common people of the world. Oh! Xiaohua's eyes turned, and hurriedly took out a pile of universe bangles and dragon shell from his bosom, and said with a smile, since that's the case, I'll have to trouble Dragon Island with these grains. The 3 rivers and 4 seas and the 3 continents are really big. This Zhao's strength is not enough, and there are many places that I can't go to. Please borrow the power of Dragon Island to spread these grains all over the world, so that there will no longer be hungry people in this world. Ah! The great elder was stunned, but he immediately nodded. The merit of this matter is immeasurable. Although my dragon clan doesn't cultivate merit, how can my Dragon Island miss such a good thing in front of us? 4th Elder, this matter will be supervised by you. Yes, Great Elder. On the distant stone pillar, the Great Elder scooped up the universe bangles and dragon shell from Xiaohua's hands with a huge dragon claw. Junior thanks Dragon Island on behalf of the common people of the world. Xiaohua hurriedly bowed. All right. The Great Elder nodded. This matter has already passed. Taoist Master Xiao, can I trouble you to tell us a little bit about the experience in the Stacking Jade Legacy realm? Although Ao Shang and the other Dragon Clan descendants have already verbally reported, there are still some secrets that we don't know. Xiaohua understood the Great Elders, a little bit of explanation. He nodded and said, even if Great Elder didn't mention this matter, Junior would still have to report it, so as to avoid any problems in the future when Dragon Island's descendants are training. Immediately after, Xiaohua told everything that he had experienced. Of course, he used the 9 false and 1 real technique to perfection, so he wasn't afraid of being seen through by the Dragon Clan's 9th elder. After listening, the 2nd elder sighed and said, this old man really didn't expect that this time's training in the Stacking Jade Legacy realm would actually have so many strange things appear. Not only did dragon domains long see appear, even the strange insects from the other domain came. In front of these strange insects, my valiant dragon clan simply couldn't withstand a single blow. If there are a few more of these strange insects, my Dragon Island will be in trouble. Taoist Master Xiao, that method of killing the strange insects is... The 6th elder hesitated for a moment and asked. Xiaohua shrugged and said with a bitter smile, at that time, Junior was panicking and took out a lot of spiritual items from the Qiankuan pouch. Junior is also not clear about the effect of those spiritual items. However, from Junior's experience of fighting with the strange insects twice, this strange insect can only be killed in this way. Taoist Master, where did you encounter the strange insects last time? The 4th elder asked probingly. Xiaohua said with a smile, this is Junior's secret. Forgive me for not being able to report it. And let's not talk about this anymore. The Great Elder nodded. If Taoist Master Xiao didn't have this kind of experience, my Dragon Clan would have suffered even more losses. However, Taoist Master Xiao, your human clan emphasizes on being buried in peace. My Dragon Clan also emphasizes on being still after being overturned. The Dragon Clan's corpses also have a special way to bury them, so that their corpses won't be disturbed by outsiders. Hearing the Great Elder's change of topic, Xiaohua immediately understood. He took out another Qiankuan bracelet and respectfully handed it over. Junior also has the same idea. Junior also felt grief in my heart when I saw the fall of the Dragon Clan members who were training together with me. Junior can't do anything for them. I can only bring them out of the folded jade ruins and let them return to the embrace of Dragon Island. Good. Seeing Xiaohua take out the Qiankuan bracelet, the Great Elder stretched out his dragon claw and took it. He looked at it with his origin sense and couldn't help but be moved. He looked left and right, then handed it over to the 2nd elder and said, Taoist Master Xiao is indeed a trustworthy person. This old man admires you. The 2nd elder and the others looked at the Qiankuan bracelet and their faces also revealed a sad expression. Elders. Seeing that the 2nd elder and the others didn't speak, the Great Elder opened his mouth and said, Taoist Master Xiao is extremely benevolent to my Dragon Island. Then his request, do you think we can agree to it? Of course we can. The 4th elder was the first to express his opinion, that Long Yu was originally found by Xiaohua, and he also promised to return it after comprehending it. I don't think there's anything wrong with letting him comprehend it. The 8th elder also opened his mouth. Moreover, Xiaohua has a true dragon on him. Cough cough. The Great Elder coughed softly and stopped the 8th elder from speaking. He turned his head and asked the 2nd elder, what do you think? Let's ask that immortal friend to come out first. The second elder's expression didn't change as he replied, "Good." The great elder nodded his head solemnly and said to Xiaohua, "Taoist Master Xiao, can you ask that true dragon to come out and meet us?" Xiaohua knew that the ugly daughter-in-law would have to meet her parents-in-law in the end. If he only molded the body of Little White Dragon, the Dragon Palace's ninth elder might not care too much. However, he molded the body of Dragon Vane Xiaohua. Such a big scene. How could the Dragon Palace's ninth elder turn a blind eye to it? Thus Xiaohua agreed and slapped his forehead. Roar! A loud and clear dragon's roar resounded throughout the Dragon Palace. Dragon Vane Xiaohua flew out from Xiaohua's body. Swish! The moment Dragon Vane Xiaohua appeared, not only was the entire Dragon Palace filled with clouds and wind, even all of the desolate catalog swayed. Countless dragons' roars flew out from within, as if they were crawling to welcome him. Following the appearance of the Dragon Palace, the dragon's might around Dragon Vane Xiaohua's body was also emitted. It rose little by little and rushed straight to the top of the Dragon Palace. Even Dragon Vane Xiaohua's body was also suffused with 9 colors, reflecting the sparkling and translucent dragon's horn. The brilliance sprinkled all over the Dragon Palace. Buzz! A huge rumbling sound came from the center of the Dragon Palace. The 10 stone pillars began to tremble, emitting different brilliance and fluctuations. The fluctuations and brilliance were so intense that the 9 elders of the Dragon Palace no longer dared to circle around the stone pillars. They flew away from the stone pillars and stopped in midair. Great Elder's primordial spirit had seen Dragon Vane Xiaohua in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. Unfortunately, his primordial spirit had already been destroyed in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. Now that he saw Dragon Vane Xiaohua again, his face was similarly as shocked as the other 8 great elders. While second elder was surprised, his eyes flashed with other expressions. Aojia greets the Holy Dragon, Aoi greets the Holy Dragon, Aobing greets the Holy Dragon, Aoding greets the Holy Dragon, Aowu greets the Holy Dragon, Aoji greets the Holy Dragon, Aogung greets the Holy Dragon, Aoxian greets the Holy Dragon, Aorun greets the Holy Dragon. The 9th elder of the Dragon Palace did not dare to be negligent and bowed. Chapter 40-48. Hearing this, Xiaohua almost burst out laughing. He had been guessing the name of the Dragon Island's great elder, but he never thought that the name of the Dragon Palace's 9th elder was actually from the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Dragon Vane Xiaohua's body coiled in the air. Although he didn't pose, the dragon cleansing pool formed his body. His body was completely formed from the spiritual energy of the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. The Majesty didn't allow him to be careless. Dragon Vane Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, "Fellow immortals, I haven't completely condensed my body yet. I can't be considered a saint dragon. You don't have to be so polite. I's body condensation is now my top priority. I won't waste any more time here. If you have anything to say, you can tell Taoist Master Xiao." Yes, although Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua said so, Aojia and the other elders did not dare to be negligent and agreed respectfully. However, before Aojia could finish speaking, second elder Aoi hurriedly said, "Shenglong, I don't know how many years it has been since a 5-clawed true dragon appeared on Dragon Island. The position of Dragon Palace's 10th elder has always been empty. I implore Shenglong to stay on Dragon Island and inherit the name of Aogui and take charge of our Dragon Island's Ho clan." "No need." Dragon Vane Xiaohua's body swayed. As he landed on Xiaohua's body, he replied, "I haven't completely condensed my body yet. Let's not talk about this matter." As Dragon Vane Xiaohua entered Xiaohua's body, the phenomenon of the entire Dragon Palace slowly disappeared. The 9 elders could no longer sit on the stone pillars peacefully. They heard Ao Shang talk about the Stacked Jade Legacy realm's abnormality. They also heard Xiaohua say it again. It wasn't that there weren't any dragons who condensed their bodies in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. However, none of the dragons had ever seen Dragon Vane Xiaohua condensing his body, let alone the appearance of the legendary 5-clawed Saint Dragon. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, it was completely the aura of the upper realm's dragon domain. That kind of incomparably holy dragon aura made them completely believe that Dragon Vane Xiaohua was a genuine 5-clawed Saint Dragon. Aojia stood in the air with a complicated expression on his face. He looked at Xiaohua and said, "Taoist Master Xiao, Can you explain the origin of the Saint Dragon to us? After all, Dragon Island has reconstructed their bodies in the dragon cleansing pool, but we've never reconstructed a holy dragon. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and replied very seriously, First Elder, everything this Xiao said earlier is true. He didn't hide anything. Besides, do you think there's a need for me to hide it? Taoist Master Xiao, there's no need to say any more. Second Elder Aoi smiled and said, all of this was arranged by the dragon ancestor. The appearance of the legendary Gui race on Dragon Island is a sign of the prosperity of the dragon race. The position of the 10th Elder of the Dragon Palace belongs to Shenglong. Shenglong is a 5-clawed true dragon. How can he be lower than the 10th Elder? The 4th Elder hurriedly said, even we can't stand shoulder to shoulder with Shenglong, right? When Xiaohua saw that the Dragon Palace was about to have an internal strife, he hastily waved his hand and said, Junior is a Dao sect cultivator. That fellow immortal also said clearly that he is also a Dao sect cultivator. He won't get involved in the internal affairs of the Dragon Island. I ask for the Elder's understanding. First Elder Ao Jia heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. If Spiritual Master Xiao says so, then I won't force you. That won't do. Second Elder Aoi shook his head and said, if Shenglong is not a member of the Dragon Island, how can Long Yu be given to him to comprehend? But Long Yu was found by Spiritual Master Xiao. Fourth Elder Ao Ding was unhappy. Ninth Elder Ao Ren tried to smooth things over. Why don't we let Spiritual Master Xiao have a name on the Dragon Island? Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Second Elder Aoi rolled his eyes and smiled. He said, although Shenglong has not completely condensed his body and can't live up to the name of Ao Gui, why don't Spiritual Master Xiao temporarily take over the position of the 10th Elder? When Xiaohua heard that, how could he not know that Aoi was using him to compete with Ao Zhan? He hastily waved his hand. I'm just a human cultivator. How can I be an elder of the Dragon Palace? Second Elder, you're flattering me. First Elder Aojia's head turned quickly and he winked at the 4th Elder. 4th Elder Aoding's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, Spiritual Master Xiao, if you don't want to do anything practical, it's necessary to take on an empty position. Since Spiritual Master Xiao has given the 5-clawed true dragon a new lease of life, then you're half a teacher to the Dragon Clan. Why don't we invite Spiritual Master Xiao to be the Dragon Master of the Dragon Clan? Dragon Master? Xiaohua was slightly stunned and didn't understand. However, he immediately declined and waved his hand. He said there's a saying in the human race, a teacher is a father, imparting knowledge and dispelling doubts. How can this junior be the Dragon Master? 4th Elder, you must be joking. No way, absolutely not. First Elder Ao Jia nodded. Let's do it this way. Spiritual Master Xiao, don't decline. Dragon Master is just an empty title. Moreover, this title is for Shenglong. You're more than qualified to be the Dragon Master of Shenglong. Previously, I was still having a headache about how to thank Spiritual Master for taking care of the Dragon Clan. With the title of Dragon Master, firstly, it's to express the goodwill of the Dragon Clan. Secondly, it's to convey the respect of the Dragon Island to the 3 continents. 4th Elder said with a smile at the side. With the title of Dragon Master, if the Immortal Palace wants to touch Spiritual Master, they must also be wary of the title of Dragon Master of the Dragon Island, right? Hearing this, Xiaohua muttered to himself. Although he didn't come to the Dragon Island to seek protection from the Dragon Island, he couldn't refuse the kindness of the Dragon Island. With the title of Dragon Master, not only would the Immortal Palace be wary, even the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas wouldn't dare to touch him, right? If he wanted Xiancheng's body, wouldn't the Dragon Palace of the West Sea obediently deliver it to him? All right. Xiaohua nodded and bowed. Junior thanks all the seniors for taking care of me. Haha, you're welcome. The happiest one was naturally the 2nd Elder Aoi. He said, since Spiritual Master Xiao has become the Dragon Master of the Dragon Clan, we'll be a clan in the future. There's no need to hide some of the secrets of the Dragon Clan from Spiritual Master Xiao. He Junior's knowledge is limited. I don't dare to comment on the affairs of the Dragon Clan. Xiaohua hurriedly declined. He looked at the silent Aosheng at the side and said, furthermore, Junior and Aosheng were training in the Stack Jade Legacy realm this time. I saw that many of the elites of the Dragon Clan had died. I'm afraid it's somewhat unfavorable for the Dragon Clan. I just don't know if the things we found are useful to the Dragon Clan. We haven't found any useful clues yet. The Great Elder was afraid that the Second Elder would say something else. He hurriedly sighed and said, however, since it was left behind in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm, there must be a reason. Let us slowly comprehend it. I hope that thing can help the Dragon Clan. Xiaohua thought for a moment. He had a lot of questions to ask the Great Elder. For example, what was the golden core in the deep air abyss and what was the crystal dragon? However, he didn't know what the Great Elder's arrangement was. He didn't want the Dragon Clan to know that he had obtained the golden core. He also didn't want to get involved in the internal affairs of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, he could only hide all his questions in his stomach. Oh, Great Elder, may I ask, other than the Dragon Clan members who came to the Dragon Island to gain experience in the Stacking Emerald Legacy realm, have the other human descendants who came to the Dragon Island to gain experience left the Dragon Island? Xiaohua was thinking about how to bid farewell in his heart, so he changed the topic and asked. The Great Elder said with a smile, the training in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm is the longest. The training in the other forbidden areas has already ended. Those human descendants and demon descendants have already left the Dragon Island on the dragons. Very good. Xiaohua said with a smile. Then Junior will also prepare to leave. That's right, Dragon Master Xiao. The fourth elder suddenly spoke. The human cultivator who came to the Dragon Island with you, Ao Zhantian, didn't come out from the smoke tree training area. However, I did ask one of the descendants of the monster race who went in with him. According to him, he was searching for a Tao Gate spiritual treasure in one of the forbidden grounds of the smoke tree. When the descendant came out, he received a distress signal from Ao Zhantian. However, according to the message, that demon descendant didn't find any trace of Ao Zhantian. Xiaohua was stunned and hurriedly asked, then, has the smoke tree been closed? Hehe. The fourth elder said with a smile, our Dragon Island usually opens the clear snow, Baotu, autumn wave, evening glow, spring cuteness, smoke tree, and dawn moon. These 7 places are different from the Stacked Jade Legacy realm, they are not closed. However, when the time is up, the descendants will be forced to leave. Ao Zhantian hasn't left yet. He might have died or been trapped in the forbidden area. If you want to find him, you can go and take a look. Thank you, fourth elder. Xiaohua bowed and thanked. May I know if Ao Zhantian left a message talisman? The message talisman has already been abandoned by that demon. The fourth elder replied, however, this old man did ask for the name of the forbidden area. If you want to go, you can ask Ao Sheng to bring you there. All right, then I'll have to trouble you. Xiaohua raised his hand and said, if it's possible, this junior wants to go now. Ao Sheng. Great Elder Ao Jia nodded and ordered, follow this Xiaohua to the smoke tree. Yes, this boy obeys. Ao Sheng, who was in the Dragon Palace, was abnormally obedient. After Xiaohua left the Dragon Palace with Ao Sheng, the fourth elder pondered for a moment and said, Great Elder, Xiaohua's matter will be settled as such for now. His strength is still shallow and his 5-clawed true dragon body has yet to fully materialize. Our Dragon Island has already done what we should do. The only thing left is to wait for him to grow. At this time, I think we should discuss the Gui tribe's matter. Great Elder, the Gui tribe has been rebelling for a long time and has caused great harm to our Dragon Island. Our Dragon Palace has been more lenient in the past. During this time's training, the Gui tribe didn't forget to cause trouble. If we suddenly pardon their crimes now, I'm afraid it's not very appropriate. Second Elder Aoe had a different opinion. The Great Elder waved his hand and said, it's very difficult for our Dragon Island's descendants to reproduce. For so many years it's abnormally withered. The human race is 100 or 1,000 times worse than the Dragon Island. But look at the 3 continents, the hidden immortal continent and the Elysium world are monopolized by the human race. They have almost become the masters of this world. Our 3 rivers and 4 seas are vaster than the 3 continents. But what about the descendants of the Dragon Island? Didn't Xiao Longshire say it earlier? Harmony is the most precious. He, a bystander, can understand it. Why can't we? In the past, because the Dragon Jade and the Crystal Dragon Scripture were stolen and lost by the Gui tribe, our 8 races have a grudge against the Gui tribe. Now that the Dragon Jade and the Crystal Dragon scripture have returned, isn't it a good opportunity and a good start? Chapter 40-49. It's not that I don't think the Ji tribe can't return, Second Elder Aoi said with a smile. I just think that without an elder to lead the Ji tribe for so many years, every branch is in a mess. It's not easy to control them. The strength of the 9 elders of the Dragon Hall was rare in the world, but the rhythm of the Dragon Hall's discussion was the same as the rhythm of the mortal world. There was no lack of delay and struggle. Naturally, Xiaohua was not interested in this. He followed Ao Sheng out of the Dragon Hall and went straight to the smoke tree. Seeing that Ao Sheng was very familiar with bringing him to the depths of the Dragon Island, Xiaohua frowned and suddenly asked, Ao Sheng, is this smoke tree where you usually play? Of course not. Ao Sheng replied without turning his head. Who would play in this place? Then how do you know which forbidden area Ao Zhantian is trapped in? Hey! Ao Sheng understood what Xiaohua meant. He turned his head and threw a you-know-what-I-mean look. He smiled and said, You are now the Dragon Master. You have unlimited potential in the future. Shouldn't I be closer to you? That's not important, right? Xiaohua sneered. You dragons, tsk, you're even more cunning than a 1,000-year-old fox. What's a 1,000-year-old fox? Ao Sheng covered his mouth and laughed. The Great Elder and the others are all tens of thousands of years old. You can't beat them. Just don't ruin the Great Elder's plans. Of course I won't ruin anyone's plans. Xiaohua shrugged. In fact, I don't want to ruin anyone's plans. I just want to leave the Dragon Island peacefully. Xiaohua glanced at Ao Sheng. Don't tell me Ao Zhantian's matter was arranged by the 4th Elder? The 4th Elder wouldn't do such a thing. There's no need for that. Ao Sheng smiled. He's in charge of the training. Any changes in the training have to be reported to him. If it was in the past, he wouldn't care about Ao Zhantian's matter. But since it's related to you, he'll naturally pay more attention. Ai, why is this Ao Zhantian so unlucky? Xiaohua sighed. He already caused so much trouble when he came to the Dragon Island, and now he's in trouble. If I didn't want to find an excuse to leave the Dragon Palace, I wouldn't have gone to look for him. Exactly. Ao Sheng added, it's just a smoke tree, and he got trapped inside. What bad luck. Teacher Xiao, if you don't want to go, shall we turn back now? Xiaohua said confidently, how can that be? A gentleman's word cannot be taken back. Since this Xiao has said so, then I will definitely go and find him. As you wish. Ao Sheng shrugged. This smoke tree can't be compared to the Stack Jade Legacy Realm. Since you're so powerful in the Stack Jade Legacy Realm, this smoke tree is nothing. You'll definitely succeed. Then Ao Sheng shamelessly asked Xiaohua about the deeper yun. Of course, Xiaohua would not hide from Ao Sheng and told him everything he saw. Ao Sheng's eyes lit up as he listened to Zhong Yu's explanation, and he said, Damn it, I didn't expect the deeper yun to be the fault that leads to the Dragon Realm. If it's possible, then I can directly enter the Dragon Field from there. Why do you have to go through so much hardship to train on Dragon Island? Forget it. Xiaohua's face was full of disdain. If you don't train and enter the Dragon Field, you'll be eaten by the little dragon priest before you even show up. Ai, that's true. Ao Sheng hung his head dejectedly. Long Sea is just a low-level demon beast in the Dragon Field. It's already so powerful in the Stack Jade Legacy Realm. How many demon beasts in the Dragon Field can eat me? But then Ao Sheng rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, Taoist, that crystal dragon seems to have taken a lot of time. Did you find anything from it? No. Xiaohua shook his head decisively. I didn't plan to look at it at all. Actually, that crystal dragon was deliberately released from the deeper yuan by me. See? Ao Sheng was disdainful. Taoist, you're just trying to trick me. In order to capture that crystal dragon, Ao Zhan and I racked our brains. In the end, Ao Zhan still used the secret technique of the Gue clan to get the crystal dragon. Taoist, I'm afraid it's not possible for you to get it, right? Then what's inside the crystal dragon? Xiaohua took the opportunity to ask. How would I know? Ao Sheng shrugged his shoulders, but according to Great Elder's deduction, it might be something left behind by the Holy Dragon of the Dragon Field, or a message from the Dragon Field. Now that Taoist wants to know the specific situation of the deeper Yuan, I'm afraid it's mostly from the dragon field. So the crystal dragon was taken away by Ao Zhan just like that? Xiaohua looked around and asked. Ao Sheng nodded. Of course, the more bargaining chips Ao Zhan has, the more advantageous it is for Great Elder. Oh right, Taoist, the dragon cleansing liquid in the dragon cleansing pool. Did you get it? That thing is useful for Great Elder. Xiaohua hesitated. After all, as long as he takes out a drop, the Dragon Island will know that he has the dragon cleansing liquid. Who knows how much trouble there will be in the future. However, Xiaohua thought for a bit and nodded. I got 3 drops. That's great. Ao Sheng's face showed extreme excitement. He shouted, Great Elder's injury can be cured. Xiaohua looked at Ao Sheng strangely and asked, What are you so happy about? That thing belongs to me. What does it have to do with Great Elder? Doesn't your Dragon Island also have the dragon cleansing pool? Can't the dragon cleansing liquid inside be used? Ao Sheng's figure stopped and looked at Xiaohua in a daze. After all, the years of experience in the stacked jadeite legacy realm made him feel close to Xiaohua. He almost regarded Xiaohua as a member of the dragon race. And the most special thing was that Xiaohua even became a dragon master on the Dragon Island. The happiest person in the entire Dragon Palace was him. He was sincerely happy for Xiaohua. He had received many benefits from Xiaohua, but he never thought that Xiaohua would refuse to give the dragon cleansing liquid to Great Elder Ao Jia. Why can't I give it to Great Elder? He lost a part of his primordial spirit to save us. Ao Sheng asked pitifully. Primordial spirit might not be much to human cultivators like you, but to my dragon clan it is very important, Ao Sheng. Xiaohua said seriously. In the stacked jade legacy realm, Great Elder sacrificed his primordial spirit, but if you think about it carefully, he did it for you. It wasn't for this Xiao can still escape without his help. You can't say that. Ao Sheng closed his mouth, like a pitiful child of the dragon clan. His eyes were filled with tears, but he still argued. Although you don't need it, you still received his favor. Moreover, he treated you so well, and even gave you the title of Dragon Master. This is unprecedented on my Dragon Island. Don't you think he was using me? Xiaohua sneered. Ao Sheng let out a long breath. He looked into the distance, then looked in the direction of the Dragon Palace. He said bitterly, Of course I can see that. However, Great Elder also has his own difficulties. The unspeakable pain is still his, not mine. Xiaohua shook his head. You know how precious the dragon cleansing liquid is. Presumably, the dragon cleansing liquid in your Dragon Island's dragon cleansing pool has lost its effect after 1,000,000 years. I'm afraid these 3 drops of dragon cleansing liquid are the only ones left in this world, right? Ao Sheng suddenly wailed. His entire dragon body crawled in the air. His dragon claws were actually in a kneeling position. He said, Taoist Master Xiao, I beg you, you must save Great Elder. Second Elder has already seen some clues. If he suddenly makes trouble, my Dragon Island might fall into chaos. Looking at Ao Sheng's pitiful appearance, Xiaohua immediately felt the little bit of filial piety in his heart. Compared to the craftiness of the dragons in the stacked jade legacy realm, this filial piety made Xiaohua's heart soften. Xiaohua flicked his sleeve and helped him up. Ao Sheng's huge dragon body couldn't help but stand up when Xiaohua flicked his sleeve. I just can't see this pitiful appearance of yours. Did 4th Elder teach you this? Xiaohua snorted coldly. Ao Sheng lowered his head, shook his head and said, No other than me, Great Elder doesn't dare to tell anyone. Master Xiao, I beg you, as long as you give me the dragon cleansing liquid, I'm willing to give you all the fun things in the palace. Why would I want so many of your toys? Xiaohua scolded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Say it, I can give you whatever you want. Ao Sheng heard that there was hope, so he hastily asked. Swear a dragon oath as my dragon servant. You will be at my disposal for the rest of your life. Xiaohua replied, coldly. Who would have thought that Ao Sheng didn't hesitate at all and said, I Ao Sheng, swear by my dragon god's life. Shut up. Seeing the layers of strange dragon patterns appearing, Xiaohua hastily scolded. This old man is just joking with you. Really? Ao Sheng, shut up. That indescribable dragon pattern disappeared. Ao Sheng opened his seemingly pure and flawless eyes and looked at Xiao Hua. How am I going to give it to you? Xiao Hua said fiercely. This old man owes your Dragon Island, but I just got 3 drops, and now I have to give one away. How? Ao Sheng went blank for a moment, then immediately woke up. He hastily took out the purple dragon crown and said, Put it in here. Humph. Xiao Hua snappily took out a drop of dragon cleansing liquid from the space that looked like a pool and threw it inside. Just you wait. Ao Sheng seemed to be in a hurry to present a treasure to the great elder. He turned around and was about to fly away. Xiao Hua shouted, Why are you in such a hurry? It won't be too late to give it to the great elder after we come out from the smoke tree. Who knows when you will come out? Ao Sheng shouted. I will go to the Dragon Palace first before talking to you. Don't be in such a hurry. Xiao Hua thought of something. He hastily transmitted his voice and told Ao Sheng about Zhang Hong's matter. You go and ask how to solve this matter. No problem. Ao Sheng heard about this matter from Lu Yi. He agreed without hesitation. What a pitiful and cute child. Xiao Hua looked at Ao Sheng's cheerful back. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile. This kind of dragon who loves his clansmen is the hope of the Dragon Island. If he takes over the Dragon Island in the future, he will surely coexist peacefully with Ao Zhan. Chapter 40-50. Xiao Hua thought that Ao Sheng would be delayed for a long time, but he didn't expect that Ao Sheng would appear in his line of sight in just the time it took to eat a meal. At this time, Ao Sheng's face was obviously more intimate. Oh, so fast? Xiao Hua smiled. Could it be that the noise in the Dragon Palace Hall has ended? How do you know? Ao Sheng was surprised. How can I not know? Xiao Hua smiled and didn't explain. Ao Sheng nodded. When I went, only the great elder and the 4th elder were there. The other elders had already left. Seeing that the 4th elder's expression was not good, I didn't dare to say anything, and only transmitted the 3 words dragon cleansing liquid, and returned the purple dragon crown to the great elder. No way. What about the thing I asked you to ask? Xiao Hua was flustered and exasperated. I haven't finished yet. Ao Sheng smiled. The great elder took the purple dragon crown and asked me inexplicably, what does Xiao Hua want? So I told him about Zhang Hong, and the great elder gave me a dragon bone. Saying that, Ao Sheng gave a dragon bone to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua looked at it and knew that it was the heavenly dragon speech technique, so he handed it to the dragon vein Xiao Hua without thinking. The great elder must be secretly proud of himself right now. Xiao Hua smiled. How could he exchange something for the dragon cleansing liquid? This is a big bargain for him. It doesn't matter, Master Xiao. Ao Sheng said seriously, if you want anything, just tell me. I will definitely help you. No need, no need. Xiao Hua waved his hand. You better hurry up and take me to the smoke tree. Then Ao Sheng accompanied Xiao Hua to talk while bringing Xiao Hua to a dark place that stretched as far as the eye could see. This place was covered with ribbon-like seaweed. These seaweed were hundreds of feet tall, and each seaweed was like a big tree on land, divided into 2 branches in the middle. With so many seaweed gathered together, swaying with the sea water, it really looked like a lingering smoke wave. Xiao Hua looked at these seaweed and smiled bitterly. This is the smoke tree, right? It really lives up to its name. These seaweeds are called smoke, like smoke from the mortal world. Ao Sheng explained, this smoke looks soft, but it is actually very tough. Ordinary Dao's and Confucius's imperial artifacts Dao. Once one is caught by this smoke, it's hard to get away without special skills. Oh, there are even barbs on the smoke. Even the Dragon Clan doesn't dare to let the smoke stab us. If Ao Zenoff, of course, it's smokes of the smoke. Master Xiao, please follow me. Xiao Hua's to Xiao Hua's. Of this of nature of the of Hua of the of this flight T of the of fire of the T of the Xiao Hua was a little surprised. Just as he finished speaking, a whirlpool suddenly appeared 1,000 feet in front of him. The whirlpool shot straight down, bringing with it a few feet of seawater. Under the whirlpool, the seawater really looked like a sharp thorn. Whoop! The sharp thorn whistled and fell into the smoke, splitting it apart. In just a few breaths' time, the smoke swirled and surrounded the split space. These are the thorns. Ao Sheng laughed. If you're unlucky enough to be pierced by the thorns, you'll inevitably fall into the smoke tree. That'll be troublesome. Aren't you afraid? Xiao Hua looked left and right, but he couldn't see any danger. I'm a dragon, so I'm naturally sensitive to changes in the sea. Aoshang replied. I can sense the thorns as soon as they're born, so there's no need to worry. Of course, sometimes the thorns are formed too quickly, so I can't sense them. As he spoke, Aoshang's figure flashed, and sure enough, a bowl-sized thorn suddenly shot out from the top of his head. Master Xiao, be careful. Aoshang calmly stopped and reminded old man about 3 feet in front of you. Just as Aoshang finished speaking, a whirlpool of several feet suddenly appeared and smashed towards Xiao Hua's head. Aoshang was a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything. After all, he knew how powerful Xiao Hua was. Sure enough, Xiao Hua looked up indifferently and rubbed his hands slightly. Several crystal lights fell into the sea, and a huge whirlpool appeared, rushing towards the newly born thorns. Boom! With a muffled sound, continuous waves rippled out in all directions. Oh, not good. Aoshang smiled bitterly. Master Xiao, you're a little reckless. Actually, Aoshang didn't need to say anything. Looking at the waves spreading into the distance, and the thorns of different sizes appearing one after another, Xiao Hua knew that he had caused a big trouble. Fortunately, the training has ended. If the dragon blood descendants were still here, I'm afraid many of them would have fallen. Aoshang said helplessly. Now let's wait for a while. That's the only way. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. I didn't expect this smoke tree to be so strange. Master Xiao, Aoshang replied, no matter what, this smoke tree is still one of the 7 training grounds of my Dragon Island. If there isn't any danger, how can it serve as a training ground? If you have time, Master Xiao can go to Clear Snow Baotu, Qiubo, Shijiao, Chunmeng, and Xiaoyu. The scenery there is much more beautiful than this smoke tree. Let's talk about it in the future. Xiao Hua waved his hand. After waiting for the thorns to settle down, he once again followed Aoshang into the depths. After flying for a few hours, seeing that they were gradually approaching the mountains, Aoshang stopped and released his Yuan will. Master Xiao, this is the place. This is called Changqiu Feng. Ao Zhantian's message talisman was sent from here. Are you sure you didn't go the wrong way? Xiao Hua released his divine will and swept the surroundings like a gust of wind. Of course, Aoshang said proudly. I followed the 4th elder's instructions. Master Xiao, can your divine will not be so strong? Following Aoshang's exclamation, more thorns appeared around the smoke tree. These thorns were much bigger than before, and their range was also much wider. They were like thunderbolts that struck towards Xiao Hua and Aoshang. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed his hands together, and several crystal lights flew into the air. A water shield that was 1,000 feet long appeared above his and Aoshang's heads. Rumble! The thorns landed on the water shield one after another, causing the water shield to shine brightly. Damn it, why can't I use my divine will in this smoke tree? Xiao Hua spat and cursed. And this seaweed can actually block my divine will. Aoshang shrugged. Master Xiao, it's not that I can't use it, but I can't use it so crudely like Master Xiao. Can't you be a little gentler, and not let your divine will come into contact with the seaweed? Forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand and pointed at a place. Let's go over there. There seems to be some energy fluctuations there. Xiao Hua activated his water escape technique, and flew towards a distant mountain. Along the way, the smoke rushed towards Xiao Hua. On the other hand, although Aoshang's dragon body was huge, it merged with the seawater as it swam. The smoke swayed around the dragon body but didn't get close. Of course, Xiao Hua didn't care about this kind of smoke. As his body swayed, the true qi around him overflowed and blocked the seaweed to the side. However, the seaweed was really strange. Although the true qi could block the seaweed also swallowed a lot of true qi. Why is there a deep hole here? Even Aoshang was a little surprised to see a cave that was less than 3 feet deep in the depths of the seaweed, when he arrived at a hidden place in the valley. After all, the seaweed known as chimney smoke was capable of blocking origin sense and divine sense. Furthermore, it was impossible for an ordinary dragon bloodline descendant to reach the depths of such dense seaweed. It was truly not easy to find such a hidden cave. Hehe. How could a pampered little elder like you know the difficulties of our Taoism cultivators? Xiao Hua said proudly, not to mention this place, even if it's 100 times more difficult, we Taoism cultivators can still find it in order to find cultivation techniques and spiritual treasures. Ao Shang curled his lips and didn't refute. Xiao Hua stood on the mountain peak above the deep hole, and released a strand of divine will to slowly explore inside. After an entire meal, a strange expression appeared on his face and he said, "Oh, Zhantian is inside. He's really inside." Ao Shang was really impressed. "Master Xiao, hurry up and save him. I have to ask him how he found this cave." "Aren't you going down?" Xiao Hua asked with interest. "Teacher Xiao, take a look at this cave. Is it a place that I can enter?" Ao Shang curled his lips. "I'm curious, why did the dragon descendant dig a cave here? Could it be that there's something strange about this? I'll go take a look." Xiao Hua instructed. "If you don't go down, then wait here." "All right." Ao Shang swayed his dragon body and lay down lazily on the mountain peak. The murderous seaweed swayed around his dragon body, looking very warm and cozy. Xiao Hua activated his escape technique and landed among the seaweed. When his feet touched the bottom of the sea, he raised his head to take a look. The seaweed was lush and green, and it was no different from the forests seen on the continent. Moreover, there were no paths around the seaweed, and it grew irregularly. It was extremely easy for humans to get lost in it. It was indeed an excellent place to gain experience. Xiao Hua naturally didn't dare to go too far. He activated his body and flew toward the black hole in the depths of the seaweed. That black hole was among the seaweed, and there was no place to hide. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and decided not to hide. He just wanted to go into the black hole. Just as Xiao Hua approached the seaweed, dozens of seaweed pounced on him like the tentacles of a sea beast, instantly binding him. Xiao Hua looked at the seaweed around him. As if it had a life of its own, it firmly wrapped around his arms, legs, and other parts of his body. Then the corner of his mouth slightly smiled. He raised his arms upwards, and the seaweed immediately let out a zhizhi sound. Under Xiao Hua's enormous strength, it actually didn't break. Shua. Immediately after, a bunch of roots several times larger than the seaweed was pulled out from the ground by Xiao Hua, raising a cloud of mud and sand. The mud and sand dyed the surrounding seawater turbid. Chapter 40-51. This seaweed is indeed powerful. Xiao Hua reached out and pulled the severed seaweed off his body. Then he looked at his skin, which was slightly scratched by the seaweed's barbs, and thought to himself, even I am in such a state. If ordinary demons and humans come here, it is inevitable that they will be injured. After witnessing the power of the seaweed, Xiao Hua simply pulled out all the seaweed around the hole, and came to the entrance of the hole. There was no light in the hole, nor was there any seaweed. Xiao Hua jumped into the hole and dove down easily. This black hole was not straight. Instead, there were many twists and turns. There were even some forks that Xiao Hua was most afraid of. It seemed like this black hole was not used to search for treasures. As for the real reason, no one could say for sure. Xiao Hua continued to dive down. After diving for more than 10 miles, he finally reached the end of a tunnel. This tunnel was not big, only a few feet long. Looking at the freshness of the soil, it should be newly formed. At the end of this layer of soil, a cluster of brilliant spring flowers bloomed. Ao Zhantian's body had already disappeared into the spring flowers. Only his head with closed eyes could be seen. Xiao Hua had already seen it clearly with his divine sense. Although Ao Zhantian's head was also entering the spring flowers, it was moving very slowly. For the time being, he would not be in any danger. Thus, Xiao Hua was not in a hurry to use any methods to save him. Xiao Hua once again released a strand of divine sense onto the spring flowers. Just like before, the spring flowers immediately swallowed that strand of divine sense. Xiao Hua stretched out a finger and lightly touched the spring flowers. A powerful suction force was born from the spring flowers, forcefully pulling Xiao Hua's finger into it. Damn it! Xiao Hua used all his strength to pull out his finger. Looking at Ao Zhantian's tightly shut eyes, he said, Ao Zhantian, I really don't know what to say about you. This is clearly a Dao sex forbidden array, and it is the kind of ancient forbidden array. How could you be so bold as to touch this forbidden array? Or rather, your luck is too bad. This black hole's tunnel should not lead to this forbidden array. But after you came in, you dug the tunnel to where the forbidden array is. You have to know that this forbidden array devours divine sense. It is not easy for others to discover it. Xiaohua's complaints were one thing, but he still had to save him. He looked at the small patch of spring flowers that was revealed, but he couldn't see the whole picture of the formation. He simply patted his forehead and opened his delusion breaker Dharma eye. When Xiaohua could clearly see the great array in front of him, he sucked in a deep breath. This was a great array with a radius of 100 miles. This great array was like a field of spring flowers connected together. Every spring flower bloomed with a pure blue brilliance, and the entire great array was like a beautiful flower garden located at the bottom of the pitch-black sea. What kind of forbidden array is this? Xiaohua closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, but he didn't find any clues. In his heart, he was even more certain of his previous guess. To be able to set up a Dao sect formation at the training grounds of the Dragon Island, I'm afraid it's a divine ability that only ancient Dao sect cultivators have, right? However, what is the purpose of setting up this formation? Who cares? Let's save Ozhantian first. Xiaohua pinched his chin with his hand and thought, this forbidden formation is set up on the Dragon Island. It borrows the water-type heaven and earth's origin energy. And the big formation is in the shape of a flower. It also condenses the wood-type heaven and earth's origin energy. If we want to break it, we must cut off the water-type heaven and earth's origin energy supply. Although this isn't too troublesome, it might damage the things inside the formation. Forget it. I'll just use the innate primordial water. Thinking about this, Xiaohua took out a water bottle and activated his mental force. A strand of innate primordial water fell into the forbidden formation. As expected, when the innate primordial water fell, it didn't cause any reaction from the forbidden formation. As the innate primordial water separated Aozhantian's body from the formation, Xiaohua released his mental force along the edge of the innate primordial water and easily rescued Aozhantian. Before Xiaohua could send Aozhantian into the void, the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua suddenly shouted with ecstasy, "Fellow immortal! There's Tian Xion's aura in this great array." What? Xiaohua was stunned. He cried out in shock, how is that possible? How can there be Tian Xion on the Dragon Island? How come I didn't sense it? However, after Xiaohua finished speaking, he laughed to himself first. Who said that the Confucian cultivator's Tian Xion couldn't appear on the Dragon Island? Looking at this Dao sect formation, how could Xiaohua not know that the ancient Dao sect cultivators had taken the Confucian cultivator's Tian Xion here to suppress him? Even the immortal emperor of the immortal palace wouldn't have thought that the Tian Xion he had been searching for who knows how many years would be in the Dragon Island, right? Of course, even if the immortal emperor knew, he wouldn't have come here to take it, right? The Tian Xion's aura is extremely weak. I only sensed a strand of it just now, but it's gone now. The Confucian cultivator Xiaohua said solemnly, however, I can be sure that heaven's heart is here. Of course the Tian Xion is here. Xiaohua nodded. Right now we're just missing a piece of the Tian Xion. It's better to hide the Tian Xion on Dragon Island than anywhere else. The water here is abundant and can conceal the aura of the Tian Xion. Using water to subdue water. We just need to get the Tian Xion. We don't have to break this great array. Xiaohua said with a smile. This is a piece of cake for fellow immortal. Xiaohua looked at the place where the innate primordial water was after Aozhantian came out and nodded. It should be easy to go in, but we don't know what's inside the great array. Let's go in first. Xiaohua smiled. Now that we're here, even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, we have to go in and take a look. All right. Xiaohua withdrew Aozhantian and flew into the air. He landed in the middle of the Xiantian true water, and used his psyche power to protect himself, just like how he dodged his enemies in the past. Then, he slowly followed the flow of the Xiantian true water toward the depths of the forbidden formation. After a full hour, Xiaohua's feet sank and a strong corrosive force was produced, quickly invading his skin. Xiaohua frowned and a light flashed on the surface of his body as he tried his best to resist the corrosion. When Xiaohua pulled out his mental force to take a look, he was pleasantly surprised. Innate heavy water? Fuck, the seniors of the Taoist faction are really meticulous. Xiaohua prostrated himself in admiration. With the array outside and the innate heavy water inside, not only could the Tianxion's aura not leak out, it would also be very difficult for someone to take the Tianxion away. However, this was extremely easy for Xiaohua. Xiaohua took out the clear water bottle and activated his mental force. The innate heavy water was immediately sucked into the clear water bottle. This great array was dozens of kilometers wide and was filled with innate heavy water. Xiaohua spent a lot of time just to collect it. When he finished collecting the innate heavy water, the turtle shell in the center of the great array flashed with a deep blue brilliance. Xiaohua's figure flashed and arrived in front of the turtle shell. He released his mental force and rolled up the turtle shell, preparing to put it into the space. However, just as Xiaohua's mental force touched the turtle shell, rumble! Within the space of dozens of kilometers, tens of thousands of thunderbolts were produced from the great array that was as bright as a spring flower. They tore through the void and pounced on Xiaohua. Come on! Xiaohua rubbed his hands and a green light appeared between his eyebrows. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua also helped. In an instant, tens of thousands of thunderbolts were produced from Xiaohua's body. 5 Qi righteous thunder, 3 corpses in thunder, and 9 heavens divine thunder met the great array's water-type heavenly thunder wave after wave. Rumble! The strong sound of thunder tribulation and the destructive aura of landslide filled the entire great array in the blink of an eye. After a full meal's time, the thunderbolts gradually stopped and Xiaohua's battered figure was revealed from the thunderbolts. Although he tried his best to defend himself and urged the thunderbolts to counterattack, the all-pervasive water-type lightning still poured down on his body. Although Xiaohua's body was incomparably tough, he still suffered heavy injuries under the thunderbolts. Fortunately, the injuries were within the range that Xiaohua could endure. Seeing that the thunderbolts had subsided, Xiaohua released his mental force again and easily sent the turtle shell into the space. Let's go! Xiaohua, who had obtained the will of the heavens, did not dare to delay. His figure flashed and flew towards the place where he came from. Above the forbidden array, the innate true water was still flowing slowly. The way out was very smooth and they did not encounter any more dangers. When Xiaohua arrived at the peak of the smoke tree, he actually heard Aoshang snoring again. That sometimes big and sometimes small bubble floated next to his nose along with the snoring sound. Oh, why are you only back now? Aoshang was awakened by Xiaohua's movements. He quickly got up and looked around him. Where's Aozhantian? Did you save him? And I've already saved him. Xiaohua took Aozhantian out of the space and raised his hand to touch Aozhantian's forehead. However, just as he was about to wake Aozhantian up, Xiaohua frowned and retracted his finger. He took out the Kunlun mirror and sucked Aozhantian into it. Aoshang was a little confused and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Why didn't you wake him up?" "Let's talk about it after we leave the Dragon Island," Xiaohua replied with a smile. Aoshang glanced at Xiaohua and knew what he was worried about. He did not ask and only reminded him, when entering the Dragon Island, regardless of whether it is the dragon shell or the universe bracelet, you cannot bring a living person. You have to be careful. I know. Xiaohua nodded. When we reach the Dragon Island, I will wake Aozhantian up. Master Xiao, are you leaving now? Hearing Xiaohua mention the Dragon Island, Aoshang suddenly felt reluctant to part. He said with melancholy, "Are you not going to the Dragon Palace to say goodbye? Or are you going to stay in my palace for a few days?" I don't dare. Xiaohua said with a smile. "I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I'm afraid of thieves thinking about me. I think it's better for me to leave this place as soon as possible. Is there a need for that?" Aoshang's parting mood was slightly alleviated by Xiaohua's words. The Dragon Island was naturally prepared long ago. It was similar to the Dragon Island when they arrived, but it was much smaller. Xiaohua woke Aozhantian up. Aozhantian looked at the familiar groove and the Dragon Island and immediately understood. He wanted to ask something but was stopped by Xiaohua's gaze. When they got on the Dragon Island, Aoshang was unwilling to let go. He pulled on Xiaohua's sleeve and was unwilling to let go. He had lived for so many years, but he had never met a human who was so considerate to tell him stories and accompany him through life and death. In the end, Xiaohua had no choice but to send Aoshang to the Dragon Palace. He promised that as long as the Dragon Palace agreed, He would bring Ao Sheng out of the Dragon Island to train. Chapter 40-52. Not long after, Ao Sheng returned happily, much to Xiaohua's surprise. Although the Dragon Hall didn't want Ao Sheng to follow Xiaohua out for training, they still agreed to let Ao Sheng send Xiaohua back to the hidden immortal continent. Xiaohua had no choice but to let Ao Sheng enter the travel dragon. Two people and a dragon were naturally a little bored. After Ao Sheng sent the few dragons who were riding the dragon to another place, Xiaohua released Lu Yi and the other disciples to play with Ao Sheng. Seeing how Xiaohua was able to bring disciples without telling the Dragon Island, Ao Zhantian naturally understood how Ao Mayun escaped death. However, he didn't ask too much and only briefly explained his experience in the smoke tree. Ao Zhantian's experience was naturally lackluster, far less exciting than Xiaohua's experience. Even finding the deep cave was a coincidence. Apart from some treasures that Ao Zhantian was unwilling to reveal, he basically didn't obtain anything. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and took out a magic treasure refined by the green-robed Xiaohua from his space and gave it to Ao Zhantian, using the excuse that he obtained it in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm as a gift. Ao Zhantian was overjoyed and thought of Xiaohua's guidance in the travel dragon. After thanking Xiaohua for accepting the magic treasure, he asked Xiaohua to explain. Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony and sat down cross-legged, imparting his cultivation experience bit by bit. Time passed quickly, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. Sensing that the travel dragon had stopped, Xiaohua opened his eyes and said with a smile, "That's all for today. Fellow Taoist Ao, if there's a chance in the future, let's spar again." There was a look of gratitude on Ao Zhantian's face, and he hurriedly rose to his feet before extending a respectful salute. "Previously, I thought that going to the Dragon Island was the greatest opportunity of my life, but now I know that meeting Master Xiao was my true opportunity. Master Xiao, please accept a bow from this junior." "You're too polite." Xiaohua smiled as he accepted Ao Zhantian's bow. Although Xiaohua had spoken on behalf of Ao Zhantian in order to resolve the karma caused by the heavenly heart of water qi, these few months of teaching disciples were real. Even Xiaohua's own disciples had not received such treatment. Thus, although Xiaohua's words were polite, he did not stop Ao Zhantian. After paying his respects, Ao Zhantian said sincerely, "Master Xiao, now that the dragons have stopped, they must have reached the hidden immortal continent. If you don't have anywhere else to go, why don't you stay in my cave abode for a while?" "No need." Xiaohua looked at Ao Sheng bringing Lu Yi and the others over and said with a smile, "This Xiao is also going into seclusion. I've accumulated enough over the past few days. If I don't go into seclusion, I'm afraid there will be some trouble. Junior will wait for the day teacher Xiao comes out of seclusion. That day will definitely be the day that the three continents will focus their attention on." Ao Zhantian replied respectfully. Although he didn't know that Xiaohua was already the dragon master of the dragon tribe, he knew that even the immortal palace wouldn't dare to touch Xiaohua when he saw that even the minor elders of the Dragon Island had come to send him off. Xiaohua's cultivation had already grown a pair of wings. Xiaohua kept Lu Yi and the others and followed Ao Sheng out of the dragon travel. They were now in a calm sea. Xiaohua released his divine sense and saw the land 1,000 miles away. Although this land looked unfamiliar, as long as it was the hidden immortal continent, there would definitely be a path that led to the soaring dragon mountain range. "Ocean." Xiaohua turned his head and said with a smile, "Even if you send me off 1,000 miles, there will still be a farewell. This time you've sent me off for more than 1,000,000 miles, right?" "Teacher Xiao." Ao Sheng's heart was filled with reluctance. He asked sadly, "When will you come to the Dragon Island again?" Xiaohua smiled and patted Ao Sheng's paw. He said, "This old man should be asking you this. When will you leave the Dragon Island and go to the 3 rivers and 4 seas and even the 3 continents to gain experience?" "All right." Ao Sheng nodded. His eyes were filled with determination as he replied, "I know. After returning to the Dragon Island, I will definitely cultivate diligently with the Great Elder and strive to leave the Dragon Island as soon as possible." Xiaohua had the bearing of Teacher Xiao. He warned, "Your dragon tribe is the pride of the heavens and is naturally tyrannical. This is also why your dragon tribe is arrogant and lazy. Perhaps the lack of descendants is the reason why your dragon tribe is unable to dominate the 3 continents. However, your lack of ambition is the key to your dragon tribe's decline. Instead of searching for the illusory dragon realm secret technique, why don't the Dragon Island innovate and think of your own path from a realistic point of view? Yes, I understand. I will definitely tell the Great Elder. Ao Shang replied respectfully. There's no need to be too formal. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. The Great Elder might not have not thought of my words. The changes in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm this time might be his doing. This? I don't know. Ao Shang replied with a puzzled expression. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. He pulled Ao Zhantian with his left hand and said, Ao Shang, this old man will be leaving now. We will meet again if fate allows. After he finished speaking, lightning flashed around Xiao Hua's body, and he disappeared in an instant. Ao Shang looked at Xiao Hua's mysterious lightning escape technique, and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In the Stacked Jade Legacy realm, Xiao Hua had always been carried by Ao Shang. He didn't expect that Xiao Hua's escape technique had already exceeded his imagination. Ao Shang's eyes were filled with a sense of fanaticism. Roar! He roared towards the sky. The wind and rain within 100 miles started to blow. A voice rang out in the wind and rain, Master Xiao. I will catch up to you. Xiao Hua, who had already flown far away, could faintly hear Ao Shang's fighting spirit being stimulated. He smiled in his heart. The dragon tribe had been peaceful for a long time. If there wasn't some stimulation, how could there be a new life? After flying to land, Xiao Hua let go of Ao Zhantian and cupped his hands. Taoist Ao, you and I will also bid farewell here. All right. Ao Zhantian had long regarded Xiao Hua as his senior. He bowed and said, this junior will take his leave. After Ao Zhantian stepped onto the flying ship and flew far away, Xiao Hua looked around and released Little White from the space. Huff huff, the little white dragon swam in the air for a while before transforming back into Xiao Hua, who was wearing a crimson Taoist robe. He smiled and said, the feeling of reforming my body is indeed not bad. This taste of freedom. I haven't experienced it in a long time. And freedom is now in your hands. Go and travel by yourself. Xiao Hua encouraged. You have cultivated for a longer time than I have, and you have experienced a lot. There are many things that I don't need to say. However, you have to be careful of the Dragon Island. That day in the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Palace Grand Elder clearly knew that you and Taoist Long Mai were reforming together. However, he only mentioned Taoist Long Mai and didn't ask you to come out. I don't know what he is planning. Now that the enmity between the 10 tribes of the Dragon Island is showing signs of easing, we shouldn't get involved. I understand, Xiao Hua. The little white dragon smiled and said, I am only going out to train for a few years to solidify my incomplete dragon body. I definitely won't provoke the Dragon Island. In fact, if there are any troublesome places, I will hide and immediately return after my body solidifies. It's good that you understand. Xiao Hua smiled. You should go too. Let's see what these 3 continents are like. Perhaps there will be even better opportunities. All right. The little white dragon cupped his hands and roared before heading towards the sea. Hee, the little white dragon is also suffocating. Xiao Hua watched the little white dragon fly away and secretly felt happy for him. Several hundred years ago, he should have succeeded in transforming into a dragon. However, his body was destroyed by the Xuanyan cult. Afterwards, he fled in panic and his soul was saved by me. During these several hundred years, he stayed in my mysterious dark clouds to cultivate. Now that he has completed his body solidification, how can he not go out and relax? Yes. Long Mai Xiao Hua's voice came from within his body. The dragon transformation art is not a simple technique. For Little White to be able to cultivate the dragon transformation art with his python body, who knows how many years he spent and who knows how many dangers he encountered. Without a heart as firm as a rock, it is extremely difficult to achieve. He should go out for a walk. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to his future cultivation. Then what about Taoist? Xiao Hua patted his own forehead. Long Mai Xiao Hua also flew out and changed into Xiao Hua's appearance and asked, I am naturally different from him. Long Mai Xiao Hua smiled and said, my main body is Long Mai. I am used to being calm. Cultivating the dragon transformation art is even more natural. Moreover, do you think I can leave Taoist right now? Haha, seems like Taoist also wants to go out for a walk. Xiaohua laughed loudly. Long Mai Xiaohua did not hide his thoughts and replied, that is natural. Not just I, Taoist green robe, Taoist Confucian Taoist etc. Which one of us does not want to go out and take a look? It is just that we are still unable to completely leave Taoist right now. Perhaps soon. Xiaohua solemnly promised. We have already begun to comprehend the Dragon Clan's fake body technique. When we have succeeded in cultivating the fake body technique, we will take a look at that 7-colored conch in my Shanghua Ming's god statue. Perhaps we will discover something. At that time I will send everyone out for training. Many thanks. Long Mai Xiaohua cupped his hands and bowed, while Confucian Xiaohua and the others also thanked him. However, Long Mai Xiaohua reminded again, fellow Taoist, if other fellow Taoists leave, it won't affect your cultivation in any way. However, if this Taoist leaves, it will be detrimental to your cultivation of the Tao sex cultivation method. You have to be prepared. I have already thought about this. Xiaohua nodded. I's nascent soul is not like ordinary Taoist cultivators. All the meridians in it are opened, the same as the meridians in the physical body. I only need to cultivate to the body fusion stage, and the physical body and nascent soul will become one. Then, the physical body will not need its own meridians and can cultivate with the nascent soul's meridians alone. But the problem is, can Taoist persist until then? And can I's physical body fuse with the nascent soul? Looks like we can only take one step at a time. Long Mai Xiaohua naturally knew Xiaohua's difficulties. Xiaohua replied, actually, in the worst case, I can only give up my physical body and cultivate the Crimson Soul technique according to Do Shanjun's cultivation technique. It is still early. Taoist doesn't have to make a decision so early. Long Mai Xiaohua said with a smile, Taoist, go into seclusion first. Indeed. Xiaohua nodded. Looking at Long Mai Xiaohua said, but before returning to the Soaring Dragon Mountain range, shouldn't Taoist wake up Zhonghong first? Chapter 4053. Ha 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 ha, of course. Xiaohua laughed and replied, the forbidden technique of the North Sea Dragon Palace is similar to the Heavenly Dragon technique. It is very obscure for the Heavenly Dragon clan, but for I, it is very simple. The secret technique that the Great Elder gave me in return is also very accurate. I have already comprehended it during this time. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out Zhonghong's dragon body. Dragon vein Xiaohua transformed into his dragon form, and chanted in the dragon language. The heaven and earth origin energy within 1,000 li swarmed over and followed dragon vein Xiaohua's dragon claw down. Droplets of heaven and earth origin energy fell onto Zhonghong's dragon body like raindrops. When the sweet rain entered her body, it was as if she was molting. A layer of strange fluctuation undulated on the surface of Zhonghong's dragon body. Following that, 3-colored brilliance blossomed from the inside of her dragon body. Zhonghong's dragon body suddenly trembled. Roar! Zhonghong opened her eyes and roared. She pounced towards dragon vein Xiaohua. Roar! Xiaohua naturally regarded Zhonghong as a junior. He also roared and released his dragon aura to suppress Zhonghong. However, looking at Xiaohua's appearance, he was only joking with Zhonghong. Buzz! A hurricane rose. That substantial dragon aura suddenly flipped Zhonghong in the air. Zhonghong's huge dragon body rolled helplessly. Roar! Zhonghong saw that she was no match for Xiaohua. She howled and clouds appeared around her body. She wanted to escape towards the sea. Where are you going? Xiaohua laughed and shouted loudly. He blocked Zhonghong's path. Roar! Zhonghong was anxious and wanted to pounce towards Xiaohua. However, when she saw Xiaohua's appearance, she unconsciously froze on the spot. Zhonghong seemed to have forgotten Xiaohua's name, but she had a deep impression of Xiaohua's appearance. Xiaohua smiled and said, Xiaoyun, I am Xiaohua Luyi's master. I have already saved you from the North Sea Dragon Palace. Lu. What an ancient name, what an unforgettable name. These 2 words were like a clap of thunder in Zhonghong's ears. Zhonghong's figure fell into the air, unable to move for a long time. After a long while, Zhonghong's body trembled slightly, and she turned into her human form. She asked anxiously and expectantly, "My brother. Where is he? So far away yet so close." Xiao Hua was very satisfied with Zhang Hong's reaction and said with a smile, "Ah." Zhang Hong was shocked and hurriedly turned to look at Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. Haha. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua laughed loudly. "This old man is not Brother Lu." Xiao Hua took out the Kunlun mirror and said, "Louis is inside the magic treasure. You just came out from inside." "Ah?" Zhang Hong's face paled as she cried out, "Master, my brother." "He saw it, yes." Xiao Hua nodded. Zhang Hong's face was pale as if she had lost her parents. Even her voice was trembling. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "However, Louis said that your body is very beautiful. Even more beautiful than when you transformed into Xiao Yun." "Really?" Zhang Hong's pale face flushed red. She couldn't believe her ears. "Of course." Xiao Hua raised the Kunlun mirror and said, "If you don't believe me, this old man will let Louis tell you personally." "Don't." Zhang Hong's face flushed red as she hurriedly stopped him. "Master, wait a moment." "What?" Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. However, when he saw Zhang Hong raise her hand and a bright mirror appeared, he smiled again. A woman dressed up for her lover, wasn't that right? Zhang Hong carefully dressed up and even took out a golden hairpin from her bosom and inserted it into her black hair. At this time, she looked at Xiao Hua with some apprehension and whispered, "Master, can you let Louis come out?" "Of course." Xiao Hua shook the Kunlun mirror. Louis was sent out from the space where the Kunlun mirror's light pillar landed. As early as when Xiao Hua took out Zhang Hong's dragon body, Louis's heart began to beat wildly. At this time, his figure appeared outside and he saw Zhang Hong at a glance. At this time, Zhang Hong had already matured a lot. She was no longer as young and inexperienced as she was before. However, the familiar corners of her eyes and brows, as well as her affectionate gaze, immediately made Louis drunk. "Little Yun." Louis pulled Zhang Hong and called out, "You're awake?" However, feeling the trembling of Zhang Hong's hand, Louis knew that he was being rude and hurriedly let go. However, he only loosened a little. Zhang Hong's hand grabbed his hand and her face bloomed with a smile. "Yes, brother. It was Master who saved me." "Brother." Hearing this name that he often heard before, Louis's heart actually gave birth to a trace of loss. However, he still forced a smile on his face and nodded. "Yes, Master is very resourceful. Of course he can save you." Seeing the change in Louis's expression, how could Zhang Hong not know what he was thinking? She smiled faintly and said, "Yes, brother has done so many good things. Of course he will be repaid. Brother has met such a good master. Even I am envious." Louis's eyes lit up. He hurriedly grabbed Zhang Hong's hand and looked at Xiao Hua. "Master, don't we still lack a junior sister? You won't accept Xiao Yun as your disciple, right?" Xiao Hua looked at the impatient Louis and said with a smile, "What? Don't you think that the heavenly abode river is in trouble?" "When did I say that?" Louis's face turned red as he hurriedly argued. "Ai." Hearing Xiao Hua mention the heavenly abode river, Zhang Hong's face showed melancholy. She gradually loosened her grip on Louis's hand. "Master." Louis was anxious. He increased the strength of his hand and said, "If you don't accept, disciple will let Martial Uncle Green Robe accept." Xiao Hua was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Needless to say, Xiao Hua was very satisfied with being a master in the space. He even went to guide Lu Yi and the others in their cultivation. There's no need to let fellow Taoist Green Robe accept Zhang Hong as his disciple. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua said with a smile. He can't teach Zhang Hong anything. This old man will accept her as his disciple. Master? Lu Yi didn't understand the situation and looked at Xiao Hua for help. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "If fellow Taoist wants to accept her, then accept her. You are also a five-clawed true dragon of the dragon race. If Zhang Hong follows you, the heavenly abode river will also benefit." Five-clawed true dragon? Zhang Hong's face showed ecstasy. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was just teasing her and didn't reveal his true body. Although Zhang Hong didn't see it with her own eyes, how could she doubt Xiao Hua's words? Zhang Hong immediately knelt on the ground and said, "Disciple Zhang Hong greets master." After Zhang Hong kowtowed 9 times, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua helped her up and said, "Good. This old man will accept you as his disciple today. Cultivate well and don't let Louis bully you in the future. Master. Jiang Hong lowered her head shyly, while Louis stood at the side and smiled foolishly. Time always urged people to grow old. The two children who depended on each other in the past were now youths. The man was full of love and the girl was full of love. They were the best couple in the world. Okay, let's return to the Kunlun Wonderland and greet the few senior brothers. Xiaohua smiled and waved the Kunlun mirror to send them into the space. Then he said to Dragon Vein Xiaohua, "Fellow Taoist, why can't you enter the space?" "I'm not too sure." Dragon Vein Xiaohua was also puzzled. Maybe it's because I used too much dragon cleansing liquid to shape my body, and it's different from the heaven-earth yuan qi in the space? But how can little white dragon enter? And that dragon cleansing liquid? Isn't there a large pool in our space? Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Dragon Vein Xiaohua said with a smile, "There's no need to delve into such details. If there's time, I should study the dragon jade more. That's the inheritance of the dragon realm's heavenly dragon technique." "That's right." Xiaohua also echoed, "Fellow Taoist, you've worked hard. After I return to the soaring dragon mountain range, I'll have to cultivate in seclusion." "I'm going back," Dragon Vein Xiaohua said as he entered Xiaohua's body. "Fellow Taoist, quickly return." Then, Xiaohua took out the heavenly horse flying carriage and called out Fujiwen. He had him drive the flying carriage back to the soaring dragon mountain range. Then he sat inside the flying carriage and entered the space. Within the space, green-robed Xiaohua had already tidied up the things he obtained from the Soul Cultivator ruins in the spring-cleansing Forbidden Sea. Now there were a lot of huge dragon corpses and dragon crystal boulders piled up in the open space. The corpses of dragon worship and strange insects were also placed there. In this stacked jade ruins, the dragon race had lost a lot of huge dragons. The dragon corpses that Xiaohua handed over were only 40% of the total. However, this 40% was enough to make the elders of the Dragon Hall dumbfounded. Jade Archive Xiaohua ordered green-robed Xiaohua to tidy up these huge dragon corpses and dragon crystal boulders. Then, he waved his hand and dragon worship floated in the air. Dragon worship had lost its fetal belt and its foundation to intimidate the dragon race. However, it was not killed. At this time, dragon worship twisted its body like a huge silkworm cocoon. The upper body of this silkworm cocoon was somewhat similar to the dragon race, but it had no dragon horns or dragon claws. Dragon worship twisted in the air and looked at Jade Archive Xiaohua with difficulty, its eyes full of fear. Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at dragon worship, which had swallowed a lot of dragon brain matter, and sighed slightly in his heart. He raised his hand and waved again, sending it to a secluded place, leaving it to fend for itself. Then Jade Archive Xiaohua's complicated gaze fell on the strange insect's body. Although this strange insect was blown up by Ao Shang's sacred dragon seal, the remaining corpse was more complete than the last time. In particular, this strange insect was 10 times bigger than the one Xiaohua encountered last time, and its strength was also much stronger. Thinking about how the dragon race's powerful body was easily torn apart by this strange insect's hind legs, even someone as strong as Jade Archive Xiaohua shuddered. Almost without thinking, Jade Archive Xiaohua picked up the strange insect's sharpest tail, formed a seal with both hands, and began to refine the execution spirit Yuan light again. After the execution spirit Yuan light was refined, Jade Archive Xiaohua sent the sword gourd into the thunder water of the immortal beheading platform to be tempered and warmed. Then he looked at Xiao Guo. At this time, Xiao Guo was in a very mysterious state. She sat cross-legged in front of the jindan that looked like the sun. Her eyes seemed to be open, and her body was trembling slightly. A layer of faint fluctuation on the surface of her body was changing along with the strange phenomenon inside the jindan. Xiao Hua, who saw the obscure fluctuation, was really surprised because this fluctuation was similar to the incantation used to refine the jindan. It was similar to the fluctuation inside the jindan. Chapter 4054. Hee. No matter if this golden core is a dragon core or an ancient golden core, being able to let Xiaoguo comprehend is better than anything else. Jade Archive Xiaohua did not dare to disturb Xiaoguo's comprehension. He faintly smiled and was about to leave. Ji. A few thunderous low humming sounds came from the immortal execution stage. A black shadow streaked across the sky and landed in front of Jade Archive Xiaohua. Wasn't that the already awakened little Lei? Lightning flashed around little Lei's body, as its two fleshy wings faintly flapped. Hundreds of tiny lightning bolts flickered in its pitch-black eyes. When the lightning disappeared, a look of closeness and longing appeared in its eyes. Jade Archive Xiaohua stretched out his hand and gently rubbed little Lei's head. He smiled and said, "You're awake." Gigi. Little Lei's eyes were filled with joy. He chirped and raised his wings with joy. Traces of lightning appeared on the edges of his wings. "It's good that you're awake," Jade Archive Xiaohua said again. "This old man has a cultivation method for lightning beasts. Are you willing to cultivate it?" Gigi. Lightning Beast jumped up. His wings were tightly wrapped around his back. His small body was slightly bowed, showing respect and caution. Jade Archive Xiaohua slightly smiled. He stretched out his finger and pointed at little Lei's forehead. Rumble. Thunderous sounds came from Xiao Lei's body. Lightning also burst out from his body. Jade Archive Xiaohua raised his hand to stop the lightning from expanding. Then he carefully looked at Xiao Lei. Xiaohua saw that Little Thunder's eyes were tightly closed, and the lightning flashed along with Little Thunder's eyebrows. Xiaohua knew that Little Thunder was memorizing and comprehending the inheritance of the Thunder Beast, so he was relieved. He sent Little Thunder into the thunder water below the immortal executioner stage, and then his figure flashed and landed on the Iceworm King's egg, Water Pattern Butterfly, and Dream Mirage Butterfly's egg. Although these insect eggs had not hatched yet, Xiaohua had already sensed a strong vitality within them. He believed that it would not be long before these little things were born. Xiaohua was really looking forward to seeing what was special about these insect eggs that had been separated by yin and yang. Woo! A black light flashed. The Divine Power Centipede also flew over and swam around Jade Archive Xiaohua. You're also not willing to be left out?" As Jade Archive Xiaohua spoke, he raised his hand and tapped the back of the Divine Power Centipede. Although the Divine Power Centipede was powerful, it was too low level. Jade Archive Xiaohua knew that there was no inheritance of the Divine Power Centipede in the Fey race. Ooh! The Herculean Centipede seemed to be very happy. The antennae in front of its head waved rapidly. Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart moved. He smiled and said, "Your primordial spirit is relatively weak. Even if you split it into yin and yang, I'm afraid you can't compare to other demonic beasts. How about this? Since the Dragon Hall's Grand Elder can use the Dragon Cleansing Liquid to repair his primordial spirit, I'll give you some Dragon Cleansing Liquid as well. Let's see if you can have some good fortune." As he spoke, Jade Archive Xiaohua raised his hand and grabbed. Several drops of Dragon Cleansing Liquid fell on the Divine Power Centipede's body. With a burst of crackling sounds, the Dragon Cleansing Liquid entered the Divine Power Centipede's carapace. Strands of dragon patterns faintly appeared. The Divine Power Centipede let out a low roar and its carapace quickly curled up. A wave of dragon chi enveloped the Divine Power Centipede. Oh right. There's still dragon worship in the strange insect. Seeing the changes in the Divine Power Centipede, Xiaohua's heart moved. He sent the Divine Power Centipede near dragon worship and the strange insect's carapace. After the Divine Power Centipede evolved, it would be able to use it. Since everyone has their own fortune, this old man will also have to work hard. Jade Archive Xiaohua looked around the space. At this time, the space was already 3 million li wide. It was even bigger than when it was in the blood pool of gods and devils. Jade Archive Xiaohua's slightly proud voice sounded like thunder in the entire space. His figure gradually disappeared. Xiaohua's mind left the space. He didn't dare to rest and immediately closed his eyes to meditate. After an unknown amount of time, the sky gradually darkened. The sky was filled with dense red clouds. In the dark night sky, the Pegasus flying chariot's pure white brilliance became even more dazzling. It was like a meteor streaking across the sky. Suddenly, Xiaohua, who was meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. His divine sense swept forward like a hurricane. Gotcha! High up in the sky, a bolt of lightning flashed, illuminating the space within a radius of dozens of miles. What appeared along with the lightning was a continuous stretch of black clouds. These black clouds were connected to one another, like a mountain range, and like the waves of the sea. Whoop! A gale suddenly rose, covering the sky as it rolled towards the earth. However, before this lightning and hurricane could fully display their might, a muffled humph sound was heard. It was like someone yawned in the air. The space within a few hundred li stopped moving forward. Then within 1,000 li countless light shadows fell, penetrating the heaven and earth. In this light shadow the space was distorted. Fragrant flowers floated out from the void. Layers of noble qi condensed into pearls, sprinkling light and darkness over 1,000 li. Fujiwen was a little late to react. Seeing all kinds of strange phenomena, he hurriedly stood up from the flying chariot. The dots of runes gushed out from his body and turned into armor. Immortal Palace's inspector? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes. His divine sense swept out like lightning. However, after crossing 1,000 li, it was blocked by the light shadow. Inside the light shadow, the law chains swam more arrogantly than pythons and dragons. How could Xiao Hua not know that this was the Immortal Palace's inspector? However, when a crisp sound rang out, Xiao Hua knew that he was wrong. Because in the flying flowers a small winding path appeared. A female official dressed in palace attire gracefully walked over. The female official's voice rang out. "Husband Fu. Are you alright? Isn't this the female official Bai, and who returned to the Immortal Palace?" "Wife." Fu Jiwen was dumbstruck. He really didn't expect that the one who appeared in such a big battle array between heaven and earth was actually his wife. This concubine Bai and greets Taoist Master Xiao. Bai and only said one sentence to Fu Jiwen before turning her head. She stood in the air and respectfully saluted. Then she said to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua stepped out of the flying chariot. He narrowed his eyes and looked behind Baiyan. In the light shadow a flower-covered huading appeared. This huading was so abrupt. However, in the sea of flowers that stretched for several hundred li, it was so elegant. A small path leading to a secluded place appeared in the middle of the flowers. Flowers fell on the small path like broken glass. The petals withered, giving birth to an indescribable melancholy for no reason. No need for formalities. Xiao Hua's gaze couldn't penetrate the sea of flowers. He simply retracted his gaze and looked at Bai and thoughtfully. "My master is waiting inside huading. Spiritual Master Xiao, please." Baiyan didn't say any more nonsense. She stepped aside and said with a smile. Xiao Hua was somewhat enlightened. He looked at Fu Jiwen on the flying chariot and said with a smile, "Could it be that you're here to propose marriage? Your master is really a wonderful person." Spiritual master will naturally know when you go." Baiyan blushed and replied with a smile. "All right." Xiao Hua landed on the small path with large strides and said, "I just returned from Dragon Island. Just so happens that I have some treasures. If it's used as a betrothal gift, it'll be worth it." However, Xiao Hua walked a few steps and didn't see Baiyan following him. He turned his head and said somewhat strangely, "Baiyan, you're not coming?" Baiyan slightly tilted her head and replied, "This concubine is shy. Spiritual master, please go." Haha. Xiao Hua laughed and stepped into the flower path. The flowers on the left side were like thousands of swaying hearts, waiting for the right person to pick them. Xiao Hua walked through the flower path and arrived in front of huading. He saw the moonlight and candlelight flickering in huading, but didn't see anyone. He didn't find it strange and stepped into huading. Huading was still the same huading and the red candles were still the same red candles. However, another person stood up from the jade chair behind the stone table. Xian? Xiao Hua was dumbstruck. He looked at the picturesque beautiful woman in palace attire in disbelief and cried out in surprise. "How come it's you? How come it's not me?" Xian's eyes flashed with craftiness. She asked back, "Could it be that there's only the little monk Tipu and not Princess Xian? Xiao Hua looked at this little girl who had never expressed her feelings, but had already been engraved in his heart. From time to time she would smile beautifully in his mind. He replied with a bitter smile, "My imagination is really limited. I really didn't expect. You're actually the one Biden talked about. And some princess. I didn't expect it either." Xian smiled more brilliantly than the hundreds of flowers outside huading. The little monk Tipu is Xiao Hua. I also didn't expect Xiao Hua to be the famous Zhenren Xiao of the hidden immortal continent. I didn't intend to lie to you. Xiao Hua's explanation was a little weak. I was just afraid of bringing you trouble. I'm not afraid of trouble. Xian said. You're the one who's afraid of trouble. Okay. Xiao Hua was helpless. He raised his finger and pointed at his heart, saying, I've already apologized countless times in my heart. Unfortunately, you can't hear it. Loquacious. Xian curled her lips slightly and said disdainfully, You're a little monk with a glib tongue. I won't believe you. Then you should practice the mind connection of the Buddhism sect. Xiao Hua laughed. With your identity, Mahavairakana will definitely teach you personally. Xian sneered. Men don't say what they think. Even if I'm proficient in the mind connection, I'm afraid I can't hear what you think. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes and scratched his head with his hand, as if he was thinking hard. After a moment, he asked curiously, I don't seem to have been to Cha New Country? Humph. Good thing you didn't go. Xian snorted. If you had gone, I wouldn't have come. Xiao Hua smiled. What are you laughing at? Where's Li Jing? Seeing Xiao Hua's evil smile, Xian stamped her feet and asked. The smile on Xiao Hua's face disappeared. She looked straight into Xian's eyes and said word by word, On Cast Love Mountain, one's heart is broken. Hiss. Xian was a little surprised. She sucked in a breath of cold air and unconsciously shook her head. Fairy Jing is indeed a decisive person. Admirable, admirable. You came just to tell me this. Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and asked with a bitter smile. Of course not. Xian's gaze was gentle. She pointed at the jade chair beside the stone table and said, Take a seat first. After Xiao Hua sat down, Xian waved her sleeve and a few plates appeared beside the red candles on the stone table. There were peaches of immortality, mutant fruits, a jade pot, and 2 wine cups. Chapter 40-55. This is the famous peaches of immortality of the immortal palace. You can try it. Xian sat down, picked up the jade pot, and slowly poured out 2 cups of clear wine. He said warmly, Empress Immortal Elixir was made from these peaches of immortality. Okay. Xiao Hua naturally didn't care about immortal elixirs. However, seeing how attentive Xian was, he still took one and took a bite. When the peach melted into spiritual liquid and entered his stomach, Xiao Hua praised. It is indeed the legendary peaches of immortality. It lives up to its name. If you like it, you can eat it all. Xian was delighted and pushed the jade plate to Xiao Hua. That won't do. I still want to try the imperial wine of the immortal palace. Xiao Hua smiled and reached for the wine cup. Unexpectedly, Xian hurriedly blocked him and said unnaturally, Don't be in such a hurry. Tell me what you've been doing all this time. Damn. Xiao Hua held his forehead and said, You even know about Fairy Jing. What else do you not know? I know. I want to hear you tell me in detail. Xian said coquettishly. Okay. Xiao Hua looked around and said in a low voice, If we talk? Can others hear us? Don't worry. Xian said with a smile. Even the immortal emperor can't hear us. How is that possible? Xiao Hua didn't believe it. If you can find me so easily, how can the immortal emperor not know? Don't forget what we got in the Xianshui palace. Xian reminded him softly. Not bad. Xiao Hua understood and gave him a thumbs up. You're really something. You took that thing and eloped to the lower realm. Bah? Xian spat. What do you mean eloped? Tell me. Xiao Hua knew that Xian only wanted to listen to him speak, so there was no need to pay too much attention to the specific details. Thus he roughly explained what happened after they parted. Xian held his cheeks and looked at Xiao Hua for a long time. It was unknown whether he was listening, watching. Under the red candles on the left and right, Xian's beautiful face became even more focused, causing Xiao Hua's heart to be intoxicated. Xiao Hua. After Xiao Hua finished, Xian came back to his senses. There was some panic in his eyes. He raised his wine cup and said, It's been hard on you. Come, let me toast you. All right. Xiao Hua raised his wine cup and lightly clinked it with Xian's wine cup before placing it on his lips. The slightly viscous wine gave off a mellow fragrance that made one feel as if they were floating when smelling it. Xiao Hua slightly raised his head and poured the imperial wine into his stomach. A faint floral fragrance emerged from his mouth and tongue. I brewed this wine myself. It's not some imperial wine. It doesn't have a name, and it doesn't have any special effects. Xian put down the wine cup, looked at Xiao Hua, and said in a low voice, "Are you disappointed?" "No." Xiao Hua replied with certainty. "Even if it's clear water, to be able to watch you drink it, it's the world's #1 spiritual wine." Xiao Hua. Xian bit his lips. His face was red as he stared straight into Xiao Hua's eyes. Xian. Xiao Hua also looked at Xian. His gaze was like a clear spring, flowing into each other's hearts. At this time silence spoke louder than words. For a full meal's time, neither of them opened their mouths, nor did they move their fingers. In the end, Xian raised his left hand from the stone table and raised it in the air. At the same time Xiao Hua, who had a tacit understanding, also raised his right hand. The two people's hands slowly touched each other. A cold and delicate fragrance came from Xian's hand. The two people looked at each other and their palms touched each other. Suddenly, the red candle seemed to be blown by the wind and jumped slightly. Between the light and the darkness and hooting, Xian and Xiao Hua opened their hands almost at the same time, and their 5 fingers clasped together tacitly. Xiao Hua. Xian's voice was close to a moan, low and trembling. I was worried that your strength would increase too fast and attract the attention of the immortal emperor. But now you're the dragon master of the dragon tribe. I'm afraid that my immortal palace won't dare to touch you at will, so I'm relieved. Come on. I'll toast you again. Good. Seeing that Xian was reluctant to let go of his left hand, and only used his right hand to fill 2 cups of wine, Xiao Hua's heart melted. He raised his cup and said, "This toast is for you. Tell me about your life." Okay. Xian calmly finished drinking and put down the wine cup. He clasped Xiao Hua's 10 fingers with one hand and propped his cheek with the other. He looked at Xiao Hua with somewhat blurred eyes and told him about his life. Xian's experience was naturally not as rich as Xiao Hua's, but those palace fights also made Xiao Hua's hair stand on end. In the end, Xian said, "Also, after my immortal palace's Heaven's Choice Assembly, the immortal emperor and Mahavarakana have reached a tacit understanding. The so-called war between immortals and Buddhas has been eliminated. You're now the dragon master, but don't be in the limelight too much. Beware of being noticed by the immortal palace again." Ah! Xiao Hua was shocked. How is that possible? The war between immortals and Buddhas is imminent. Not to mention the Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent sharpening their swords. Even the Buddhist sect of the Elysium world is rubbing their fists. How can they stop fighting just like that? And you men only know how to fight and kill. Xian's fingers moved slightly and fiercely grabbed Xiao Hua. He rebuked, "Once the war between immortals and Buddhas starts, who knows how many cultivators will die? Grand Mist Ancestor is adding fuel to the fire from behind, wanting to gain some benefits for the Tao sect. Could it be that you also have the same idea? I'm wrongly accused. Sophistry is like sweet talk. Xiao Hua has never lacked it." He opened his mouth and said, "I just feel that things happen too suddenly. Previously in the God-Devil blood pool, the Buddhist sect and the Confucian cultivator clan fought fiercely. How can the immortal emperor and Mahavarakana ignore the feelings of the two clans and compromise like this? I also don't know the specific reason," Xian said with a smile, "but the so-called compromise is nothing more than the satisfaction of common interests or a common threat that forced the two sides to join hands. And the result of this compromise is that the Buddhist sect can preach in my hidden immortal continent, and my Confucian cultivators can also clear up doubts in the Elysium world. In this way, both sides' interests can be satisfied, so why not? Problem is," Xiao Hua frowned, "the Buddhist sect in Yu Province's Longevity Town had great results. They took the initiative, so why did they suddenly stop? Instead, they let the Confucian cultivators enter the Elysium world? Mahavarakana wouldn't be so easy to talk to, right? Of course it's not that simple." Xian explained. This compromise has a process, it needs a test. Oh? What test? Tell me in detail. Xiaohua was surprised, but then he said with a smile, of course, if it involves the secret of the immortal palace, then there's no need to say. Xian's left thumb stuck up. Xiaohua's right thumb also stuck up. The two of them seemed to be playing. Their thumbs stuck together and turned slightly. Xian's gaze became gentle again as he said with a smile, before the Heaven's Choice Assembly, of course it's a secret. But now the Elysium scripture seeking plan has already begun, so it's not a secret anymore. Elysium scripture seeking plan? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. What does that mean? Is it going to the Elysium world to ask for Buddhist scriptures? Mahavairakana had just comprehended the Tripitaka Mahayana Buddhist scriptures. It seems like ordinary monks can also condense relics. His request is that if we want to stop the war, we must allow him to explain the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures in the hidden immortal continent. Xian replied, but our immortal palace naturally can't agree so easily. Our request is that there must be a bodhisattva who can go to the Great Lightning Tune Temple to bring the scriptures to the hidden immortal continent. That's why it's called Elysium Scripture Seeking Plan. Isn't that simple? Xiaohua said with a smile. Just find a bodhisattva to go to the Great Lightning Tune Temple and bring the scriptures over. Do you think everyone else is more stupid than you? Xian pursed his lips and said with a smile. The moment Mahavairakana's suggestion came out, the Immortal Palace went into an uproar. All the Immortal Palace officials opposed it. However, the Immortal Emperor's decree had already been decided, so they racked their brains to increase the difficulty of finding this bodhisattva. In the end, they finally came up with a method that was almost impossible. Let's hear it. Xiaohua was surprised. What kind of impossible method is it? First of all, this bodhisattva must be recorded in the Elysium world. Xian seemed to take out something she liked to share with her beloved. Her beautiful face smiled until her dimples appeared. Secondly, this bodhisattva must depart from the immortal town in the Yu province of the hidden immortal continent. First, he must go to the Great Lightning Tune Temple in the Elysium world, and then return to the immortal town. Thirdly, this bodhisattva must preach the Confucian scriptures in the Elysium world. When he comes back from the Elysium world, he must preach the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures in the hidden immortal continent. This doesn't seem to be difficult. I can do it. Xiaohua asked in confusion. How is this impossible? Don't be anxious. Xian rebuked. The most important thing is that this bodhisattva cannot have any Buddhist or Confucian cultivation. Or it could be said that he cannot have any cultivation. Moreover, not only can this bodhisattva not borrow any magic power in the process of preaching the scriptures in the Elysium world, he also cannot borrow any magic power in the process of going from the Elysium world to the hidden immortal continent. How is this possible? Xiaohua was flabbergasted. How can a bodhisattva who only chants scriptures and recites Buddhist scriptures without any magic power come to the immortal town? And even if he came to the immortal town, how can he smoothly return to the Great Lightning Tune Temple in the current situation? Difficult. In the process of preaching the scriptures in the Elysium world, whether it is the immortal emperor, the Mahavairakana world revered or the great saint of the demon clan, none of them can directly make a move. Otherwise, the Elysium world revered will be considered a failure. Why is there a great saint of the demon clan? Xiaohua was a little puzzled. Xian ignored Xiaohua's question and said, if there is really a great difficulty, there seems to be some flexibility, but I am not too sure about the specific boundaries. I am curious. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This war is disadvantageous to the immortal palace. The Mahavairakana world revered finally compromised. Why is the immortal palace still making so many difficult problems? Isn't this driving them away? Chapter 40-56. Even the immortal emperor has his difficulties. Xian says faintly, don't tell me what you did in the Godfiend blood pool and Dragon Island wasn't for this. Then what about Vairocana Buddha? Why would he agree? Xiaohua asks with a smile. Xian also frowns. Yeah, when I heard about this I was also worried for the immortal emperor. I thought that Vairocana Buddha would not agree no matter what, or even lower the conditions. Who knew that Vairocana Buddha did not refute at all and immediately agreed. This made all the officials in the immortal palace dumbfounded, feeling that they had fallen into Vairocana Buddha's scheme and smashed their own feet with a rock. Could it be that Vairocana Buddha had already planned this? Don't forget Vairocana Buddha is. At this point Xiaohua laughs himself. Vairocana Buddha has the art of karma. How could the immortal emperor not know how to predict the future? Xian nods. Sutra seeking in extreme bliss was naturally proposed by Vairocana Buddha. If he had plans, that would be normal. But the problem is, how can there be such a bodhisattva? Even if there is such a bodhisattva, the entire sutra seeking in extreme bliss is definitely not just seeking sutras. Xiaohua can naturally see the strangeness in it. Xian's thumb is still twirling with Xiaohua as it replies, of course. Sutra seeking in extreme bliss is just a gimmick. There will definitely be many difficulties along the way. Not only will my 100 family association obstruct it and prevent it from being completed normally, even some heavenly king protectors of the Buddhist sect will think of ways to cause trouble. There are also 1,000 demons, sacred realm demons. Xiaohua reminds, those great sages will probably not watch from the side, and will not allow the immortal emperor and Vairocana Buddha's plan to be completed. Not just them. Xian says with a smile, you Dao sect cultivators will definitely not let this bodhisattva safely walk to the great lightning tune temple in extreme bliss, right? It has nothing to do with me. I will immediately go into seclusion when I return. I will not care about anything. Xiaohua raises his left hand and replies solemnly, it's best that you don't get involved. Xian replied, the sutra seeking in nirvana is also a process of elimination. Many forces will show up. The Heavenly Palace and the Big Lain Temple will do their best to protect this bodhisattva. But if anyone shows up, they will definitely strike with lightning. Who knows, maybe the Grand Mist Ancestor will suffer a great loss this time. If that's the case, Xiaohua looked at Xian with a smile and said with a double meaning, do I have a great chance? Xian naturally understood the meaning behind Xiaohua's words. He unconsciously blushed and said in a low voice, I don't know. Seeing Xin so shy, where was the arrogance of a princess of the immortal palace? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't been close to a woman for several hundred years, so his mental fortitude was inevitably weakened. However, when he felt Xiaohua's palm burning hot, Xian immediately jumped in fright. He used his left hand to pinch Xiaohua's right hand, wanting to pull his hand out. How could Xiaohua let her have her way? He hurriedly tightened his grip. Xian whipped a few times but didn't have any effect. He glared at Xiaohua and hurriedly changed the topic. However, Xiaohua, don't underestimate Mahavairocana's methods. Do you still remember the little monk Xiai Hui? Of course. Xiaohua nodded. Is he already Manjushri Bodhisattva? Yes. He's now in Yu Province's Longevity Town. He received Mahavairocana's Buddhist edict to find a sutra seeker in Yu Province. Xiaohua was even more baffled. Why didn't Manjushri Bodhisattva go to Western Paradise to find a Buddhist disciple? Isn't this giving up what's near at hand to seek what's far away? Xian rolled her eyes at Xiaohua and said, you're stupid. Longevity Town is the starting point of Western Paradise's sutra seeker. Moreover, Mahavairocana has already issued a Buddhist edict several decades ago. Every temple in Western Paradise must send a disciple to Longevity Town to worship Buddha. If a suitable disciple can be found, then wouldn't Western Paradise's Buddhist disciple need to travel thousands of miles to hidden immortal mainland? Why do I feel that there's something fishy about this? Xiaohua said thought-provoking. Mahavairocana must have done something. I haven't found out what he did yet. Xian said with a smile. However, there seems to be some clues about the sutra seeker in Western Paradise. Xiaohua was speechless. This person must have been arranged by Mahavairocana. You're wrong. Xian said with a smile. Mahavairocana doesn't know about this. It was discovered by Immortal Emperor, when he used the clear sky mirror to search hidden immortal mainland. However, since Immortal Emperor knows, then Mahavairocana also knows. Who's this monk? How can he be so powerful? Even I want to go and take a look. Xiaohua didn't care about it in his heart. He just followed Xion's words and asked casually. This monk came from Western Paradise's Golden Mountain Temple. His Buddhist name seems to be Chuanzong. Boom! Xion's words hit Xiaohua like a thunderbolt. Xiaohua's expression became sluggish. His thumb that was moving along with Xion's thumb also became empty. Xion immediately felt that something was wrong. She stopped and asked curiously, "What's wrong? You know this monk?" Xiaohua looked at Xion's pure face and said with a bitter smile, "Don't forget, I've been to Western Paradise. I've really been to Golden Mountain Temple. However, I didn't say that there was a monk called Chuanzong in Golden Mountain Temple. He's called Chuanzong. This monk is the disciple of Great Master Nirvana." Xion suddenly realized and said with a smile, "He seems to be a disciple of Golden Mountain Temple after you and I left Western Paradise. How could you have seen him that day?" Xiaohua was somewhat absent-minded. He was almost certain that this Chuanzong was Zhang Luer. After all, although Zhang Luer had been in meditation for hundreds of years, he didn't have any psychokinesis. However, he still had some doubts. If Chuanzong was Zhang Luer, why didn't he cultivate Buddhism? An ordinary Buddhist trekked from Western Paradise to hidden immortal mainland. That kind of difficulty and danger was definitely not something that ordinary people could imagine. How could Xion not see Xiaohua's absent-mindedness? She asked tentatively, "Could it be you have some karma with this little monk?" Xiaohua collected his thoughts and shook his head. "I still don't know who this monk is. There's no need to talk about karma now. However, if there is some karma this matter, be careful," Xion said with concern. "Anyone can seek benefits in the sutra seeking extreme bliss. Only Taoist cultivators can't." "And I know," Xiaohua said with a smile. "I'm also a tipu. You're so cunning," Xion rebuked. Xiaohua looked at the empty wine cups on the stone table and said with a smile, "How can 2 cups of newly brewed wine be enough?" With that, Xiaohua raised the pot with his left hand and poured the clear wine into the 2 empty wine cups. Xion's eyes showed a slight pain, showing her helplessness. She pulled her left hand out of Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua naturally didn't loosen his grip, but Xion shook her head slightly and tightened her grip. Xiaohua didn't dare to stay any longer and loosened his grip. Xion's left hand took out a jade eye from her bosom and said with a forced smile, "Xiaohua, I know you are looking for the real refining method of the wishful rod. This is the refining method I asked for from the master of Jade Pure Palace. It also records the location of some magnetism in hidden immortal mainland. I hope it will be useful to you." "Oh, thank you very much." Xiaohua beamed with joy. He took the jade eye and was about to look at it. Xion stopped him and said, "You and I don't need to thank each other. You can take it and look at it later." "Okay." Xiaohua took back the jade eye and seemed to have thought of something. He asked softly, "I still have a question about the 5 cheese unifications." Xion's eyebrows slightly moved. She lowered her head and didn't look at Xiaohua. She said, presumably, "You have already met the great scholar of true Confucianism in the God-Devil blood pool, and obtained a certificate of true Confucianism. This true Confucianism is an organization whose purpose is to find the real cultivation purpose of Confucianism. Because today's Confucianism is no longer the Confucianism of the past, the path of cultivation seems to have some deviations. Many ambitious people in the Immortal Palace and the 100 schools of Confucianism have already seen the hidden dangers, so they formed such an organization. Although the true Confucian hasn't found the true purpose of Confucian cultivation, we've already discovered that the true cultivation techniques of Confucian cultivation are recorded in the 5 heavenly tomes. These 5 heavenly tomes aren't complete heavenly tomes. One of them is half a heavenly tomes. Of course, even the 4.5 heavenly tomes are nowhere to be found. No one knows where these heavenly tomes are scattered in the hidden immortal continent, the pure land of ultimate bliss, or the 1,000 demons sacred realm. Perhaps it is the will of heaven, or perhaps it is man-made. The true meaning of Confucianism has already been hidden in the dust of time. Oh right, that certificate is not only a certificate, it is also a life-saving amulet. If you encounter a great danger, You can use your true chi to crush it. It will give you an unexpected surprise. While speaking, Xian's eyes unexpectedly have some clear tears. She raised her wine cup and said, Darling Xiao, come for your future. Let this concubine toast you. Okay. Although Xiaohua felt that Xian's mood was somewhat fluctuating, and he felt that it was inappropriate, he had plenty of time to talk to Xian, so he did not mind. He raised his cup, clinked it, and said with a smile, My future is also your path. Just as Xiaohua was about to finish the cup in one gulp, Xian suddenly stopped. She raised her hand and extended it to Xiaohua's cheek. She lightly touched Xiaohua's skin and said in a low voice, Xiaohua, do you think this concubine is too casual? You and I have only met once. Even though we have experienced life and death in the mysterious water palace, but, of course, Xiaohua was also very surprised. After all, women were not like men, especially women of Confucianism. Which one of them did not emphasize the 3 obedience and 4 virtues and not look at indecent things? As a princess of the immortal palace, Xian could not indulge her feelings even more. Xian's private meeting with him in the lower realm was indeed a great taboo in the immortal palace. I think you must have your own reasons. Xiaohua replied after some consideration. Moreover, if you don't say it, how can I know your heart? This is an opportunity given to us by the heavens. Phew. Xian seemed to let out a long breath, as if she had put down a heavy burden. A charming smile appeared on her face, and she raised her wine cup and drank it up. Gotcha. As Xian's wine cup was emptied, the entire night sky was instantly filled with thunderbolts. It was as if heavy rain was pouring down, and all the tranquility and beauty were completely shattered. Looking at the left side of the Huading, the brilliant sea of flowers now seemed to be ravaged by thousands of hands, and the petals fell miserably into the flower path. What's going on? Xiaohua was stunned and looked at Xian with some confusion. Xian forced a smile on her face and said, Darling Xiao, after today's parting, I don't know when we will meet again. You have to cultivate diligently. Gotcha. Another thunderbolt struck Huading. The whole Huading shook, and the wine pot on the stone table was knocked over. However, the wine pot was already empty, and not a single drop of wine flowed out. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air, and finally understood why Xian took so long to fill the 3rd cup of wine. Alas, Xiaohua sighed and looked at Xian. Why didn't you say so earlier? Sooner or later, we will have to part in the end. Xian raised her eyebrows and looked at the large watery clouds in the night sky. There was some bright brilliance at the edge of the watery clouds, as if the light of dawn was about to come. Just like the sky, dawn will come eventually. Looking at Xian's eyebrows and the swaying light in the night sky, Xiaohua understood that he couldn't say anything more at this time. He gently held Xian's waist, and Xian struggled with all her might. However, seeing Xiaohua's lips on her forehead, Xian closed her eyes in both pain and happiness. Her hands nervously grasped each other and trembled slightly. However, this trembling suddenly stopped, just like Xian's body, which suddenly stiffened. Her tightly closed eyes and Xiaohua's arms suddenly opened, and her eyes were filled with disbelief and surprise. Chapter 40-57. After a while, Xiaohua's lips left Xian's forehead. The faint green light had already disappeared. Xiaohua looked at Xian and said in a low voice, Go back. One day, I will go to the immortal palace to find you. Xian's eyes rekindled with hope. I know you will. Xiaohua's name will definitely resound throughout the 3 continents. Gotcha. 9 bolts of lightning struck down simultaneously, shattering Huading, the sea of flowers and everything else. A chair on the back of a colorful phoenix appeared out of thin air. Xian reluctantly landed on the chair, and he saw tens of thousands of colorful clouds shooting up into the sky. Pillars of noble chi propelled the colorful phoenix up into the sky slowly. Xiaohua. A sweet smile appeared on Xian's face. She said, Seeing you today, this life is enough. If fate wills it, we will meet again. Xiaohua slightly raised his hand and said with a smile, There is no need for fate. We will meet again soon. Exan, you have to believe me. Okay, I believe you. Exan smiled. The entire night sky was lit up, and the rainy night shone brightly. Not far away, Tao Wu's figure also turned into a stream of light and shot into the sky. Along with the colorful phoenix, it disappeared into the void. Damn it, this is a little strange. Seeing all the strange phenomena disappear, Xiaohua carefully thought about it and felt a little apprehensive. Exan came out for no reason and left for no reason. Her strange emotions were really strange. Disciple. Xiaohua raised his hand and said, "Have you had enough?" No. Fujiwen obviously knew what Xiaohua was teasing him about. He said honestly, "There are immortal palaces inspectors nearby. How would I dare to be rash?" What did Tao Wu say? Xiaohua asked in a low voice. I feel that there is something strange about it. Indeed. Tao Wu's words were also strange. Fujiwen agreed. However, no matter how much I tried to get her to say, she didn't say anything. In the end, when thunder fell from the sky, she sighed and said, "Thunder rises, rain falls, flowers wither. 3 cups of fate end. From now on we are strangers." Xiaohua smiled coldly. He looked at the dark sky and said, "What nonsense, end of fate. Exan treated me like this. How can I let her down?" However, master, this matter is rather difficult. Fujiwen whispered. Jianghong bears the burden of the Grotto Heaven River. If Louis wants to form a relationship with Jianghong, he has to bear the burden of the Grotto Heaven River. Moreover, Princess Xinxin is the princess of the Immortal Palace. Master, your task is very important. Of course, for the sake of my own happiness and yours, I have no choice but to cultivate properly. Xiaohua nodded and said, "Let's go. Let's hurry back to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Master will inform you that we still have to make a trip to the Longevity Town." Master, why are you going to Longevity Town? Fujiwen was puzzled. Aren't you rushing back to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range to enter seclusion? Plans cannot keep up with changes. Xiaohua said helplessly, "I have no choice but to go to Longevity Town. A very important relative of mine is there." Ah, Master still has relatives. Fujiwen was extremely shocked. That might not be the case. Xiaohua's heart was somewhat irritated for no reason. He waved his hand and said, "We can only go and take a look to know." Master, Fujiwen asked in a low voice, "From here to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range, we just happened to pass by Pingshan country. What do you think?" Xiaohua nodded. "No problem. Since I have already promised you, I will definitely do it. This Kunlun immortal realm is extremely spacious. Moreover, the heaven and earth origin qi is increasingly abundant. Not to mention your Fu family. Even if you Zhongquan and Chongyuan 2 families come here, it won't be a problem." "Thank you, Master." Fujiwen was extremely happy. Disciple has already told them. However, junior brother Yu and junior sister Chang's relationship with their families is not good. Therefore, they do not plan to go back and invite their families to stay in Kunlun Immortal Realm. Although junior brother Wang Bianfei did not say anything, it seems that he also misses his mother. Alas, the ancients have a saying that when one's parents are present, one should not travel far. It really makes sense. Xiaohua sighed and said, "Blood ties cannot be cut off no matter what. Master originally wanted to go to Longevity Town first, and then return to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. It seems that I should return to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range first." Thinking about Wang Bianfei's mother missing her son in the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range every day, Master feels very uncomfortable in his heart. Yes. Fujiwen's expression was somewhat gloomy. Disciple's parents are already old. If Disciple does not return, I'm afraid that I will not be able to see them anymore. "Let's go," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Then what are you hesitating for? Of course, your parents chasing you out of the sect is also for your own good. But then again, even if they did something wrong, think about how they raised you. You should be filial to them every day." Fujiwen previously had a gap with his parents because of Tao Wu's background. Now that Tao Wu was a female official of the Immortal Palace, wouldn't she be 100 times more noble than an ordinary woman in the world? Therefore, the grudge in Fujiwen's heart disappeared, and he was eager to return home. Several months later, In the mountain range on the west side of Pingshan country, Xiaohua stood on the flying carriage with a smile. Seeing Fu Jiwen fly back dejectedly, he said with a smile, "What? Your parents did not come out with you?" "My parents did not believe that Tao Wu was a female official of the Immortal Palace," Fu Jiwen said with a bitter smile. No matter what disciples said, they always said that disciple lied to them. "Haha, it seems like they saw through your previous plan in an instant," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Master did not agree that day. You used the Immortal Palace as a cover, but did not have the Immortal Palace's token. How could you persuade them to go to the Immortal Palace? Besides, without the proper ceremony, it would not be legitimate. Why would they go to the Immortal Palace with you? Actually, the most important thing is that mother's health is not good, and father is not willing to leave Pingshan country. As the saying goes, it is difficult to leave one's homeland," Fu Jiwen said with melancholy. "But the more it is like this, the more disciple is worried. Master understands." Xiaohua nodded. Lightning flashed around his body as he said, "Look at Master's methods. Master, you can't really." Fu Jiwen suddenly remembered what Xiaohua had said to him earlier. Without waiting for Fu Jiwen to finish, Xiaohua's figure disappeared. "All right." Fu Jiwen sat on the flying carriage and quietly looked in the direction of Pingshan country. He said helplessly, "Looks like I can only use force." In less than half a cup of tea's time, lightning flashed near the flying carriage and Xiaohua's figure appeared. He said with a smile, "Let's go, disciple. It's done." "Thank you for your trouble, Master." Fu Jiwen smiled and urged the flying carriage to fly towards the soaring Dragon Mountain range. At this time, Yu province was not as calm as Xian had said. The Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators were still fighting openly and covertly. Chaotic Buddhist senses and eye-clearing techniques appeared in the air from time to time. Fu Jiwen had only been flying for a few days, but there were already several groups of Confucian cultivators blocking his path. In the end, Xiaohua put away the flying carriage and had Fu Jiwen accompany his parents in the space, while he flew towards the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Xiaohua returned to the Fortune Gate not just a day later. Xiongyi and the other disciples did not expect him to return so soon. They were ecstatic to welcome him. Xiaohua's actions in the Fiend God blood pool had spread throughout the hidden immortal continent. Naturally, the disciples of the Fortune Gate had also heard of it. The scheming disciples like Xiongyi had long seen the hope of Xiaohua's rise. They also saw the Fortune Gate's reputation shaking the hidden immortal continent in the future. They were full of confidence in their own futures. Xiaohua sat on the Fortune Dao Palace's throne. He did not ask about the Fortune Gate's development during this period. Instead, he explained his cooperation with the Flowing Merchant Union in detail. He also ordered Xiongyi Lanji and Li Xiang to bring out some spiritual herbs, medicinal pills, and things from the Forbidden Spring Sea. He then released Wang Baifei and asked him to invite his mother. When Xiongyi and the others saw that Xiaohua did not ask about the Fortune Gate's affairs, they knew that he trusted them. However, they still mentioned some important matters. When Xiaohua heard that due to the recent war and famine on the hidden immortal continent, a large number of refugees had appeared, and that the Fortune Gate had accepted tens of thousands of children as disciples in order to expand their forces, he frowned. He pondered for a moment, and his consciousness entered the space to discuss with the green-robed Xiaohua. He then ordered Li Xiang to divide the disciples and gather them in one place. When Xiongyi heard this, he immediately thought of the tens of thousands of disciples that Xiaohua had accepted in the Jiang country's capital. He hurriedly advised, "Master, you still have to cultivate. With so many low-level disciples, it's better to let the disciples teach them." Xiaohua smiled and said, "My Fortune Gate has just been established, and its foundation is not stable. We should recruit more disciples. But if we recruit so many disciples at once, the low-level disciples won't be able to teach them. After all, they also have to cultivate." Yes, disciple did not consider it properly. Xiongyi's face was burning. Disciple only feels that they are pitiful. Xiongyi. Xiaohua shook his head and said, "You did the right thing. Master is not blaming you for this. If you did not accept them, they would have starved to death the next day in the wilderness. Even if my Fortune Gate does not develop, we must do these good deeds. Master means, There is no need to say more now. In short, leave the disciples that you can teach, and Master will take the rest. All right. Seeing Xiaohua's determination, Xiongyi did not refute. Li Xiang frowned again. Master, didn't you just come back? Why do you still want to go out? It can't be considered going out. Xiaohua smiled and said, I heard that the Longevity Town is going to put on a good show of seeking scriptures in paradise. Master wants to go and take a look. So that's how it is. Prince Lan smiled and said, Disciple has long heard that the Buddhist sect has pasted a Buddhist list in the Longevity Town, waiting for a suitable arhat to reveal the list. It has already been half a year, right? No suitable arhat has appeared. I'm afraid this matter will be ruined. The show that Master wants to see won't happen. Absolutely not. Xiaohua smiled. But just as he said this, Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved and he stood up from the jade chair. Excitement appeared on his face as he exclaimed, That's right, although there are not many arhats who can go to paradise to seek scriptures, there is definitely more than one. Why must Zhang Luer send himself to death? Chapter 40-58. Master. Xiongyi and the others looked at each other, not knowing what Xiaohua was talking about. Master. At this time, Wang Yifei brought his mother to the main hall and was about to greet Xiaohua. Xiaohua flew in the air, waving the Kunlun mirror in his hand. A beam of light covered the two of them as he said, Go to the Kunlun paradise first, we'll talk later. He then turned to Xiongyi and asked, Are those disciples ready? Of course. Xiongyi hurriedly stood up and answered, Those who can be taught and those who can't be taught are separated. There is no need for special preparation. Good. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Bring Master there. Master suddenly thought of something and needs to do it immediately. Actually, if Master has something to do, there is no harm in doing it first, we'll talk about it after you're done. Xiongyi answered with a smile as he led the way. Xiaohua shook his head with a wry smile. Master thought that matter was already confirmed, but I didn't expect. Master received the news too early. The real thing hasn't happened yet. Therefore, Master is a little flustered. Xiaohua followed Xiongyi to the back of the mountain and looked at the neat rows of huts. They were very similar to the huts he saw in the Imperial Thunder sect. He nodded with satisfaction and then took out the Kunlun mirror. He released his consciousness and took the hut and the boy inside into the space. Then, without daring to delay, Xiaohua nodded to Xiongyi and the others and flew out of the soaring dragon mountain range. Looking at Xiaohua's back as he flew away in a hurry, Xiongyi was a little confused. He pondered inwardly, Master has already accepted more than 10,000 disciples, and now he has taken in another 20,000 children. In total he has 30,000 disciples, which is more than the soaring dragon mountain range's Fortune Gates disciples. Could it be that Master has other plans? Xiaohua didn't know what Xiongyi was thinking. He had already activated his flying technique and rushed towards the Longevity Town, wanting to stop monk Chunzong before he took down the Buddha list. Of course, the premise was that Chunzong was Zhang Luer. Looking at the familiar scenery below him, Xiaohua didn't dare to be too arrogant. He lowered his body slightly and used the appearance-changing technique, turning into a small nose and small eyes Zhang Xiaohua. Then, he took out his Confucian robe, held the feather fan in his hand, and used his flying technique to rush to the Longevity Town. Very quickly, the path that Xiaohua, Yuanya Lui, and Xiao Jian had taken to leave Longevity Town appeared beneath him. The scenery was still the same, but the people on the road were no longer the same people from back then. See, Xiaohua flew for a while and saw the Buddha in the air and the believers on the ground. He released a bit of his telekinesis, but it wasn't tight. Xiaohua gasped in surprise and exclaimed, Why is there so much power of faith here? Could it be that the power of faith belongs to Ci Hang? As he spoke, Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the 99-meter-tall Guanyin Bodhisattva standing in midair in the distance. Needless to say, the true body of the Guanyin Bodhisattva was the real Ci Hang. But the real Ci Hang had already passed away, and only the fake Ci Hang existed in this world. No wonder Mahavairakana, revered Buddha, had the idea of seeking scriptures in nirvana. This Longevity Town is just a town, and a Nanwa Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body already has so much power of faith. If the entire hidden immortal continent was filled with temples and Bodhisattva's golden body, how much power of faith would that be? Xiaohua greedily inhaled. He knew that if he released the Bodhi-Sarira now, perhaps Bodhi would immediately attain enlightenment. Unfortunately, in this longevity town, even if the Buddha-Sarira wasn't in seclusion, Xiaohua would definitely not dare to release it. Thanks to the innate divine restriction in my Naiwan palace. Xiaohua rejoiced as he flew. If it wasn't for these innate divine restriction concealing the Buddhist aura, even if the Buddha-Sarira didn't want to come out, this rich power of faith would have fallen into my Naiwan palace. At that time it would be impossible to conceal it. This is Jiangqiao Temple? When Xiaohua flew closer, he used the clear eyes technique to look. He had already noticed the changes in Jiangqiao Ridge, and unconsciously became a bit dazed. After a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Damn it, Jiangqiao Temple is obviously my Dao Sect's Taoist temple. How did it become a Buddhist temple now? Only where is that so-called Buddhist list? Xiaohua looked at the left side of Jiangqiao Ridge, but didn't see any trace of the Buddhist list. Then he looked at Jiangqiao Temple again. At this time, Jiangqiao Temple was flourishing with incense. Rays of Buddhist light lingered above the temple. Within the Buddhist light, one after another, Buddha statues faintly appeared. Along with the sound of wooden fish inside the temple, the Buddhist light rushed out. This was precisely the imposing manner of a Buddhist bodhisattva overseeing the temple. At the same time, rays of tranquil Buddhist awareness slowly swept across the surroundings of Jiangqiao Temple. With one look, one could tell that it was the inspection of the Buddhist sect's guardian heavenly king. Xiaohua pressed down on the cloud and saluted a Confucian cultivator who was slowly flying by. Greetings, fellow immortal, I have something to ask. Fellow immortal, there's no need to be so polite. Is there anything I can help you with? That Confucian cultivator was also very polite. I heard that there is a Buddhist list of Mahavajrana in Longevity Town. It's to find people who are seeking sutras in nirvana. May I know where this Buddhist list is? Since it's a Buddhist list, it's naturally inside the temple. The Confucian cultivator smiled and said, Fellow immortal, it's difficult for you to see it. That Jiangqiao Temple only allows Buddhist disciples to enter. We Confucian cultivators are not even allowed to come within 10 feet of it. Oh, the Buddhist sect is actually still so arrogant? Xiaohua asked in a low voice. I heard that on that day, wasn't there a Dongfang family disciple who attacked the Buddhist sect's Manjushri Bodhisattva with a sword and extinguished their arrogance? Alas, that was then and this is now. The Confucian cultivator sighed. Now the Immortal Palace is colluding with the Great Thunderclap Temple. They don't care about the fate of the 100 schools of Confucian cultivators, and actually do something evil like seeking sutras in nirvana. Even if we 100 schools of Confucian cultivators extinguish the arrogance of the Buddhist sect, what can we do? It's sad that they don't rise, angry that they don't fight. Alas, the pitiful immortal emperor. Xiaohua observed a moment of silence for the immortal emperor in his heart. He waved his hand and bid farewell to the Confucian cultivator. Although the Confucian cultivator's words were somewhat extreme, they clearly represented the thoughts of the majority of Confucian cultivators who didn't know the truth of the matter. Under the influence of the Confucian aristocratic families, these misunderstandings had increasingly deviated from the truth and were increasingly disadvantageous to the Immortal Palace. Seeing that the clear eyes technique couldn't penetrate the Jiangqiao Temple, Xiaohua didn't dare to use the transfiguration technique near the Jiangqiao Temple again. He hurriedly flew out of the Longevity Town, found a secluded cave, and quietly transformed into the appearance of a young Buddhist monk, and once again rushed to the Jiangqiao Temple. At the same time that Xiaohua entered the cave, a bamboo raft floated along the Liao River. The bamboo raft was very simple, and even somewhat damaged. Behind the bamboo raft stood an old fisherman holding a long bamboo pole. In front of the bamboo raft was a young monk wearing a clean monk's robe. His hands were clasped together, and he was piously looking at the Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body covered by silk on the riverside. He was chanting, Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva. Wasn't this monk Zhang Luer, whose Buddhist name was Chuanzong? As the bamboo raft approached the Jiangqiao Ridge, several Buddhist senses had already swept over it. There were also several clear eyes techniques. It seemed that they had already anticipated Chuanzong's arrival. However, Chuanzong was unaware of all this. Looking at the shore that was getting closer and closer, he turned his head and said very kindly, "Boatman, please stop here. I'll have to trouble you along the way. Little monk, have a safe journey." The old fisherman stood up shakily, raised his hand full of cracks, and waved benevolently as a form of farewell. Then, he propped the bamboo pole in his hand against the bluestone on the shore. The bamboo raft left the shore and slowly moved downstream. The bamboo raft drifted straight for several miles. The fisherman who had been standing steadily at the end of the bamboo raft suddenly trembled. His straw raincoat slowly disappeared, and the fisherman straightened up. Small heavenly flowers appeared in the void near him. The fisherman's wrinkled face also changed, revealing a solemn appearance. However, this Buddha's face was deathly pale, and even the muscles on his face were somewhat twisted. It was obvious that he was in extreme pain. Namo Amitabha. The Buddha chanted the name of Buddha, raised his foot, and stepped into the void and disappeared, leaving only the real bamboo raft drifting further and further away in the Liao River. More than 10 miles away, a patch of blood was sprinkled on the protruding rocks above the river. It was very dazzling under the noon sun. The ignorant Chuanzong, who had always been fearless, stood below the Jiangchao Ridge. He respectfully put his palms together and looked at the golden body of Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva on the Jiangchao temple. He then tidied up his monk robe and chanted, "Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva." After walking the deep Prajna Paramitha for a long time, he saw that the 5 skandhas were all emptiness, transcending all suffering. Sarira, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. As Chuanzong chanted the sutra, he kowtowed with each step and walked up the Jiangchao Ridge with great sincerity. This was a path of pilgrimage and also a path of spiritual sublimation. Chuanzong enjoyed walking on it very much. Every kowtow made his body feel relaxed and made him feel that he was one step closer to his ideal and pursuit. Chuanzong, who was immersed in his own world, did not notice that the mountain path, which was originally filled with people, had gradually become less and less crowded. The equally devout believers began to disappear. On the contrary, the sound of the wooden fish, the chanting of sutras, and the chanting of the Buddhas became louder and louder in his ears. Not only did the Jiangchao Ridge have a strange phenomenon, but the entire Longevity town also suddenly became quiet. The noise disappeared, and the complete hostility turned into peace. Rays of Buddha light inexplicably gushed out. Perhaps there were people walking on the streets, or perhaps there were people buying and selling in the shops, but all these became the background. All the eyes, the focus of the entire hidden immortal continent and the nirvana world, now fell on the Jiangchao Ridge and on the body of Chuanzong, who was kowtowing step by step. Tens of thousands of people were admiring, tens of thousands of immortals were holding their breaths, and tens of thousands of Buddhas were watching. Everyone was quietly waiting for the beginning of a new era. Waiting for the beginning of a miracle, waiting for a good show to start. Chapter 40-59. At this place, the dangers that Chuanzong experienced before would no longer exist. No one dared to face the wrath of the immortal palace and the great Layin temple in public. No one wanted to disturb this ordinary monk's devout worship of Buddha. Although Chuanzong was already bearing the burden of the war between immortals and Buddhas, his meticulous movements showed the demeanor of a bodhisattva. Finally, a loud chime came from the Jiangchao temple. Chuanzong stepped onto the Jiangchao Ridge and arrived before the golden body of Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva. When he got up again, he looked at the golden body of Guanyin Bodhisattva that was tightly covered by silk. An indescribable melancholy arose in his heart. He said softly, "Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva, disciple is Chuanzong of the Jinshan temple. I came here to worship Buddha under the order of my Buddha. I didn't come to the hidden immortal continent. I didn't know that the Buddha's light here can't shine. At the same time, I also know the Buddha Lord's intention. I hereby make a great vow that if the golden body of Bodhisattva is not revealed in the hidden immortal continent, if the Bodhisattva's Taoist field is not revealed in the town of Longevity, I will not attain the Buddha fruit in this life." Dong! Another bell rang as thousands of Buddhas chanted, Amitabha, Amitabha. Along with the chanting, A young novice monk came out from the side of the lotus seat of the Guanyin Bodhisattva. He put his palms together and said, Amitabha. Disciple Chongping greets Uncle Master. Amitabha, martial nephew, is too courteous. Chuanzong hurriedly returned the greeting. He looked left and right and said with a smile, I came from the Golden Mountain Temple in the Elysium. Along the way, I heard that there are many believers in the Jiangchao Ridge of the town of Longevity. I wonder what happened today? All right, Uncle Master understands. Chongping replied, My Buddha has issued a Buddhist decree, and the senior brothers and senior uncles of the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss have all come to support my River and Tide Temple. However, my Buddha is merciful and does not wish to incur the hatred of the Confucian cultivators. Hence, after paying respects to Buddha, they all turned back. However, the Confucian cultivators have been oppressing our Buddhist sect, so our Buddha's light can only shine in the Longevity town. Sigh, what a tragedy! Chuanzong sighed. Buddha delivers all living beings from torment and enlightens the myriad of worlds. This is the most important thing in the world. Why can't it be tolerated in the hidden immortal continent? Buddhism is vast and will not help those who are not fated. Chongping smiled and raised his hand. Martial uncle, you've come from afar to the Longevity town. Please follow me to the temple for tea. Many thanks, martial nephew. Chunzong nodded and followed Chongping down another mountain path. Chongping, who was in front of him, had no cultivation at all. At this moment, Xiao Hua, who had just arrived at the Longevity town, suddenly felt a rarely seen aura suddenly descend from the sky, enveloping the entire Longevity town. At the same time, from another direction, an extremely dignified aura also appeared, surrounding the Longevity town. Everything in front of him suddenly became somewhat unreal, as if he, the mountain, and the people on the road had all turned into shadows. Not good. Lu'er is here. Xiao Hua was startled. Sweat dripped down from his forehead. He complained about his carelessness in his heart. Almost without thinking, he released his spiritual force. Unfortunately, his divine sense was like nothingness. No matter how hard he tried, his divine sense could not leave his body. Moreover, his figure began to drift in the air. No matter how hard he tried to circulate his true essence, he was unable to take even half a step forward. Damn it! How could Xiao Hua not know that the experts of the Buddhist sect and the Immortal Palace had already sealed off the entire Longevity town, eliminating any factors that would disturb Zhang Luer's announcement? Xiao Hua's mind raced. He had brought Zhang Luer from the Xiaoyu continent to the Western Paradise. Now that he could wake up from his meditation, Xiao Hua was very happy. If it was under normal circumstances, Xiao Hua would definitely not stop Zhang Luer from doing anything for the Buddhist sect. However, it was unusual now. Zhang Luer had no strength to truss up a chicken. In front of the many forces of the hidden immortal continent, the Western Paradise, and the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, any cultivator from these forces could easily kill Zhang Luer. Although the Immortal Palace and the Leiyin Temple were protecting Zhang Luer with all their strength, after the two forces came, countless methods would fall on Zhang Luer like a storm. If the two forces were to slack off, Zhang Luer would die. Moreover, the two forces might protect Zhang Luer now, but who knew what would happen in the future? What would happen in the future? Would they still care about Zhang Luer's life and death? Xiao Hua could not take this risk. He could not let Zhang Luer, his only relative in the three continents, fall into such a dangerous situation. Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and landed on the ground. He retracted his aura like an ordinary person and walked towards the Jiangchao temple. Amitabha. Chuanzong stepped into the Jiangchao temple. There were not many monks in the entire Jiangchao temple. There were also not many good men and women worshipping Buddha. Chuanzong chanted Buddha's name and said somewhat sadly, Martial nephew, the Longevity town is the #1 town of the Buddhist sect in the hidden immortal continent. The incense of the Buddha is still too. Sigh yes. Chuanzong Ping lamented. Disciple has also heard from the Western Paradise's martial uncles that the incense of the Western Paradise is at its peak. Disciple really admires it. Unfortunately, if there was no one who prayed for the Sutra of Nirvana, not to mention the incense of the Jiangchao temple, even the golden body of the Guanyin Bodhisattva would be pushed down again. Praying for the Sutra of Nirvana? Chuanzong stared blankly and asked puzzledly, what does that mean? Oh, Martial uncle actually doesn't know? Chuanzong Ping was very surprised. This matter has already spread throughout the hidden immortal continent. Martial uncle hasn't heard of it? Ba. Chuanzong was somewhat embarrassed. I ate and slept in the open all the way. When I rested, I recited Buddhist scriptures. I didn't have the chance to listen to other people's nonsense. So that's how it is. Chuanzong Ping's face was filled with reverence. Martial uncle, this is the right way to cultivate. I don't dare. Chuanzong quickly shook his head. My Buddhist sect has thousands of cultivation methods. Everyone has their own cultivation method. Martial uncle, this way please. Chuanzong Ping led Chuanzong to a Buddhist shrine in the Hall of Great Strength. He used his finger to point at a Buddhist decree emitting a faint Buddhist light and said, "This is the Buddhist decree of praying for the Sutra of Nirvana." However, until now, this Buddhist decree has not been taken down by anyone. Oh, is it that difficult? Chuanzong was somewhat in disbelief. He unconsciously took 2 steps forward and looked at it. Ba. Chuanzong Ping saw Chuanzong's gaze fall on the Buddhist decree, and a smile appeared on his face. His whole body slowly retreated and the whole world stopped here. After an unknown period of time, Chuanzong's gaze moved away from the Buddhist decree. He then turned his head and looked at the golden body of Guanyin Bodhisattva on the Jiangqiao Ridge. The silk on the golden body fluttered in the wind. Chuanzong's gaze then turned to the west, the far west. Finally, his gaze fell on the Buddhist decree and a firm expression appeared on his face. Ba. Although it's 1,000 miles, although it's 10,000 miles, the Buddha is in this poor monk's heart. 1 step, 10 steps, what else can I ask for in the Western paradise? Since disciple Chuanzong has already made a great wish for Guanyin Bodhisattva, disciple is willing to take down the Buddhist decree of the Buddha Lord. Then my Buddha's Buddhist light will spread throughout the hidden immortal continent. As he spoke, Chuanzong raised his hand and placed it on the Buddhist decree. Although the Buddhist light was faint, it was also endlessly tenacious. However, this Buddhist light could block the hands of thousands of bodhisattvas but could not stop Chuanzong. Chuanzong's hand touched a corner of the Buddhist decree. Wait! At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the originally silent Jiangqiao temple. Chuanzong was slightly stunned. He turned his head and saw a faint shadow squeezing out from the crack of the door. Wasn't that Xiao Hua who tried his best to pass through the longevity town, and had no choice but to use all of his magical powers to enter the Jiangqiao temple from the sealed void? Chuanzong was stunned when he saw a monk with a small nose and small eyes. This was because although he had never seen this face before, an inexplicable sense of familiarity arose from the bottom of his heart. He could not help but ask curiously, "Junior brother, do you have any orders?" Xiao Hua saw that Chuanzong's hand was already on the Buddhist decree, and naturally knew that the matter had reached the final step. He wanted to say a lot of things, but he also knew that no matter how many things there were, someone would not let him say them. He only opened his mouth and said, "Seeking the sutra in the Western paradise is extremely risky. Have you thought it through?" Even though Xiao Hua had only said a few words, the deep concern in his voice struck Chuanzong's heart harder than any hypocritical concern in the world. However, Chuanzong only smiled faintly. He turned his head to look at the Buddhist decree and replied, "Although this poor monk does not have the cultivation of Buddhism, this poor monk is still a disciple of Buddhism. Now that Buddhism needs someone to go through water and tread on fire, why can't this disciple be the person who steps into the sea of fire?" Xiao Hua still wanted to say something, but the difficulty in Chuanzong's words showed that this was his own choice. There was no coercion or temptation. Since this was the case, Xiao Hua did not have too many reasons to stop him. After all, Chuanzong's path was still up to him to walk. Alas, Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. His figure stood there and gradually solidified. Boom! Chuanzong's hand slightly exerted force. A pillar of Buddhist light shot up into the sky. Thousands of heavenly flowers were born from the void shattered by the pillar of light. Following the heavenly flowers, many fairies appeared. After the fairies, many small worlds emerged from the heavenly flowers. Billions of Buddhas were chanting the scriptures of Buddhism in the small worlds. Following this Buddhist light, the imprisonment of the entire longevity town suddenly disappeared. Xiao Hua's feet also firmly stepped on the ground. Ba. Amidst the soaring Buddhist light, Manjushri Bodhisattva appeared riding on an azure lion. His compassionate face revealed a well-thought-out plan. The voice of Manjushri Bodhisattva resounded in the longevity town. Chuanzong, you have taken down the Buddhist decree. This time, the heavy responsibility of seeking the scriptures in paradise falls on your shoulders. This trip has to cross thousands of mountains and rivers. You have to experience difficulties and obstacles. The most important thing is that you have to walk this million miles of road step by step. You can't use any supernatural power beyond ordinary people. Do you have the determination? Disciple Chuanzong is a Bodhi monk. I don't have any supernatural power. Chuanzong's voice was originally low, but at this time under the Buddhist light it was like thunder. Not only did it resound in the River Tide Temple, it also resounded in the longevity town, and spread to the entire Yuzhou and even the 9 regions of the hidden immortal continent. Disciple came to River Tide Temple from Jinshan Temple, relying on disciple's feet, step by step. Now, I'm just going back to ask my Mahayana Sutra to come to the hidden immortal continent. Whether it's 10 years or 100 years, disciple is determined to let my Buddhist light spread all over the hidden immortal continent. Amitabha, Amitabha. The entire longevity town was filled with Buddhist light. It was peaceful and jubilant. Chapter 40-60. Xiao Hua, who was standing at the Rivertide Temple, stared blankly at this magnificent scene. He couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart, because everything was planned early on, everything was arranged in advance. Under this grand occasion, who knew how much blood was hidden? How many schemes were hidden? Perhaps this grand occasion was the beginning of the light of Buddha, but who knew if this was the end of the light of Buddha's annihilation? Who knew how many people would fall in this so-called grand occasion, and who would care about the protagonist of this grand occasion? In the light of Buddha, monks filed out of the hall of great strength. At the edge of the chi of righteousness, Confucian cultivators wearing tall hats and robes came from afar. It was as if the killing intent of immortals and Buddhas that had accumulated for decades disappeared the moment Chuanzong unveiled the Buddhist decree. It was as if the war between immortals and Buddhas was just a joke. When immortals and Buddhas were having an affair, Xiao Hua suddenly felt filthy and felt that he was not worthy of such a noble ceremony. He turned his head indifferently and floated out of the Jiangqiao temple. It was not that no one noticed Xiao Hua's departure, but the alert Confucian cultivators thought that Xiao Hua was a test arranged by the Buddhist sect, and the Buddhist sect thought that Xiao Hua was a chess piece of the Confucian cultivators. When they relaxed, Xiao Hua had already disappeared before everyone's eyes. Xiao Hua, who walked out of the Jiangqiao temple, had the opportunity to seriously examine the longevity town that wrote his legend. Unfortunately, the longevity town was completely different from Xiao Hua's previous memory. The roadside tea shed disappeared, the store where Xiao Hua bought grain disappeared, the store where Yuanya bought buns on credit disappeared, and even the intersection where Xiao Jian set up his divination stall disappeared. Xiao Hua looked at it for a while and was already bored. He turned his head to look at the high Jiangqiao ridge, at the tall golden body of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Although the golden body was blocked by silk, the rich power of faith around it condensed into a mirror-like flowing light. Xiao Hua had no doubt that as long as his Buddha relic Bodhi came out at this time, he would immediately be able to attain Bodhisattva's Buddha fruit. However, how could he dare to expose himself at this time? Guanyin Bodhisattva's Buddha fruit was different from other Bodhisattvas. It could not be replicated. If it were not for the immortals and Buddhas crushing each other, how could an ordinary monk obtain so much power of faith? Of course, at this time, Guanyin Bodhisattva attained Buddha fruit and completely subverted the plan of seeking scriptures in paradise. This was directly the fuse of the war between immortals and Buddhas. Even the Mahavajrayana revered one didn't dare to bear this responsibility, so how could Xiao Hua risk universal condemnation? However, after a short while, Xiao Hua once again looked towards the west thoughtfully. He thought to himself in bewilderment, Elysium doesn't seem to be in the west. Why did Luer look to the west before he took down the Buddhist edict? What does that mean? Forget it, go ahead. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment, then felt a little disheartened. Luer is already grown up. He should walk his own path. When Xiao Hua turned his head, his gaze landed on Liao Jiang. It was from Liao River that he was rescued by Yuanya. and brought to the temple of river and tide. At that time, his cultivation had not recovered, so he did not have the intention to explore Liao River. Now that he was standing in front of Liao River, he could not help but think of the sea eye of the West Sea and Liao River. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's figure flew up and headed towards the upper reaches of Liao River. Previously, some grains were planted on both sides of Liao River, but now it was flat and clean. The villagers planted Bodhi trees and sunflower lotuses, making it look lush and green. Xiao Hua flew up for hundreds of miles. Suddenly, dragon vein Xiao Hua trembled in his body and called out in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, please stop." "Oh? What's wrong?" Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. His figure stopped in mid-air, and he released his divine sense in confusion. He asked, "Could it be that the heavenly abode river dragon clan has appeared in Liao River again?" However, just as Xiao Hua finished speaking, he felt a burst of joy in his heart, as if he had thought of something. "That's right." Dragon vein Xiao Hua's voice was also ecstatic. "I sense the aura of the Yuzhou cauldron. How is that possible?" Xiao Hua's voice was also filled with disbelief. How could the Yuzhou cauldron be in Longevity Town? Nothing is impossible. Dragon vein Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist previously fell into the void passage in the West Sea's eye, and then appeared in Liao River. If there wasn't a passage that led directly to the void here, how could fellow Taoists come here? Since there is a passage to the void here, it is naturally possible for the Yuzhou cauldron to be here. Moreover, at that time, I'm afraid that Kong Hongwu had already taken away the other 5 cauldrons, causing the Yuzhou cauldron to lose its effectiveness. That's why fellow Taoist was able to float out from the suppression of the Yuzhou cauldron." But Xiao Hua was somewhat hesitant. He turned his head to look in the direction of Longevity Town and said in a low voice, "At this time, the Longevity Town's immortal and Buddhist experts are all here, and the sutra-seeking extreme bliss hasn't started yet. How could we dare to make a move here?" Fellow Taoist misunderstood. Dragon vein Xiao Hua said with a smile, "It's impossible for us to make a move now. When the sutra-seeking extreme bliss begins, the attention of the hidden immortal continent and the sutra-seeking extreme bliss will follow Chuanzong out of Longevity Town. This Longevity Town will naturally be ignored, and it won't be too late for us to make a move then. And that's how it should be." Xiao Hua laughed mischievously. "Moreover, this time can't be too long. Otherwise, when those Buddhist experts turn their attention back from the sutra-seeking extreme bliss and land on the river and tide temple, you and I will no longer have a chance." Fellow Taoist is wise. Dragon vein Xiao Hua flattered. Xiao Hua made up his mind, and his figure no longer stayed. Like a meteor, he flew forward for another 1,000 li and rushed into the depths of Liao River. At the bottom of the river he found a secluded place to hide. After waiting for several tens of days, Xiao Hua finally flew out from the bottom of Liao River. When he quietly released a strand of divine sense to explore Longevity Town, it was as he expected. Not only was the incense in the river and tide temple declining, even the entire Longevity Town appeared deserted. It was as he expected. Good. Xiao Hua secretly clapped his hands. He knew that it wouldn't be long before this Longevity Town would become a boiling cauldron of voices. Now was the best time to collect the Yuzhou cauldron. Dragon vein Xiao Hua had the experience of collecting the Shuzhou cauldron, so finding the Yuzhou cauldron was not troublesome. He dived into the depths of Liao River and found the Yuzhou cauldron's aura in just a moment. "Oh, fellow Taoist." Dragon vein Xiao Hua was a bit surprised. The aura of this Yuzhou cauldron is slightly different from the other 8 cauldrons. Xiao Hua naturally didn't find any trace of the Yuzhou cauldron, nor did he know the difference in its aura. He asked curiously, "What's the difference?" "The aura of this Yuzhou cauldron has a kind of indomitable feeling, as if the lifeline of the entire world is pressing on this Yuzhou cauldron. And Yuzhou has always been called the central region. It is the center of the 9 regions, and the Yuzhou cauldron has such an aura. This means that the Yuzhou cauldron is the center of the 9 cauldron great array. It is very likely that it is the earliest cauldron to be set up." Xiao Hua understood and explained, "If we have used the 9 regions cauldron before, when we set up the array again, we will also set up this cauldron first." With that, Xiao Hua followed Dragon vein Xiao Hua's guidance and entered the ground. After searching for half a cup of tea, Dragon Vein Xiaohua smiled and said, I have already seen the Yuzhou cauldron. Fellow Taoist, congratulations on gathering the 9 cauldrons. Haha. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist. Xiaohua laughed. From now on, fellow Taoist can cultivate in peace. Roar. Dragon Vein Xiaohua let out a low roar and flew out from Xiaohua's body. Dragon patterns flashed all over his body and multicolored clouds overflowed. He opened his mouth and a mouthful of dragon breath fell into an inexplicable space. Wung wung. A burst of chime sounds came from the ground not far away, and then the entire earth shook violently. Quick! Soon there will be Buddhist experts coming. Xiaohua saw that the Yuzhou cauldron had such a big movement and hurriedly urged Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Roar! Dragon Vein Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. With a hiss he stretched out his 5 claws and grabbed the Yuzhou cauldron. The dragon qi around his body surged, and a powerful earth qi was emitted. With a boom he grabbed the Yuzhou cauldron. Then Xiaohua patted his forehead, and 8 cauldrons gushed out from the 5-colored true qi. A strong aura fell on the Yuzhou cauldron. The Yuzhou cauldron let out a cheerful roar and rushed into the 5-colored true qi. The cauldron became smaller and smaller, and was about to fall into the true qi. Haha! All of a sudden, a loud laughter rang out from not too far away from the Yuzhou cauldron. Xiaohua was within 100 miles of the cauldron, and an overwhelming aura immediately surged out along with the laughter, completely sealing the space. Even the Yuzhou cauldron, which had fallen into the true energy, stopped in midair. Who? Xiaohua was shocked, and his divine sense swept towards the source of the voice like a hammer. Boom! A huge roar came from the distance, and Xiaohua's divine sense was actually easily shattered by the person who came. The impact of this impact overturned the entire earth. Xiaohua! It's really you! A tall Confucian cultivator wearing a green-gray Confucian robe appeared in front of Xiaohua. You were the one who did the thing on Yaotai Mountain. Kong Hongwu was also killed by you. Master calculated everything, but he didn't expect that you, a Taoist cultivator in the late stage of nascent soul, would have so many helpers. You really have too many hidden methods. If not for this old man's interest, how could I have discovered your face after lying in ambush in Longevity Town for more than 10 years? Middle 7th level essence energy. Great Master. Sensing his unparalleled confinement power, sensing the bone-piercing clear light in the eyes of the person who came, Xiaohua's heart trembled violently. How could he not know the other party's origin? A Confucian cultivator's great master was between the 6th and 7th level essence energy. This Confucian cultivator's great master was clearly at the middle 7th level essence energy, and his strength was almost comparable to a low-level sage of literature. Xiaohua really didn't expect that the immortal palace would send a great master, who was second only to the sage of literature. Roar! Dragon Vein Xiaohua roared, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws as he pounced towards the Confucian cultivator. That Confucian cultivator coldly smiled, and with a wave of his big sleeve, countless inscribed law chains came from the void, and pounced towards Dragon Vein Xiaohua like an even more rampant python. Clang! Just as Dragon Vein Xiaohua was about to be bound by the chains, a dazzling swordlight chopped down. This swordlight was so sharp, and the 5 qi contained within the swordlight was even more so like boiling water, breaking apart this Confucian cultivator's confinement in one blow. Not only that, Xiaohua was shocked. He rubbed his hands together, and a thick crystal light frantically poured into the space between his 5 fingers. Within 100 li of Xiaohua, thunder erupted, and each lightning bolt was stronger than a horned dragon as it pounced towards the great master. Chapter 4061. Facing Xiaohua's lightning, the Confucian cultivator turned a deaf ear to it. With a wave of his sleeve, countless inscription chains appeared and blocked the lightning. Facing Xiaohua's sword qi, the Confucian cultivator was unable to remain calm. 5 qi's unification? You actually know the 5 qi's unification. Xiaohua's 5 qi's unification was naturally not an ordinary 5 qi's unification. As soon as the Confucian cultivator saw it, he found it strange. His eyes lit up. Could it be? This 9 cauldron is really useful? It was also at the same time that the swordlight split open the shackles. Dragon Vein Xiaohua suddenly turned around and entered Xiaohua's body. At the same time, that true qi that was like a waterfall swept up the 9 cauldrons and entered Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua practically didn't stop at all. Taking advantage of the fact that the spatial shackles were split open by the shocking sword strike, he urged his magic power and activated the earth escape technique, turning into a stream of light and disappearing without a trace. Want to leave? How can it be so easy? The Confucian cultivator sneered. He raised his hand and a 3-colored true qi flew out. In an instant, the ground within several hundred miles was frozen. A bone-piercing cold air rushed out from the 3-colored true qi. Ow! The Confucian cultivator stretched out his hand. His arm turned into a shadow and expanded along with his true qi. However, just as he stretched out his hand, a look of surprise appeared on his face. What kind of earth escape technique is this? As he spoke, an awe-inspiring aura gushed out from the void around the scholar. His figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in Liao River, 100 miles away. Unfortunately, just a moment before the scholarly cultivator's figure appeared, Xiaohua's figure also created a ray of light in the Liao River and rushed out of the Liao River. This Xiaohua is really remarkable. The Confucian cultivator's face was a little surprised, but he still looked like he had a card up his sleeve. He thought to himself, looking at his strength, I'm afraid he has already reached the upper 6th grade. It's only been a few decades, but his cultivation has advanced so much? Could it be that he was already at the 6th grade when he participated in the Jade Pavilion meeting? Grand Mist Ancestor, oh Grand Mist Ancestor, you've really set up a grand scheme. Xiaohua rushed out of Liao River in a panic. He simply didn't have time to identify the direction. True essence surged all over his body, and lightning appeared under his feet. Immediately, huge waves were set off on Liao River, and Xiaohua's figure turned into a thunderbolt as he rushed out in a certain direction. In just a few breaths of time, a blurry and indistinct human figure similarly flew out from Liao River, and like a strand of multicolored light, it followed behind Xiaohua. At the same time, in the direction of the Longevity Town, in the Zhangqiao Temple, dozens of Buddhist consciousnesses were like a gust of wind that swept across the sky and chased after them. Similarly, outside the Zhangqiao Temple, there were also several Buddhist consciousnesses that streaked across the sky and chased after them. Those celestial and Buddhist experts who had not left Longevity Town were puzzled. The sutra seeking of nirvana had already begun. Why were there still people stirring up trouble here? Xiaohua's figure flew in midair. Lightning flashed out from his dantian from time to time. Along with this lightning, Xiaohua's lightning escape speed continuously increased, and the Confucian cultivator chasing after him started to slow down after using teleportation a few times. But this Confucian cultivator's Buddhist consciousnesses were truly formidable. No matter how Xiaohua escaped, he would always feel a pair of eyes closely staring at him from behind. Seeing the surrounding scenery begin to distort, Xiaohua knew that his lightning element 3 realms had already reached its limit. Then he heard the sound of thunder from the lightning element 3 realms, which was like true heavenly thunder resounding through the sky. This sound of thunder frightened some cultivators that occasionally passed by, causing them to hastily dodge. Seeing this, Xiaohua suddenly felt a trace of unease in his heart. It's not good. This Xiao is careless. That Confucian cultivator is a 7th level essence energy great master. Since he laid an ambush near the Yu province cauldron, how could this Xiao escape so easily? He must be afraid that fighting with this Xiao near Longevity Town would attract the attention of the Longevity Town's Buddhist sect. So he deliberately let this Xiao escape. And even if this Xiao escaped from Liao River, I should have taken advantage of the current and directly flew to the Zhangqiao Temple. Even if I can't get the protection of the Zhangqiao Temple's Buddhist sect's senior monks, I can only make that Confucian cultivator hesitate to attack me. Xiaohua understood at this time, but it was too late. That Confucian cultivator's strength was much higher than his. He had already sealed the area behind him, so how could he be allowed to turn around again? Xiaohua's current plan was to run as far as he could and see if he could shake off the Confucian cultivator in the end. Wang wang wang. When Xiaohua's lightning escape reached the 3rd day, seeing that the distorted space had already reached the point of tearing, suddenly Xiaohua's body began to give birth to a powerful tearing force. This tearing force was like thousands of small hands grabbing Xiaohua's body at the same time, wanting to tear his body apart. At the same time, the sound of thunder resounding through the sky began to sharpen, and the surrounding lightning began to flicker crazily. This guy, what kind of trick does he have? The Confucian cultivator chasing behind Xiao Hua was a bit embarrassed. At first, he wanted to chase Xiao Hua to a place where no one else would go because he was afraid of the Jiangqiao Temple's Buddhist sect. But in the end, Xiao Hua's true essence was abundant. Although he didn't use the Dao Sect's instant shift to escape, his flying speed was far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. As a 7th-level Essence Energy Martial Grandmaster, he actually couldn't catch up, and even showed signs of chasing further and further away. Now, seeing the crazy lightning around Xiao Hua's body, he felt that something was wrong. Seeing that the lightning around Xiao Hua's body was different, how could he dare to be negligent? He patted his own head. Wang wang wang. With a clear sound, 3-colored true essence fell into the sky, triggering the noble qi within 1,000 miles. The entire sky suddenly began to freeze, and thumb-sized ice fragments appeared in the air. Within this ice, everything began to quiet down, and the sound of thunder also began to subside. Seeing that his lightning escape was on the verge of advancing, but was stopped by this Confucian cultivator, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "Domain power? Good. Let's see how this Xiao will break your domain." As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together, and thumb-sized runes fell into the void. A strange fluctuation spread out from Xiao Hua's body. Wherever the fluctuation went, most of the ice fragments were shattered. Although the Confucian cultivator urged his true qi to repair the domain, the large expanse of ice seemed to have seen the sun and melted one after another. Dao Sec's Xiao Hua, you're really powerful. The Confucian cultivator exclaimed in admiration, and opened his mouth. Boom! A light blue glow gushed out, and a simple halberd engraved with inscriptions fell into the void. Heavy noble qi pillars fused into the halberd without the Confucian cultivator's urging. The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth slightly twitched, and he hurriedly urged his body to dodge to the side. But at this time, the domain that was previously shattered by the lightning suddenly became much harder, and with a ka-ka-ka sound it blocked Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua didn't have time to urge the lightning, and a fierce wind was born from the void, piercing towards Xiao Hua's heart. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his fist, and with a boom, it landed in the air, and the powerful impact produced an ear-piercing roar. In the void, a long halberd phantom condensed from thousands of noble qi was shattered by Xiao Hua's punch. Not good. Xiao Hua shattered the illusion, but he didn't show the slightest bit of complacency. Instead, he revealed a dignified expression. Sure enough, along with the chaotic noble qi, tiny vortexes were formed. The original body of the simple and unadorned halberd strangely revealed a malevolent expression in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua hastily dodged the halberd, but the seemingly pointless halberd pierced into his shoulder. The halberd fell and a bone-piercing chill appeared. Inscriptions that looked like tiny ice fragments swarmed into Xiao Hua's body, and a sharp qi that could pierce through mountains madly pounced on him. Wang wang. Xiao Hua's Taoist golden light was defeated by this sharp qi, but at the same time the golden light dissipated, a bronze brilliance suddenly appeared, and within this bronze brilliance, there was even a wisp of silvery white. This brilliance was so solid that the thousands of inscriptions on the armor seemed to have crashed into a wall and shattered. In particular, although the simple halberd had pierced Xiao Hua's body several times, the cracks were quickly mended within the brilliance, and in a few breaths of time they were completely healed. The Confucian martial grandmaster was flabbergasted. He looked on in disbelief and whispered, "Demon? Demon body?" Xiao Hua laughed nastily. He suddenly raised his arm, and his elbow slammed down on the halberd below him. Gotcha! Layers of cracks appeared on the surface of the simple halberd, and the entire halberd trembled rapidly, emitting a mournful cry. Damn it! How is this possible? How can he reach such a realm with just his body? Even if it's a demon body, it's still not enough. The expression of the scholar cultivator changed slightly. He was very clear about the power of his imperial implement. Seeing that Xiao Hua was able to defeat his imperial implement with just his physical body, then how could Xiao Hua's physical body be just the demon body that he had measured? It was even more powerful than the magic treasures of Taoist cultivators, right? The Confucian martial grandmaster recovered from his shock and hurriedly withdrew the halberd. His body once again emitted a faint buzzing sound, and the domain around Xiao Hua condensed again. No, this won't do. Xiao Hua frowned as he pondered. He urged the lightning to protect the area around him. Within a dozen li lightning flashed in this area, and all the ice that invaded the area was destroyed by the lightning. Although this Confucian martial grandmaster's domain is low level, it's still not something that I can resist. I might be able to protect myself from being controlled by him, but in the end I can't escape. In the end, I'll still be trapped to death by him. While Xiao Hua was pondering, the Confucian martial grandmaster moved again. His body suddenly expanded, and a pillar of vast qi gushed out from the nearby space like a volcanic eruption. Moreover, the three-colored true energy that he urged before also formed three different colored subbodies around Xiao Hua. Each subbody showed a fierce power, and firmly covered the sky within 1,000 li. Seeing the power of ice in the entire space rise again, the Confucian martial grandmaster slightly narrowed his eyes. He gently waved his left hand, and a light blue cold light disappeared into the air along with his true energy. At the same time, the three subbodies roared in unison. A pillar of vast qi once again condensed in the void and fell into the subbodies. For a moment the vast power raged. Chapter 4062. Man has law and heaven and earth are just. One of the subbodies chanted loudly. These words fell in the air and shattered one after another. Waves of awe-inspiring energy rushed into these broken words and turned into inscriptions. The inscriptions were recast one after another in this domain. In just a few breaths, a thick chain of inscriptions gradually formed. As soon as this chain of inscriptions appeared, the solemn and awe-inspiring laws appeared, completely sealing off the area within 1,000 miles. Even Xiao Hua's heart was straightened. Man has the law, and evil spirits must be repelled. Immediately after, the second body chanted again. These words formed another thick chain of inscriptions in the air, echoing with the one in front of him, forcing Xiao Hua to the point where it was difficult to even breathe. Man has law and the people obey. The third subbody spoke. This time the awe-inspiring energy was even more than before. The lightning near Xiao Hua was forced to shrink by half. Finally, the Confucian cultivator spoke. Man has law and all things fall. With the appearance of the last engraved law chain, the entire sky of 1,000 miles was completely enveloped. The four chains pounced towards Xiao Hua from all directions. The engraved law chain was like the soul of the entire domain, causing Xiao Hua to be unable to break free. Even the lightning was suppressed to within 10 feet of Xiao Hua. You are the inspector of the immortal palace? Xiao Hua's face was pale. He stared at the somewhat familiar chains and said word by word, "What law and rules did I break that actually forced the great grandmaster of the immortal palace to take action?" The Confucian cultivator saw that the area within 1,000 miles was like an iron wall. The void was filled with awe-inspiring energy and he couldn't help but sneer. You are the leader of the thieves, leading the remnants of the Taoist sect to rebel. You even destroyed the destiny of the 9 regions and stole my hidden immortal 9 cauldrons. For such a great crime I, a Confucian cultivator, can kill you. Haha. Xiao Hua laughed. His eyes were full of ridicule as he looked at the falling chains and said, "Who is the thief who stole the country? Who is the thief who stole the cauldrons? I'm afraid no one knows better than you, right? You use the law and the essence of rules to do petty things. With such an illegitimate reputation, how can you trap me?" A trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the Confucian cultivator. He urged the true energy in his body and scolded, "I want to be the law, I want to be the rules. You are an uninitiated Taoist sect. How can you understand the meaning of my Confucian cultivator? Die." Hum. The 4 chains of inscription were like horned dragons. They had already trapped Xiao Hua in an area of several tens of zhang around him, entangling each other as they fell down. Xiao Hua raised his head and laughed. Such a self-righteous world, how can it be the world? How could such an unscrupulous sun and moon be the sun and moon that the people wanted? Since that's the case, then let this Xiao change the world for the people. With a wave of Xiao Hua's left hand, a golden light mixed with a faint awe-inspiring aura flew out. That golden light soared into the sky and turned into a golden dragon. The golden dragon, like Xiaohua's unwavering determination, split the impregnable law into two halves. Then the golden dragon roared and pounced on the four chains. Those tens of thousands of inscriptions were almost simultaneously covered by the golden light. In this golden light, they first frantically counterattacked. Then the golden light pierced the inscriptions. These inscriptions were like tadpoles, and almost at the same time all the inscriptions were split from the middle and split into two halves. Looking at the chain that was pretending to be a sheep's head but selling dog meat, it was actually split neatly into two by the ice-breaking intent. Spiritual object? When the Confucian cultivator saw the power of the soaring dragon scissors, he couldn't help but groan. At the same time, greed appeared in his eyes, and he urged the true qi in his body again. However, before he could make a move, he saw Xiaohua raise his right hand. A sword gourd flashed, and a green and red jade appeared in the air. Quick! Xiaohua urged his true qi, and a spell appeared in his hand. On the sword gourd, a white light with a nose and eyes appeared. Not good. Seeing that his mind was blurred, the Confucian cultivator was shocked. Wang. Then, two almost colorless spirit execution yuan light soared into the sky from the sword gourd and fell on the Confucian cultivator's head faster than lightning. The Confucian cultivator's figure immediately became sluggish, and the chilling aura within 1,000 miles also disappeared like a receding tide. Xiaohua sneered, but the spirit execution yuan light slightly intertwined, and a thin invisible blood mark appeared on the Confucian cultivator's neck. Puff! The Confucian cultivator's head fell, and true qi rushed out of his neck. Huh? Xiaohua looked at a lot of blood rushing out, and he couldn't help but stare blankly. At this moment, boom! Xiaohua's back suddenly emitted the sound of a mountain flood exploding, and a thin stream of water fell on Xiaohua's body at lightning speed. Damn! Although the stream of water was small, fear appeared on Xiaohua's face, and he hurriedly dodged. Boom! He only dodged a few inches, and the stream of water rushed into his body. Xiaohua's demon body, which had been tempered for a long time, emitted a pa-pa-pa-pa sound in the stream of water, and a bloody hole several feet in size appeared under Xiaohua's right armpit. This bloody hole not only penetrated the right side of Xiaohua's body, but it also exploded into pieces. Too horrible to look at. Immortal Palace's imperial equipment. The stream of water finally condensed into a diamond-shaped imperial equipment, and there was a glaring imperial character on the imperial equipment. Xiaohua couldn't help but exclaim in horror. Haha! The Confucian cultivator's complacent smile came out from his other body, and he looked at Xiaohua's pale face and said, "What's the use of a strong demon body? It's not like my Immortal Palace's imperial equipment hasn't killed demons. Ouch, this is the imperial star stab." Just as the Confucian cultivator opened his mouth, an awe-inspiring aura also came out from his body, and it pounced on him with the force of 10,000 caddies. It was the depressing divine stab that Xiaohua released earlier. This depressing divine stab was the Immortal Palace's imperial star stab, and it was extremely hidden in the Confucian cultivator's awe-inspiring aura. The Confucian cultivator's primordial spirit was already proud after teleporting to his body, and now he was caught off guard. Moreover, that body was condensed from the 5 qis unifications of true qi, and it was hit by the imperial star stab, and it collapsed extremely quickly. Damn it! The Confucian cultivator's voice came out from another body. However, just as this voice came out, the lightning around Xiaohua's body flourished. Rumble! In the sound of thunder, Xiaohua's body once again turned into lightning. The Confucian cultivator's body was defeated, and the head of his main body was also chopped off. The sealed domain on all sides had already collapsed by half, and under Xiaohua's lightning attack, it collapsed even more. However, this wasn't the end of it. What made the Confucian martial grandmaster's mind crumble was that a beam of light several zhang wide suddenly appeared in front of Xiaohua. The domain that was already falling apart suddenly opened up a passage. The Confucian martial grandmaster simply couldn't see where the beam of light came from. Xiaohua had already turned into a bolt of lightning and streaked across the sky, instantly escaping from this domain. Damn it, this guy really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Especially that instant feat technique. It's simply a 7th grade elemental energy. No, it's simply an 8th grade elemental energy, upper rank. The Confucian cultivator cursed inwardly. That body hurriedly swayed and fell back into his main body, and the head that fell off also grew out again. His entire body rapidly shrank, and at the same time, his figure also turned into a multicolored light and chased after Xiao Hua. However, at this time, the Confucian cultivator's flying speed was already a bit weaker than before. Looking at Xiao Hua again, he was even more confident than before, and showed signs of increasing his speed again. Damn it! After chasing for a few more days, although the Confucian cultivator didn't catch up to Xiao Hua, he didn't lose him either. When he saw Xiao Hua's speed increase again, he secretly shouted in his heart, and at the same time, he took out an imperial tool from his bosom. This imperial tool was a triangular square box, and the box's exterior was roaming with multicolored clouds. The Confucian cultivator hurriedly said a few words to this box, and then turned the square box. On the square box's triangular edges, various scenes frequently appeared, and then the square box's triangular edges emitted an unpleasant rhythm, and a black shadow covered the square box. This old man wants to see where you can escape to. After the Confucian cultivator cast his technique, an indescribable sneer appeared on his face, and he put the square box into his bosom. It was also at this time Wu. A strange sound came from afar, and 2 transparent spirit execution yuan rays rose up again. The Confucian cultivator's complexion changed, and his figure slightly stagnated. He raised his hand and patted his forehead, and 3 colored true qi surged out, transforming into a water cherry blossom above his head. Haha! Xiao Hua's mocking laughter came, and the spirit execution yuan rays that soared into the sky suddenly disappeared. It turned out that all of this was just Xiao Hua's illusion technique. The Confucian cultivator flew into a rage. He had already chased for more than 10 days, and aside from using his domain to trap Xiao Hua at the beginning, Xiao Hua's figure had always been drifting around the edge of his domain. Whenever the Confucian cultivator teleported, Xiao Hua would also teleport, and whenever the Confucian cultivator tried to use a secret technique to get closer, Xiao Hua would change direction like a fish. In front of Xiao Hua's rich escape experience and peerless escape technique, the roles of the two seemed to have changed. This Confucian cultivator was just a small cultivator of 5th grade essence energy. And this time, Xiao Hua's feint increased the distance between the two again. This place seems to be the Qilin's training ground. Just as Xiao Hua was desperately trying to escape, a slightly familiar scene appeared in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua almost didn't hesitate, and his figure suddenly rushed into the sky, flying straight towards the location of the earth, fire, wind, and lightning. Even though Xiao Hua was escaping with ease, his heart was also clenched. The other party was a 7th level essence energy martial grandmaster, who was already on the verge of becoming a literary saint. In the previous battle in the high-altitude domain, Xiao Hua had used up all his means and barely managed to escape. The strength of this opponent was the same as Ao Jian on the dragon boat. They had already begun to comprehend domains, and Xiao Hua's every move was within their control. If it wasn't for unexpected methods, it would be very difficult for him to survive. Especially from this cultivator's mouth, Xiao Hua knew that this cultivator already knew everything about Yaotai Mountain, and also knew that he had 9 cauldrons in his hands. Xiao Hua even knew that this cultivator actually had a master behind him. In other words, if Xiao Hua didn't kill this cultivator this time, he would be noticed by this so-called master, and it would be very difficult for him to find peace in the future, even if Xiao Hua was now the Dragon Master of Dragon Island in name. Chapter 4063. However, as soon as Xiao Hua thought about how he had to kill a Confucian cultivator whose strength was close to that of the sage of literature, he felt bitter. The heavens were playing a big joke on him. In the folded Jadeite legacy realm, the aftereffects of using the demonic saber had yet to be eliminated, and he had to face such a strong opponent again. Xiao Hua really didn't know whether the heavens wanted to kill him, or the Confucian cultivator following closely behind him. Seeing the astral winds and layers of earth, fire, wind, and lightning appearing in front of him, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly again. Although the previous scene looked familiar, he couldn't be sure. However, seeing the earth, fire, wind, and lightning, Xiaohua could tell that this place was definitely not the Qilin's training ground. However, seeing the earth fire surging and the wind and lightning whistling, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and slowly calculated. Although Xiaohua was calculating, his figure didn't stop, and he pounced on the astral winds like lightning. In the distance, the Confucian cultivator was somewhat bewildered. How could the earth, fire, wind, and lightning be a place where ordinary cultivators could come? Even if he was a patrol envoy, he absolutely wouldn't stroll around here in his free time. Of course, not strolling wasn't unexpected or fearful. The Confucian cultivator's figure was like the wind, and he still chased after him without hesitation. Xiaohua entered the earth, fire, wind, and lightning, and the wind and lightning blew all over his body, causing his skin to hurt. Obviously, the astral winds here were much stronger than the ones he encountered before. Xiaohua's body flashed with a bronze brilliance. In the brilliance, the lightning on his body resisted the wind and lightning, and he rushed through a passage in the earth, fire, wind, and lightning, gradually going deeper and deeper. Looking at the Confucian cultivator behind Xiaohua, at this moment, a treasured armor appeared around his body. The treasured armor was resplendent, and it easily blocked the astral winds outside the brilliance. There was simply no need to consume the Confucian cultivator's true qi. Damn it! Xiaohua also paid attention to his back, and he was even more helpless. There were countless treasures in the immortal palace, and having a treasured armor to resist the earth, fire, wind, and lightning was really nothing. While Xiaohua was secretly cursing, he opened his delirium eyes, and tried his best to find traces of space in the wind and lightning. However, after flying for half an hour, he saw bursts of thunder and lightning, and the astral winds became even more violent. Even with Xiaohua's strong physical body, there were some signs that he couldn't bear it, and the promised space crack still didn't appear. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to turn around and fly in another direction. The earth, fire, wind, and lightning were boundless, and there was no direction to speak of. This guy seems to have been looking for something for a long time. The Confucian cultivator, who was chasing after Xiaohua, saw Xiaohua turn around and secretly pondered, could it be that in this earth, fire, wind, and thunder, there is still an ambush for him? In view of Xiaohua's previous cunning, the Confucian cultivator couldn't help but become cautious. He once again urged his righteous qi to protect himself before he dared to chase after Xiaohua. At this time, the Confucian cultivator had already regarded Xiaohua as an equal opponent. He did not feel the slightest bit ashamed of being careful. Gotcha! In the distance, there were some strange movements in the wind and thunder, setting off a thunderstorm in the range of 100 miles. When the thunderstorm gradually calmed down, Xiaohua's figure actually disappeared within the thunderstorm. Ah? How is that possible? The Confucian cultivator was shocked. He was very clear about the power of the earth, fire, wind, and thunder. He couldn't even use teleportation, so how could Xiaohua disappear into thin air? Ambush! This was the Confucian cultivator's first thought. However, even after activating the eye cleansing technique for a moment, he still couldn't find any clues. He had no choice but to charge into the thunderstorm. In the thunderstorm, the astral winds were even more devastating. Countless thunderbolts madly surged in one direction. When the Confucian cultivator's eye cleansing technique fell into the astral winds, a thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes. The Confucian cultivator didn't dare to be negligent. He patted his forehead, and a strand of hair-like tricolored crystal flew out from between his eyebrows. It split into two parts in midair, and fell towards the Confucian cultivator's nose. Shwa! The crystal entered his body, and his eyes, which were originally overflowing with clear qi, suddenly shone brightly. In the center of his two pupils, light spots like water cherry blossoms appeared. These light spots turned into a net that quickly covered his entire eyes. See, there's actually a spatial crack here. The Confucian cultivator, who had activated his secret technique, saw the spatial crack in the wind and thunder at a glance. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How did he know? Could it be that he has more divine abilities? No. Even if this old man has another helper, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with him. The Confucian cultivator clenched his teeth, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face. Even if this old man's reputation is ruined, this time I absolutely can't let him escape from this old man's hands. After saying that, the Confucian cultivator didn't rush into the spatial crack. Instead, he took out the triangular imperial equipment again. After activating it, the imperial equipment turned into the shape of an immortal bird and rushed into the earth, fire, wind, and thunder, disappearing in a moment. Watching the imperial equipment fly away, the Confucian cultivator narrowed his eyes. With a wave of his hand, an immortal palace imperial equipment similar to the imperial shield appeared in his hand. He coldly said, Xiao Hua, this old man wants to see how you're going to escape in the face of 3 great grandmasters who are about to step into the sage of literature. After saying that, the Confucian cultivator's entire body suddenly flattened, twisting in the wind and thunder for a moment before rushing into the spatial crack. Rumble! A violent explosion came from the spatial crack. Although it was 2 different spaces, the explosion was really powerful, causing the wind and thunder near the spatial crack to sway. Then the Confucian cultivator, who had previously calmly escaped into the spatial crack, once again escaped from the spatial crack. The brilliance on the treasure armor had dimmed a lot, the Confucian robe on his body was also tattered, and traces of flames were still burning on the righteous qi around his body. Boom! The huge righteous qi around the Confucian cultivator extinguished the remaining flames. His previously calm face was now somewhat distorted. Xiao Hua, you really deserve to die. What kind of talisman is this, to have such great power in the void? Then the Confucian cultivator flew into the spatial crack again. The void inside the spatial crack was not particularly spacious, and the fire wave produced by the explosion of the fire talisman had just been extinguished. The Confucian cultivator's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he unhesitatingly chased after the only passage in the void. Xiao Hua, who was fiercely flying in front of him, was also helpless at this time. He also did not expect that the passage in the spatial crack would be so narrow that it would not be effective in avoiding the Confucian cultivator. The only thing he could do was to arrange more hidden attacks in the spatial crack, hoping to injure the Confucian cultivator. Rumble! From time to time, the sound of explosions would come from behind him. Xiao Hua's lips curled into a smile. He naturally knew that the first fire talisman could injure the Confucian cultivator by surprise, but the later fire talismans could only play the role of blocking for a moment. Therefore, Xiao Hua urged his body to quickly shuttle through the passage. Seeing that he was getting farther and farther away from the Confucian cultivator, Xiao Hua was slightly proud in his heart. Once he left the spatial crack, Xiao Hua would either set up an ambush to kill the Confucian cultivator, or hide his body to hide. Xiao Hua was confident that his plan would succeed. But at this time, Xiao Hua's heart trembled for no reason. Not good. Xiao Hua was shocked. He finally understood what the palpitations he had encountered before were. The Confucian cultivator behind him might not be able to do anything to him, but this Confucian cultivator was not alone. The Confucian cultivator's help had already appeared. Moreover, from his trembling perception, the other Confucian cultivator should be coming from the other side of the spatial crack. Although Xiao Hua did not know how the Confucian cultivator had found his whereabouts, Xiao Hua knew that this should be the biggest crisis he had ever encountered. Xiao Hua hurriedly urged his true essence to fly forward amidst the rumbling thunder. Xiao Hua still had not thought of any countermeasures. What he needed to do was to quickly fly out of the spatial crack and not be blocked by the Confucian cultivator. In the time it took to smoke half a cigarette, Xiao Hua's eyes suddenly lit up, and a rather large space appeared in front of him. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and immediately rushed into it. However, as soon as he entered the space, he saw a 3-colored haze on the other side of the space in the distance, like the rising of dawn, rapidly spreading in his direction. Damn it! How could Xiao Hua still be able to calmly identify the direction? He slightly turned his head and rushed in another direction. At the same time that Xiao Hua discovered the Confucian cultivator, the other party also discovered him. The Confucian cultivator also urged his true essence to surround Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua had already seen clearly that the Confucian cultivator had a simple face, a tall crown on his head, a thin figure, and wore the same armor as the Confucian cultivator behind him. Whoa! The Confucian cultivator flew for a moment, then his body suddenly emitted a similar rumbling sound. A 3-colored true essence gushed out from the surface of his body. First, his figure blurred. then turned into a stream of light, and his speed suddenly increased by several times. Then, the true essence of the Confucian cultivator attacked Xiaohua like a tide. The true essence was like a flying sword, tearing Xiaohua to pieces. Xiaohua saw that he could not avoid it, and patted his own head. Boom! True essence gushed out, and the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua rushed out of the spatial crack with a sword in his hand. At the same time, the green-robed Xiaohua controlled his nascent soul, and landed on the other side of the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. As for Xiaohua himself, he held the sword gourd in his hand and coldly looked at the Confucian cultivator. Humph! The thin Confucian cultivator coldly snorted, and the thousands of true essences suddenly condensed into real swords that rushed towards Xiaohua. It was even more powerful than the 10,000 swords returned to origin that Xiaohua used before. Unfortunately, the current Xiaohua was no longer an ignorant person. The green-robed Xiaohua rubbed his hands together, and the lightning was even more rampant than the sword light. It was born in the spatial crack, and not only did it counter the sword light, it also destroyed the thin Confucian cultivator's true essence. How can the spatial crack produce such a strong lightning? The thin Confucian cultivator was slightly startled, and the true essence in his body once again gushed out, and the flying sword became even brighter in the lightning. The Confucian cultivator Xiaohua raised his sword, and the sword light was even more dazzling than the lightning. The sword intent was even more soul-stealing than the thousands of sword intents, and it seemed as if half of the spatial crack was going to be pierced through by the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's sword. The entire sword light fell on the thin Confucian cultivator's head. How is this possible? The thin Confucian cultivator was greatly shocked. 3 colored true essences rushed out of his head and condensed into a silver pineapple flower. This silver pineapple flower was sparkling and translucent, and its entire body was silver white. Boom! The sword light fell, and the silver pineapple flower trembled slightly, and layers upon layers of strong fluctuations rippled in the spatial crack. Watch this old man. The thin Confucian cultivator was suppressed by Xiaohua as soon as they met face to face, and he was somewhat angry from embarrassment. The silver pineapple flower suddenly bloomed in the air, and turned into a huge sword that was several zhang long, and chopped towards the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. At the same time, the thin Confucian cultivator slightly raised his hand, and the spatial crack began to boil, and strands of sword light sealed Xiaohua's surroundings. Chapter 4064. Whoosh! White light gushed out from the sword gourd, and the skinny Confucian cultivator's gaze suddenly became sluggish. Of course, in just a few breaths, an angry roar came from the Confucian cultivator's body. You dare! Just as the Confucian cultivator's gaze regained its clarity, and before he could do anything, 2 rays of soul execution yuan light pierced through the air and landed on his head. Damn it! Seeing the soul execution yuan light so powerful, the Confucian cultivator was somewhat frightened. He raised his fist and patted his chest. Swish! The Confucian cultivator opened his mouth, and a fist-sized sword splendor spurted out, meeting the soul execution yuan light head-on. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Xiaohua's soul execution yuan light was unexpectedly beaten back by this sword splendor. Not only that, the silver spinach that previously turned into a huge sword suddenly turned into an inch-long small sword and attacked Xiaohua between his eyebrows. This small sword was different from the soul execution yuan light. It was formless and intangible, and space and distance did not seem to exist. In a split second, it had already pierced between Xiaohua's eyebrows. Boom! Xiaohua hurriedly urged his soul strands, but just as they came out, they were completely shattered by this small sword. Like a huge hammer, Xiaohua's mind buzzed, and stars appeared in front of his eyes. At this moment, misfortune never comes alone. The huge sword still fell, and the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's body was distorted. Waves of true qi burst out from Xiaohua's body, and soon Xiaohua was deflated. Damn it! Xiaohua urged God's guidance to stabilize his dizzy head, and secretly cursed in his heart. I have many methods, but these methods can barely resist a Confucian cultivator at the 7th level of origin energy. And although these Confucian cultivators at the 7th level of origin energy don't have many methods, if one of these methods were to land on me, I wouldn't be able to withstand it. Previously the Imperial Star Stab was like this, and now this Soul Sword attack is also like this. Thinking of the Imperial Star Stab, Xiao Hua became vigilant again. His figure suddenly turned into wind, and his hands waved, and lightning-like swords slashed horizontally into the air. Boom! Another loud sound, and a thick chain was struck by lightning. On the chain soared splendor like light. If it trapped Xiao Hua, it would be very troublesome. Hey! Taoist Master Xiao really has another method. No wonder Sun Cheng wanted this old man to come and help. When the Confucian cultivator saw that his secret move had been seen through by Xiao Hua again, he couldn't help chuckling. Originally, this old master thought it was unnecessary, but now it seems that this old master really has to take action. Xiao Hua looked into the void and saw that the spirit-slaying vital light had been defeated by the Confucian cultivator's sword light. The Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua had also been defeated by the Confucian cultivator's 5 Qis unifications. However, the green-robed Xiao Hua's thunderbolt technique was still effective, temporarily preventing the entire space from being sealed by the Confucian cultivator. Xiao Hua's divine sense condensed in midair. His delirium eyes were already closed, and his naked eyes were swiftly sweeping through the pitch-black void. Both of you are great grandmasters who are about to break through the spirit returning to emptiness realm. I'm afraid it won't be long before you advance to the void refinement realm. At that time the sage of literature will be at your fingertips. Seniors, why do you have to make things difficult for me? Xiao Hua said faintly. If this matter spreads out, where will the immortal palace's face go? The Confucian cultivator glanced at the struggling Xiao Hua on top of his head, and a thought-provoking smile appeared on his face. The sage of literature is within reach, but the star of literature is not. If not for a special opportunity, I'm afraid this old man can only stay in the sage of literature realm for a lifetime. But this old man heard that Taoist Xiao has the aura of 9 cauldrons. If an ordinary Confucian cultivator wants to enter the star of literature, 1 cauldron is enough. Why doesn't Taoist Xiao give 1 cauldron to this old man? People often say that a word is worth 9 cauldrons. Xiao Hua smiled coldly. When Confucian cultivators temper their incantations, 1 word is worth 9 cauldrons. 1 word is enough to become a star of literature. Senior neglects the essentials and focuses on the trifles. I'm afraid you've already lost your heart. How can you set foot on the star of literature? Ha 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 boy. I didn't expect you to have a thorough understanding of the Confucian scriptures. The Confucian cultivator laughed loudly. Unfortunately, since there's a shortcut in front of me, why should this old man take the difficult path? There's a path on the mountain of books, and there's a path on the mountain of books. There's no end to the sea of learning. Xiao Hua sighed. You're a great grandmaster of Confucian cultivation, but you don't even understand such a simple principle? The Confucian cultivator tilted his head and said with a smile, that's just a song to deceive children. You really believe it? This old man actually has something that I don't understand. Do you think you can persuade this old man with your glib tongue? Xiao Hua naturally didn't have such a childish plan. He was only taking advantage of his breath to find an escape route with his extraordinary spatial sense. Unfortunately, even this last hope of his was snuffed out by the Confucian cultivator. Just as the Confucian cultivator finished speaking, in the distant space, another 3-colored haze filled the air and rushed over. A small voice faintly came from the void. Somehow this guy is too cunning. Don't talk to him. Did you bring your burning heaven furnace? Of course. Hearing this, the great grandmaster of Confucian cultivation, Sun Hao, raised his hand and clapped. A lid-like imperial equipment flew out. This imperial equipment was very simple and unadorned. There were only 3 fist-sized inscriptions, and Xiao Hua actually couldn't recognize these 3 inscriptions. Sun Cheng. This old man knew what you meant when I saw your message. Sun Hao said with a smile. Can't you see that this old man is trying to persuade Taoist Xiao to stay and wait for your earth-casting furnace? Good. Seeing the burning heaven furnace fly out, a smile appeared on Sun Cheng's face. This guy's body is comparable to a great demon. Without the burning heaven-casting earth-casting technique, it's hard to completely kill him. In this void, Sun Hao looked around with a somewhat awkward expression. Without waiting for Sun Cheng to speak, how could Xiao Hua, who saw that things weren't going well, dare to stay any longer? Although he had just seen a glimmer of life with his naked eyes, he still couldn't be sure. His body flashed with lightning again. The soul-punishing vital light and the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua all entered his body and fled towards the distant pitch-black darkness. Haha, at this time where do you think you're going? Sun Cheng laughed loudly. He raised his hand and clapped. Strands of cold air flew out from the earth-casting furnace, instantly enveloping the entire void. Xiaohua's lightning-like figure suddenly slowed down in this cold air. Sun Hao also clapped his hand. The burning heaven furnace above his head also flashed with silver light, intertwining with the cold air and enveloping the void. As soon as this gold qi and water qi intertwined, the entire void shook, as if it was about to collapse. Xiaohua's originally slow figure was now crawling like a tortoise. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed. Even his voice had been imprisoned, dragged out to an extreme length. Xiaohua originally wanted to ambush and kill Sun Cheng in the void, but he didn't expect Sun Hao to arrive. Now that the two of them had joined forces, he was afraid that the one to be killed would be him. The void was filled with a silver brilliance and a light blue cold light. The two brilliances intertwined, not only creating a strong fluctuation that shook the void, but silver-blue flames that looked like withered flowers were born one after another. These flames that filled the void didn't have any heat. Instead, they made people feel cold. However, these bone-chilling flames also had an inconceivable might. Xiaohua's body, which had been tempered by the blood of the demon god, felt his muscles go numb the moment he touched these icy flames. Even the bronze color on the surface of his body began to melt, like a candle under the flames. Burning heaven casting earth technique. Xiaohua chanted silently. He raised his head and looked up. At this moment, the burning heaven furnace had already become several hundred zhang in size and descended with a rumbling sound. Looking at the bottom of his feet, the earth-casting furnace had also become several hundred zhang in size and rushed up with a loud rumble. Sun Cheng and Sun Hao saw that Xiaohua had already fallen into their trap. With a smile on their faces, they activated their subsidiary bodies. The two subsidiary bodies each spouted three-colored true qi onto the two imperial treasures. The two imperial treasures were already so powerful when they weren't combined. If they were truly combined, how could Xiaohua survive? Moreover, now that the two great experts had joined forces to seal the void, it would be difficult for Xiaohua to escape. In fact, there was no need to seal the imperial treasures. Xiaohua already had no chance of survival. Now that things have come to this, don't even think about killing the enemy. Xiaohua sighed. Let's escape from this void first. Xiaohua had been holding back because he didn't want to expose his killing move. At this moment he actually had no other choice. Xiaohua patted his head. Dragon Vein Xiaohua let out a roar and rushed into the void. Five-clawed true dragon? Sun Hao was shocked. He looked at Sun Cheng with some disbelief. Sun Cheng's face also showed surprise. Sun Hao shouted, Sun Cheng, how could he have the true dragon vein? Moreover, it's so pure? Sun Cheng's eyes showed a trace of gloominess. He said indifferently, at this moment, regardless of whether he has the true dragon vein or not, even if he is the descendant of a true dragon, can you still stop? Sun Hao, we will kill Xiaohua. This true dragon vein, you and I will split it equally. Sun Hao slightly hesitated, then firmly nodded and said, okay. Sun Cheng naturally saw Xiaohua's five-clawed true dragon vein long ago. However, he had selfish motives and didn't explain it to Sun Hao. The two masters both understood what the true dragon vein meant to Confucian masters. This true dragon vein's function was even more important than the 9 cauldrons in a certain aspect. However, there were always times when things went beyond one's expectations. Sun Hao had just nodded his head when a burst of inexplicable and obscure draconic language came out from Dragon Vein Xiaohua's mouth. Then, along with the draconic heavenly technique, draconic patterns appeared in the entire void. The draconic patterns rushed into the tens of millions of ice flames. Although they couldn't completely obliterate the ice flames, the powerful confinement force had already been reduced by 70%. Heavenly dragon language technique? Impossible! Sun Cheng and Sun Hao both turned pale with fright. Their mouths were opened so wide that walnuts could be stuffed in. They were immortal palaces patrolling envoys. How could they not know what heavenly dragon language technique meant? This This is not a bloodline true dragon vein technique. Sun Chang saw the opportunity quickly. His face showed incomparable ecstasy again. He shouted madly, "This is a real five-clawed true dragon." A real five-clawed true dragon, ah. That was something from legends. Even on Dragon Island, it hadn't been seen for a long time. Greed appeared in Sun Chang and Sun Hao's eyes again. Woo! It was also at this moment, when the two masters were preparing to use all of their abilities to capture the five-clawed true dragon, Xiaohua spat out a wisp of dual-colored spirit fire from his mouth. Moreover, the dragon vein technique Xiaohua waved its body and rushed out of the void while carrying Xiaohua. Chapter 4065. Under the gazes of the two great grandmasters, wherever the spiritual fire went, it just happened to sweep away the remaining ice flames. Following the flight of dragon vein Xiaohua, it instantly rushed out a winding passage. This Xiaohua is really an unkillable cockroach. The two grandmasters looked at each other helplessly. Their hearts were filled with the same bitterness. Even the burning heaven casting earth technique was unable to trap Xiaohua. The two of them really didn't know what method to use to kill Xiaohua. However, the two of them also knew that Xiaohua only had the ability to escape when facing the two of them. He absolutely did not have the power to counterattack. As long as the two of them continued to chase, there would be a day when they would kill Xiaohua. Thus, the two of them did not hesitate to put away their imperial equipment. They urged their figures to teleport to the place where Xiaohua disappeared. The two of them were right, but they never thought that as early as hundreds of years ago, Taoist Jingyu of the Morning Rain continent had the same idea. Shan Shengzi and Taoist Dui also had the same idea. Of course, this was the outcome of the three of them. It was also not what the two of them expected. Xiaohua originally did not find a suitable escape route. Now that he was being forced by the two grandmasters, he was already panicking and hungry. He could only fly in the direction he saw before. When he reached the edge of the space, Xiaohua hurriedly withdrew his dragon vein Dharma body and plunged into a small space passageway. "Brother Ordinary, please wait a moment. This Xiaohua is too cunning. This old man will go first." Sun Chang hurriedly transmitted his voice from the space passageway. Unexpectedly, Sun Hao did not give way and replied, "Brother Jianjing, don't be anxious. This old man has already arrived." While speaking, Sun Hao's figure distorted and fell into the space passageway. "Brother Ordinary." Sun Chang hurriedly shouted, "Be careful of Xiaohua's ambush." Following Sun Chang's voice rumble, there was a loud sound. The space passageway was shaking. In the midst of the explosion, Sun Hao dodged out of the space passageway with a dusty face. His face was green and red. Although he did not suffer any special injuries, his face had been torn off by Xiaohua and ruthlessly stepped on. "AI Brother Ordinary is too impatient." Sun Chang said very sincerely, "This Xiaohua is like a slippery loach. His strength can't be considered outstanding, but he has a lot of tricks up his sleeves and is full of schemes. This old man chased all the way and didn't gain any advantage either." "Humph. All Taoist cultivators are like that." Sun Hao couldn't blame Sun Chang. After all, Sun Chang had already warned them and rushed to enter. He could only snort coldly and say, "They're used to being killed by us Confucian cultivators. They're like rats in the field, with countless holes to hide in. Hurry up and chase after him." After 2 or 3 sentences, the space channel had already calmed down. Sun Chang urged, "Brother Ordinary, you should still stay in front. However, you must be careful of that guy's traps whenever you take a turn." "All right, I understand." Sun Hao nodded. "Since I already know, how can I still be afraid of him?" Then, the two grandmasters cautiously flew closer to the spatial tunnel. Xiaohua did not have the time to tidy up his emotions, nor did he have the time to repair his body. The imperial equipment of the immortal palace was very strange, and the demonic technique of the blood-dripping paradise was very difficult to repair. In particular, the burning heaven-casting earth technique had destroyed some of the surface of his body. Now it was also very troublesome. Now Xiaohua was only focused on one thing, and that was to methodically lay down fire talismans along the way. Even when he had just entered the tunnel, he had specially used the capital star formation technique to lay down hundreds of fire talismans. Within the space, the green-robed Xiaohua was using all his strength. One after another, Extremely powerful fire talismans were mixed with the newly comprehended lightning technique of Xiaohua. This spatial passage was rather strange. It was like an ordinary winding path in the mountains, twisting and turning. It was also thanks to Xiaohua's innate spatial sense that every time he was about to crash into an inexplicable barrier, he would stop. And every time such a situation occurred, Xiaohua would unhesitatingly place down a fire talisman. Thus, Xiaohua flew in front of his head. Behind him, firecracker-like explosions could be heard. However, after 4 hours, Xiaohua's good luck was completely exhausted. He had reached the end of the spatial tunnel, and this end was like a dead end with no exit. Xiaohua hurriedly turned around, trying to find another way out based on his memory. However, he had only returned a few hundred feet when his figure froze. This was because after entering the tunnel, Xiaohua had not encountered any other forks. In other words, there was only one way out of this spatial tunnel. With a quick thought, Xiaohua immediately flew to the end of the spatial tunnel. He slapped his forehead with the back of his hand and opened his delusion breaker Dharma eye. A fist-sized silver beam of light shot out from the Dharma eye and landed directly on the spatial barrier. Ooh! In the silver light, thumb-sized vortexes appeared. When the vortexes deepened, they all gathered together. Xiaohua waved his hand and a bronze light flashed on his arm. A several feet-long spatial crack was torn open by Xiaohua. Hua hua! Just as the spatial crack opened, a gust of wind and rain poured in. The sparkling raindrops revealed a salty and moist aura. Xiaohua glanced at it and did not hurry to fly out. Instead, he retreated 100 feet. Seeing that there were still some explosions in the distance, the delirium breaker law I once again produced a silver beam of light that landed on the spatial barrier. Unfortunately, this time, the silver beam of light had already penetrated a few feet deep. Xiaohua's hands tore the spatial barrier apart, but he did not see any aura from outside the spatial barrier. Damn it! Xiaohua's plan to set up a trap fell through. He was just about to fly to the side to try again, but unfortunately, a somewhat weak clear light swept over. Xiaohua's figure flashed in fright and he tore open the spatial crack that had already mostly closed and flew out. Where is this? Xiaohua flew out of the void and released his divine sense. He saw that the sky was filled with red clouds. Bursts of lightning flashed in the red clouds, and the pouring rain flashed a strange light in the night sky. Xiaohua looked around and did not know where to go. He rushed towards a certain place. Wang Wang. Xiaohua had only just rushed out 100 zhang when his divine sense was suddenly blocked by a solid barrier. That barrier was like a heavy hammer that struck his divine sense out of nowhere. Although Xiaohua had already tempered his divine sense to the point that it was like an iron hammer, this tremendous force of impact shook Xiaohua's divine sense and caused it to roll back. Waves of indescribable force crashed into his Naiwan palace. Not good. Xiaohua was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Although he could not see clearly whether the person in the distance was friend or foe, he did not investigate further. His figure suddenly rushed upwards, wanting to escape from this dangerous place. You are Xiaohua? A slightly surprised voice came from all directions. This voice was very deep. No, how did you come out from here? Could it be that Sun Jianjing's message was wrong? Damn it, is there a mistake? Xiaohua's heart was completely flustered. 2 Confucian martial grandmasters were not enough, and a third actually came? Could it be that this Xiao is going to lose his life here? Xiaohua did not answer, but that did not mean that the Confucian martial grandmaster who came to capture Xiaohua would not make a move. Following that voice, pillars of vast qi rose up within 1,000 li. These pillars of qi condensed into small yellow dots the size of mung beans in front of Xiaohua's eyes. These small dots emitted vigorous and solid fluctuations, completely enveloping the area within 1,000 li. Although Xiaohua did his best to urge the lightning, his figure still slowed down. Xiaohua's heart turned cold. He coldly turned his head and looked at the space enveloped by the qi of earth. There was not a single drop of water in this space. Then, his gaze crossed the space and landed on a short and fat Confucian martial grandmaster in the distance. This Confucian martial grandmaster was not only fat, but his nose and eyes were also small. There were even 2 mustaches at the corners of his mouth that resembled a rat's tail. In that case, I'll kill you first. Xiaohua made up his mind. He suddenly turned around and flew at an angle to another place. Oh, why is this guy flying over there? Seeing Xiao Hua turn around and fly to another place, the Confucian martial grandmaster was slightly taken aback. He looked in that direction with some astonishment. However, a moment later, the Confucian martial grandmaster's doubts disappeared. After all, within his domain, no matter which direction Xiao Hua went, it was impossible to escape from his grasp. Moreover, there was nothing special about the place Xiao Hua fled to. However, for safety's sake, the Confucian martial grandmaster still urged his figure. His figure flashed and appeared not far from Xiao Hua. The Confucian martial grandmaster revealed his figure. He raised his hand and patted the top of his head. A majestic subsidiary body appeared. Moreover, the subsidiary body grabbed Xiao Hua with its big hand, just like the hand of a Taoist martial grandmaster's nascent soul. The qi of earth on the big hand surrounded Xiao Hua's body. The true qi produced a tyrannical imprisoning force, wanting to seal Xiao Hua's meridians. Roar! Xiao Hua roared. A bronze brilliance flashed around his body. He did his best to resist the Confucian martial grandmaster's imprisonment. However, because the bronze brilliance was already injured, its brilliance dimmed. Many places on the surface of his body actually began to collapse. It's only as a... Seeing Xiao Hua's body being easily defeated, the Confucian martial grandmaster laughed loudly and slowly withdrew his arm. Xiao Hua was secretly delighted. He quietly waited for the Confucian martial grandmaster to approach. However, after a few moments, the Confucian martial grandmaster's arm stopped. The other hand was also raised. It looked like it wanted to grab the other side of Xiao Hua's body, wanting to tear Xiao Hua apart. Roar! Xiao Hua roared again. As he roared, he patted the top of his head. The dragon bloodline Xiao Hua once again rushed out of his body. The true dragon might frighten the Confucian martial grandmaster so much that his face changed wildly. Immediately after, the dragon bloodline Xiao Hua used the heavenly dragon technique to destroy the nearby space seal. When the space collapsed, the Confucian martial grandmaster's subsidiary body also trembled violently. Xiao Hua took the opportunity to escape from the subsidiary body's big hand. A five-clawed true dragon? This Confucian cultivator was just as shocked as Sun Hao and Sun Chang. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. While his eyes revealed extreme greed, his figure suddenly closed in. His sun body also reached out with his big hand, wanting to capture Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. Whoa! Just as the Confucian martial grandmaster was about to grab the dragon bloodline Xiao Hua, an inexplicable beam of light suddenly blasted towards the Confucian martial grandmaster. The Confucian martial grandmaster was frightened and hastily dodged. Although the Confucian martial grandmaster's robe was only damaged by the beam of light, the Confucian martial grandmaster was still abnormally ashamed and angry. However, what made the Confucian martial grandmaster even more puzzled was that after the beam of light, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly closed in and quickly rushed over. Chapter 4066. Although the Confucian cultivator was puzzled, how could he dare to let Xiao Hua approach him? He looked at Dragon Vein Xiao Hua with some reluctance, and his figure suddenly faded. The Confucian cultivator was about to teleport in his own domain. At this moment, the Confucian cultivator was stunned because Xiao Hua suddenly stopped. After Dragon Vein Xiao Hua returned to his body, he waved his hand and took out a jade bottle. He poured the medicinal pills in the jade bottle into his mouth. What is he doing? Although the Confucian cultivator's figure was distorted, he didn't completely disappear. He looked at Xiao Hua's strange behavior and muttered to himself. What made the Confucian cultivator feel strange was that when Xiao Hua took the medicinal pills, the previous pillar of light soared into the sky again. However, this time, 100 nascent souls of different colors rushed out like fireworks, breaking through the already thin domain and surrounding the short and fat Confucian cultivator. These 100 nascent souls fell in the air, and immediately arranged the Du Tianxing formation according to Xiao Hua's thoughts. They sat cross-legged in the air and closed their eyes, facing the Confucian cultivator. Rumble! Hundreds of heavenly lightning bolts carrying the might of heaven and earth fell from the sky at the same time as the nascent souls appeared. Not only did they imprison the nascent souls, But they also imprisoned Xiao Hua and the Confucian martial grandmaster. The power of the first tribulation of the 100 scattered nascent souls was really great. The Confucian cultivator looked up and saw that the immature heaven and earth imprisonment had completely scattered his domain. There was also the lightning in the sky that was originally raging with thunder. How could he not know what Xiao Hua was thinking? He made a prompt decision, and a dark red color appeared on his face. Then blood-yellow true qi gushed out from the surface of his body. The subbody that couldn't move because of the confinement force suddenly stretched out a blood-colored arm. Bang bang bang. It successively crushed a dozen nascent souls that were facing the initial tribulation. These dozen nascent souls exploded, and the power overflowed. Not only was the power of the Du Tianxing formation greatly reduced, but the imprisonment of the heavenly tribulation also weakened a lot. The Confucian cultivator felt his subbody loosen, and then a sinister smile appeared on his face. He said, "To catch bandits, first catch the king. Xiao Hua, this old man will catch you first." As it speaks, that huge subbody stretches out its arm and pinches towards Xiao Hua's main body. Ooh! Before the scholarly cultivator's arm could fall, Xiao Hua's body suddenly emitted an extremely strange fluctuation. As soon as this fluctuation fell into the air, it immediately shattered the scholarly cultivator's domain and even spread out rapidly into the distance. Moreover, from Xiao Hua's body, a powerful aura spread out, and his divine sense broke free from the shackles and spread out in all directions. A sense of foreboding welled up in the scholar's heart. Xiao Hua laughed coldly and took out another jade bottle. He tilted his head back and poured the medicinal pills inside into his mouth. "Wuhan, quickly run." Right at this moment, Sun Cheng and Sun Hao appeared at the place where Xiao Hua had fled from earlier. When the two of them saw the situation before them, they were scared out of their wits. Sun Cheng even warned, "This is the initial tribulation of dispersing nascent soul. Not good. Brother Chenghua, dodge quickly. This is the heavenly tribulation of a Taoist cultivator's advancement. Xiao Hua seems to be advancing." Sun Hao shouted, "Damn it, what kind of freak did I encounter?" When the short and fat cultivator named Wu Han heard this, he trembled with fear. How could he still care about bullying Xiao Hua? His figure swayed and he was about to teleport away. Unfortunately, his figure only dimmed for a moment before reappearing in the same place. The initial tribulation of 100 dispersing nascent souls had already descended and the entire space was sealed. How could a scholarly cultivator great-grandmaster escape from here? Others may not know what dispersing nascent soul is and what the initial tribulation of dispersing nascent soul means, but these three people are the inspectors of the immortal palace. They are most exposed to the strange things of the hidden immortal continent, especially regarding the cultivation methods of the Taoist sections. They know a lot. Seeing that they actually encountered the legendary dispersing nascent soul initial tribulation, how could the three of them not tremble with fear? Wu Han, who was among them, complained incessantly. He raised his hand and patted. 3 defensive imperial equipment flew out from his Qiankuan pouch. One was a palm-sized shield, one was a golden armor, and the last one was a large dragon scale. Wu Han spat out 3 breaths of qi in succession. The palm-sized shield emitted a wang-wang sound and suddenly expanded. The inscription on the armor, which should have triggered the vast void qi pillar, was now only the size of a thumb. It was barely able to trigger the wisps of vast void qi from the cracks in the void. However, the inscription on the armor still emitted the light of law, fighting against the heaven and earth imprisonment to protect one side of Wu Han. Wu Han's armor was triggered by true qi. It was completely golden, as if it was made of gold. Dragon and phoenix inscriptions faintly appeared on the armor and slowly flowed in the golden light. Wu Han didn't dare to be negligent. He put on the armor, then raised his hand and patted. 3-colored true qi gushed out. An earthy yellow secondary body of several dozen feet in size condensed on top of his head. The dragon scale, which was triggered by true qi, emitted a faint dragon qi and fell into the secondary body's hand. The secondary body supported the secondary body with both hands. The secondary body actually turned into a thick, characteristic dam of several dozen feet in size, and laid horizontally on top of the secondary body's head. After doing all this, Wu Han's face turned pale. That short and fat body seemed to have thinned out of thin air. The area within 1,000 miles was shrouded by hundreds of initial tribulations of scattered nascent souls. The area within 100 miles where Wu Han and Xiaohua were sitting was the focus. The noble qi in the void had already been imprisoned. If Wu Han wanted to mobilize true qi, he could only rely on his middle dantian. The three imperial equipment and the secondary body that appeared were all the results of Wu Han's struggle with the heaven and earth prison. Wu Han fiercely glanced at Xiaohua, whose body's pressure was getting stronger and stronger. His divine sense was also getting more and more majestic. He gritted his teeth, his gaze swept across the sky and landed on Sun Hao and Sun Chang in the distance, who were somewhat at a loss. At this time the entire space was shrouded by the thunder tribulation. All the images appeared distorted. Sun Hao and Sun Chang saw the imperial equipment that Wu Han took out. There was a trace of comfort in their panic. Sun Chang whispered, "Brother Ordinary, did you see the two imperial equipment that Wu Han just took out?" "And of course I saw it." Sun Hao's expression didn't break away from the shock, but his tone was filled with jealousy. "Isn't that armor the battle immortal armor in the Immortal Palace's treasury? Isn't that dragon scale the ancient Taoist magic treasure Black Nightshade?" "That's right, I really don't know how Wu Han got these two treasures." Sun Chang echoed, facing the initial tribulation of these 100 scattered soul cultivators. This old man has no confidence in escaping. But if Wu Han has these two treasures, I'm afraid he has a 40% chance. The battle immortal armor was used by the previous battle immortal general. Its defensive ability has been tested in a great battle. It should be able to protect Wu Han's body. Sun Hao frowned and replied, "And the Black Nightshade is the scale armor left behind by the ancient Earth Holy Dragon on the Dragon Island. It was forcibly taken away from the Dragon Island by the ancient Taoist magic sect and refined into a defensive magic treasure. When the Taoist magic sect was destroyed, it was tempered into an imperial equipment by the Immortal Palace. Its defensive ability is even stronger than the battle immortal armor." However, Sun Chang was still a little worried. However, although these two imperial equipment are powerful, they are also seriously damaged. They are not as good as the previous one. It doesn't seem to be in good condition. Sun Hao sneered. He looked at Xiaohua, who was continuously putting medicinal pills into his mouth, and said, "The initial tribulation of a scattered soul cultivator is nothing to us, who is about to step into the sage of literature. Brother Changbo's danger is that the initial tribulation of 100 scattered soul cultivators will come at the same time. However, there is only one wave of initial tribulation of 100 scattered soul cultivators. Moreover, the center of this 100 initial tribulation is not Brother Changbo. He is only affected by it. Although these two imperial equipment are not in good condition, they are enough to withstand it. Changbo only needs to protect his true spirit from being destroyed and withstand the effects of these 100 scattered soul cultivators' lightning tribulation. After that, wouldn't everything be completely under our control? What I am worried about now is this Xiaohua. Looking at his pressure, he is only at the 5th grade of essence energy. This level of heavenly tribulation can only restrict our movements. It cannot cause any harm to us. Even if he advanced to the 6th grade of essence energy, what can he do? Him choosing to advance at this time is really puzzling to me. How can Xiaohua's strength be at the 5th grade of essence energy? Sun Chang was also puzzled. If he was at the spirit severing stage, why would I need to call the two of you over? However, what Brother Ordinary said is right. I also feel that something is wrong. I don't know what medicine Xiaohua is selling in his gourd. The corner of Sun Hao's mouth twitched slightly and said, "Who cares what medicine it is? Even if he has some method to kill Wu Han, even if he advanced to the 6th grade of essence energy, how can the current him be a match for you and me? Even if we have to chase him to the ends of the earth, we can still kill him. It's moving, the lightning tribulation is coming." Right at this moment, the sound of thunder boomed in the sky. Within 1,000 li, hundreds of lightning tribulations fell from the sky as if they were rushing to the market, cheerfully landing on the bodies of the 100 scattered soul cultivators. Naturally, Xiaohua and Wu Han, who were in the center of the lightning, were also struck by the lightning tribulation. This was the initial tribulation of 100 scattered soul cultivators. The might of this lightning tribulation was more than twice the lightning tribulation that Xiaohua encountered previously. However, compared to the previous lightning tribulation, there were some advantages this time. That was that Xiao Hua was also advancing. His body was also shackled by heaven and earth. When the lightning tribulation fell, it first passed through different heaven and earth shackles before hitting Xiao Hua's body. The might was reduced by a lot. However, even so, Xiao Hua's body that had just been injured by the two Confucian cultivators collapsed under this lightning tribulation. Looking at Wu Han, he was inferior to Xiao Hua. Boom! Amidst the sound of thunder, the imperial equipment shield that was first summoned first appeared with many armor inscriptions, revealing immortal palace inscriptions. However, these immortal palace inscriptions were quickly destroyed by the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, the armor inscriptions were shattered by the lightning tribulation. The lightning tribulation's might didn't stop. It roared and pounced towards the child body and the long kuei on the child body's head. Dragon patterns rushed out from the long kuei and a coiled dragon image suddenly rose up when the lightning tribulation hit the long kuei. Roar! This dragon image was not complete. The long kuei that had just pounced out was immediately blocked by countless lightning tribulations. These lightning tribulations were not Xiao Hua's lightning tribulations. They were filled with the power of heaven and earth. The dragon image was only able to struggle a few times before it was annihilated by the lightning tribulation. The dragon scales of the main body turned into powder under the lightning tribulation. Chapter 4067. Fortunately. Seeing this, Sun Chang in the distance breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. After all, Long Kuei blocked most of the lightning tribulation. Brother Chenghua should be fine. The rest of the lightning tribulation naturally fell on Wu Han's secondary body. That secondary body was condensed from earth energy, and in the end of the lightning tribulation, its arms were destroyed, but other parts of its body were not injured. Phew! The three Confucian cultivators, including Wu Han, breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, before they could exhale, they saw the 100 or so scattered nascent souls sitting cross-legged around Wu Han open their eyes at the same time. Every pair of eyes contained the mockery in Xiao Hua's eyes. As the 100 or so scattered nascent souls formed lightning hand seals, the 100 or so lightning bolts once again fell on Wu Han. Sun Chang and Sun Hao were far away, but Wu Han was in the middle of the crowd of scattered nascent souls. He could clearly see the mockery in the eyes of the hundreds of scattered nascent souls. He turned his head to look at Xiao Hua beside him in disbelief. An inconceivable thought was still growing wildly in his mind. These hundreds of scattered nascent souls, are all Xiao Hua's doppelgangers? It was a pity that he didn't have the time to think too much. These 100 bolts of lightning were even more powerful than the lightning tribulation earlier. Furthermore, the angle of these 100 bolts of lightning completely enveloped his subbody and corporeal body. There wasn't any blind spot. His huge subbody already had a pair of arms severed, and at this moment it collapsed from the lightning tribulation. The battle immortal armor protecting Wu Han's physical body suddenly emitted a brilliant brilliance. An immortal general riding a heavenly horse waved his immortal weapon, and an almost unparalleled force met the lightning tribulation along with the golden light. Rumble! An extremely loud sound exploded in the sky. The space within hundreds of miles was continuous, and the restrictions of heaven and earth were also loosened in the waves. Gotcha! In the roar, the golden brilliance that illuminated the sky was suddenly annihilated. A crisp sound fell into Wu Han's ears, and then hundreds of sharp forces poured into his physical body. Wu Han looked at the fragments of the battle immortal armor that had been cut off from his body. He gritted his teeth, and a bloody light surged around his body. A large blood-red cloud spurted out from his physical body. Gotcha! Like silkworms eating mulberry leaves, when the cloud was destroyed by the lightning tribulation that was nearing its end also disappeared. Wu Han's face was deathly pale. Sensing that the restrictions around him had loosened, his eyes spitting fire, he looked at Xiao Hua who was not far from him. At this time, Xiao Hua's body was covered in molten bronze, and he was not much better than Wu Han. Good. Sun Chang said, Brother Chenghua's strength has greatly increased. It's really beyond our expectations. Today, Brother Chenghua's credit. Sons of course of the hundreds of scattered nascent souls who had passed the initial tribulation, the strength of scattered nascent souls, strength of scattered heavens. As for Wu Han, countless tiny whirlpools appeared around his body, and strands of true energy were produced from the whirlpools. After the heaven and earth were imprisoned, he would madly absorb the noble qi. Although the heavenly tribulation of Xiaohua's avatar was powerful, in the eyes of Wu Han, Sun Hao and Sun Chang, it was not comparable to the initial tribulation of the hundreds of scattered nascent souls. Even Wu Han was eager to fight, waiting for Xiaohua's nascent soul to appear so that he could give Xiaohua a show of strength. However, the situation was still beyond the expectations of the three Confucian cultivators. Just as the three of them were about to move, Xiaohua's divine sense, which was suppressed by the initial tribulation of the hundreds of scattered nascent souls, crazily expanded, and the hundreds of scattered nascent souls suddenly and strangely disappeared along with his divine sense. Ah! What is Xiaohua doing? Seeing that the scattered nascent souls disappeared and Xiaohua's pressure increased greatly, Sun Chang was very puzzled. Could it be that he thinks he is undergoing a lightning tribulation? How ridiculous! Sun Hao felt Xiaohua's crazy pressure and his divine sense, which was several times stronger than that of ordinary Taoist divinity severing stage cultivators, and his face became somewhat unfriendly. He said in a low voice, "The heavenly tribulation of the fifth stage of Taoist divinity stage should be an out-of-body tribulation, so naturally there will be no lightning tribulation. However, until now we have not seen Xiaohua's nascent soul. Don't forget, Xiaohua has many tricks up his sleeve. Now that Wu Han's true energy is exhausted, he is trapped in Xiaohua's heavenly tribulation. If Xiaohua's heavenly tribulation is big enough, it may affect his absorption of the noble qi. Without the noble qi, Wu Han will be seriously injured. How can he be Xiaohua's opponent?" But Sun Chang was bewildered again. Xiaohua can't move during the tribulation, and after he passes the tribulation, you and I are still at his side. How can we just watch him kill Wu Han? I don't know. Sun Hao shook his head slightly. However, I feel that this time Wu Han is most likely going to die. Just as Sun Hao finished speaking, a huge gust of wind whistled above Xiaohua's head. Within several thousand li, a five-colored spirit tide suddenly appeared. This spirit tide was extremely dense, and it was as if patches of multicolored clouds had enveloped the sky. When this multicolored cloud appeared, Wu Han almost vomited blood. Such a dense spirit tide filled several thousand li, and it had already pushed the noble qi several thousand li away. At this moment the void was also filled with all kinds of strange fluctuations. Even if Wu Han had stepped into the realm of literature saint, he probably wouldn't be able to absorb even a trace of noble qi from nearby, right? Wu Han's thoughts were naturally similar to Sun Chang's. He hurriedly withdrew his cultivation technique, and activated the little remaining true energy in his body. Like a poisonous snake, he quietly waited there, waiting for Xiaohua to pass the tribulation, and immediately reveal his poisonous fangs. Wu Han was trapped by the restriction of Xiaohua's tribulation, so he couldn't see the range and power of the spirit tide. However, Sun Hao and Sun Chang could see it clearly. Moreover, under Xiaohua's oppressive pressure, they continuously retreated, and the expression in their eyes gradually turned into fear. This seems to be the spirit tide of a Dao sex cultivator during the spirit severing stage, right? Sun Hao whispered in shock, as if he was asking himself, but also as if he was asking Sun Chang. Sun Chang also murmured, "This divine sense isn't just at the out-of-body stage, right? Moreover, the spirit tide is so dense, it's simply like a spirit cloud." Even during the ancient Dao sex prosperity, there weren't many cultivators who could reach such a terrifying realm, right? But Xiaohua's pressure is clearly at the out-of-body stage. Sun Hao seemed to understand something, and said with narrowed eyes, "This bastard must have some secret technique. He suppressed the growth of his realm, otherwise, he would have been discovered by my immortal palace's inspector." Xiaohua has such strength. Sun Chang nodded slightly. "I'm afraid he's even more powerful than the Grand Mist ancestor, right?" Sun Hao's figure was forced to retreat again by the spirit cloud and divine sense. He replied thoughtfully, "Of course. Therefore this is our only chance to kill Xiaohua. If the immortal emperor finds out, we won't have the chance to find the 9 cauldrons and obtain the 5-clawed true dragon." "Not just the immortal emperor," Sun Chang reminded. Even the Dragon Island isn't something we can provoke. This Xiaohua is really a big fish. Sun Hao sighed with emotion. He's even bigger than the Grand Mist ancestor by 3 times. Wu. Sun Chang and Sun Hao retreated 3 steps under Xiaohua's heavenly tribulation. Wu Han was also waiting for an opportunity. In the end, a hurricane formed several thousand feet above Xiaohua's head, and the 5-colored spirit cloud within several thousand miles rushed towards this hurricane, forming a huge funnel in the sky. This several thousand feet in size was naturally the location of Xiaohua's formless nascent soul, so the 3 Confucian cultivators naturally couldn't see it. Seeing the world's origin energy within several thousand miles being swept away, a fierce wind blew from the surroundings, and the same grand aura surged in the fierce wind. Wu Han narrowed his eyes, and the cultivation method in his body surged, preparing to wait until the restriction disappeared to launch a thunderous attack on Xiaohua. Rumble. Unfortunately, before Wu Han's thunderous attack was ready, the tribulation clouds that had just dispersed reappeared in the sky, and this time the tribulation clouds were extremely similar to the tribulation clouds of the 100 scattered nascent souls before. Ah? Wu Han was really once bitten by a snake twice shy. While trembling with fear, he hurriedly looked around, wanting to see where the scattered nascent souls appeared again. However, other than the familiar restriction of heaven and earth that was becoming increasingly firm and binding him to the point that he couldn't even move, he didn't see a single strand of nascent soul hair. Not to mention Sun Hao and Sun Chang in the distance, even Xiaohua himself was at a loss. This is the first tribulation of a scattered nascent soul. Ah, what does it have to do with me? My body is perfectly fine here. So how did the invisible nascent soul above my head attract the lightning tribulation? However, at this time Xiaohua didn't have anything to think about. His nascent soul had been through the lightning tribulation for a longer time than the 100 scattered nascent souls. The red lightning fell, and above Xiaohua's head, several 100 feet in size, collapsed with a loud bang. Then within the lightning, it gradually expanded from the size of a fist to 1,000 feet, and the lightning tribulation came to an end. Wu Han suddenly had a hair-raising feeling, as if the 100 scattered nascent souls were looking at him with mocking gazes. Wu Han wailed and hurriedly urged the little true qi in his body. Sure enough, the lightning strangely flew out from the top of Xiaohua's head and landed on Wu Han's naked body like a horned dragon, instantly destroying half of Wu Han's physical body. Damn it, this is somewhat inexplicable. Sun Hao's eyes flashed with a pale golden light, and he frowned. Where did Xiaohua's nascent soul go? Why can't I see it? Could it be the invisible nascent soul? Sun Chang very naturally thought of the most likely result. Of course, this old man has heard of the invisible nascent soul. Sun Hao was puzzled. But no matter what kind of invisible nascent soul it is, it still has to appear under the lightning tribulation. Moreover, how did Xiaohua attract the first tribulation of a scattered nascent soul? Or, Sun Chang held his chin and said thoughtfully, this nascent soul isn't Xiaohua's own? Forget it, don't think too much. Sun Hao's true qi surged as he said indifferently, Xiaohua's heavenly tribulation has passed. Prepare to capture him. After searching his soul, everything will be clear. Okay. Sun Chang also urged his body, preparing to fly to the other side and let Xiaohua escape. However, before the two of them could fly, the tribulation clouds that had just dispersed in the sky condensed again, and this time the tribulation clouds actually had 4 colors. Following the appearance of the 4-colored tribulation clouds, a heaven and earth restriction even more powerful than before spread out in all directions with Xiaohua as the center. Sun Chang and Sun Hao were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. They hurriedly fled far away, for fear of being affected by this restriction. Chapter 4068. As for Wu Han, who was inside the restriction, he wanted to cry but had no tears. His heart gradually became numb. Rumble. The lightning fell, enveloping the area within 100 miles of Xiaohua. Xiaohua's body immediately turned into a golden liquid. Within the golden liquid, there was not only dragon qi that flowed around the dragon patterns, but also 5-colored true qi that flowed around the inscriptions on the armor. At the same time, the runes that were the size of ants danced together with strands of soul silk, The aura that came from the great desolation even set off whirlpools within the golden liquid. What is this? Wu Han's eyes were as big as walnuts, as if he had seen the most incomprehensible thing in the world. However, his confusion only lasted for a few breaths. The aftermath of the lightning tribulation destroyed his body. As the inspector of the immortal palace, Wu Han naturally had a secret technique to temper his body. However, his body that had been tempered thousands of times by the lightning tribulation turned into ashes like paper. In the end, Wu Han suddenly understood. This seems to be the lightning tribulation of the great monster of the monster clan. Xiaohua is a human. Wu Han understood too late, and he didn't have the chance to think more. Poor him, he was ravaged by the lightning tribulation again and again. In the end he finally died a worthy death, a great death, a glorious death. Moreover, a strand of his nascent soul had just escaped and had yet to identify a direction to escape to. Rumble. The second bolt of tribulation lightning struck. Even Wu Han's nascent soul couldn't escape being ravaged by the tribulation lightning. Wu Han died. His soul was destroyed. In the distance, Sun Hao and Sun Chang couldn't see the situation inside the lightning tribulation, so they didn't notice. However, when they saw the fierce great monster's lightning tribulation falling, they had already mourned for Wu Han in their hearts. How did Xiaohua attract the great monster's lightning tribulation? Although Sun Chang and Sun Hao had doubts in their hearts, thinking about the five-clawed true dragon, the two of them were thoughtful, so no one said a word. Things had already reached this point. Even if the five-clawed true dragon could cultivate into a great saint, the two of them couldn't stop. Xiaohua's last wave of lightning tribulation lasted for a day and a night. When the tribulation clouds dispersed and the restrictions of heaven and earth disappeared, Sun Chang and Sun Hao's burning heaven casting earth technique once again pounced over. After witnessing Xiaohua's mysteriousness, the two of them became a lot more cautious and didn't particularly get close to him. Xiaohua had escaped from the thunder tribulation. His entire body was brimming with true essence, and a rare eagerness was born from the bottom of his heart. As Xiaohua breathed, the heaven and earth origin energy within 1,000 miles of him seemed to surge. Xiaohua understood in his heart that although he had taken 2,560 dark breaking pills, and had truly stepped into the severed divinity stage, and his formless nascent soul was a scattered soul that had crossed the initial tribulation, and his monster body had been reconstructed during the thunder tribulation, he still didn't have any chance of victory against two Confucian Grand Masters, who were on the verge of becoming saints of literature. Motherfucker. Xiaohua's arm flashed with a bronze color, tearing apart the shackles on the edge of the burning heaven-cast earth. Relying on the strength of his physical body, he once again activated the lightning escape technique. At the same time, he cursed in his heart with regret. If I had known earlier that the formless nascent soul would have an initial tribulation and the demon body would also have 4 lightning tribulations, I would have pulled these two Confucian cultivators in as well. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Rumble. Xiaohua's entire body rumbled with thunder. His figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, and very arrogantly rushed towards the horizon. After only flying for a moment, the thunder that resounded through the sky became somewhat mute, as if it was molting. Xiaohua's heart stirred. Between his eyebrows at the top of his head, the 3 corpses in thunder and 5 chi thunder hurriedly rushed out. Woo! A sharp whistling sound was emitted and Xiaohua's speed suddenly increased. What's going on now? Sun Chang and Sun Chang were startled once again. Right in front of their eyes, the dark green 3 corpses in thunder and light purple 5 chi thunder flashed again, intertwining with the thunder around Xiaohua's body. Thousands upon thousands of righteous chi, thousands upon thousands of heaven and earth origin energy rushed into the thunder, and the sound of thunder began to become mute. Xiaohua's lightning escape technique, which was originally about to break through, now forcibly entered the 6 paths of lightning. The speed of the lightning escape was 3 times faster than before. Soon it would exceed the range of the two's clear eyes technique. I'm afraid because of the increase in his realm, his flying technique has advanced again, right? Sun Hao coldly smiled. He raised his hand and pointed at the heaven-burning furnace. The heaven-burning furnace fell under his feet and said, "Looks like we can only catch up with him first." "AI alright." Sun Chang also helplessly smiled bitterly. He pointed at the earth-casting furnace and floated up. He helplessly said, "This old man has never felt that killing a Tao sect cultivator was so troublesome." As the two activated their imperial equipment, the two imperial equipment respectively surged out a silver-white cloud and a light blue cloud. They were not inferior to Xiaohua's speed at all. Although these two imperial equipment were far apart, in the sky, the two clouds faintly intertwined with each other, letting out a rumbling sound. Damn it, as the saying goes, when the Tao is 1 foot tall, the devil is 10 feet tall. Seeing this, Xiaohua's joy from the lightning escape's advancement was swept away. He unconsciously cursed in his heart. This Xiao was able to fly fast just now. These two can also activate their flying imperial equipment. Cursing was cursing. Xiaohua still had to activate his true essence to use the lightning escape technique. The lightning escape technique consumed a lot more true essence than the lightning travel 3 realms. When Xiaohua activated it, a suffocating feeling was born from his lower dantian. He had no choice but to carefully deal with it. After flying for a few more days, Xiaohua had already completely lost his direction. Moreover, the true essence in his body was greatly consumed because of supporting the lightning escape technique. However, because Xiaoguo and the green-robed Xiaohua were refining pills in the space, and Xiaohua was tempering these pills, he was not afraid of true essence drying up. However, Sun Chang and Sun Hao were like maggots in a tarsal bone. They were not tired, nor did their true essence dry up. They still chased after him, making him extremely distressed. This time's escape was the same as last time on the Dawn Rain continent. When he was chased by Shan Zongzi and Daoist Du, Xiaohua had no place to hide, and similarly, he did not know where to find a chance of survival. On the Dawn Rain continent, there was still Shueishuahe who had no choice but to give up her life for Xiaohua. On the Hidden Immortal continent, there would not be this kind of love and familial love. Spiritual fire, devil blade, innate true water, lightning technique, heavenly laws embodiment technique, heaven shocking sword, and other divine abilities. Xiaohua thought about all of them. Letting Dragon Vein Xiaohua, Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua, Green-Robed Xiaohua, and even Soul Cultivator Xiaohua come out together to besiege the two Confucian Cultivator Great Grandmasters, Xiaohua had also thought about it. However, Xiaohua's overall strength was only at the upper middle of the 6th grade. Even if there were 10 of him, he would still not be a match for the two Confucian cultivators at the middle of the 7th grade. After all, there was a difference of 1 grade. In the eyes of cultivators, this grade could only be reached after thousands or even tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Perhaps there is only that mysterious white bones. Thinking about the horror of the blood bones in the demonic god's blood pool, Xiaohua's heart had a kind of uneasiness. This uneasiness was even more intense than the devil blade. Although the devil blade had eroded Xiaohua's mind, he could still control it. If the white bones with 3 heads and 6 arms were gathered, Xiaohua felt that he would not be able to control it. Perhaps if he activated the white bones, he could kill the two Confucian cultivators, but what about the consequences? Perhaps it would be another demonic god's blood pool? Or perhaps it would be another mutual destruction. Xiaohua did not know. Suddenly, looking at the distant horizon, Xiaohua thought of Xian and the words Xian said on that rainy night. He raised his hand and took out the True Scholar's token. Since it is the True Scholar's token, it is also a protective amulet. What kind of surprise will it give you? The corner of Xiaohua's mouth revealed a smile. If the True Scholar comes, even if he can't help this Xiao kill the two great masters, he can at least scare him away, right? Saying this, Xiaohua's hand surged with 5-colored True Qi. When the True Qi entered the token, the whole token emitted mottled colors. Xiaohua opened his mouth again. Ooh! The flying sword fell on it, and the token turned into powder. A wisp of 5-colored True Qi rushed straight into the void and disappeared in a moment. Good! Seeing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed and also rushed into the sky. Of course, it didn't take long before Xiaohua couldn't find any trace of the multicolored light, so he could only fly forward. After another 10 days, he still didn't see any Confucian cultivators coming to save him. Xiaohua felt some strange fluctuations in the space around him, and some strange outlines began to appear in the pure space. What's going on? Xiaohua was puzzled. He released his divine sense but could not find any clues. Behind him, Sun Cheng and Sun Hao were still very close. He could only brace himself and fly forward. Xiao Hua did not know where this place was, but Sun Cheng and Sun Hao knew. When the two saw Xiao Hua fly to this place, a smile appeared on their faces. Even the imperial equipment under their feet slowed down. After all, they had chased for so long without sleep and rest. The two of them were also physically and mentally exhausted. Okay, Brother Ordinary. Sun Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and said with some certainty, "This time we finally blocked him. We don't need to force him too much. We just need to block him on the road of death, and not let him find another opportunity to escape. When we reach that place, you and I can slowly kill him." "There's no need for Brother Jianjing to say anything," Sun Hao said with a smile. "Since we've reached this place, this old man naturally knows what to do. We must be steady first." Ha! At this point, the two of them laughed loudly. Xiao Hua flew for several days inexplicably. He saw that the mountain-like outline to his left was becoming more and more obvious. This outline was like a dark cloud but also like a trace of space. Moreover, the outline was very similar to the mountains on land. Some of the outlines even had some traces of trees, moss, and rivers. Where is this? Why is the scene so strange? Xiao Hua was once again puzzled. This is high up in the sky, second only to the earth, fire, wind, and thunder. Where did the clouds come from? Where did the trees and rivers come from? Oh, could it be? This is the Immortal Palace? No, that's not possible. Didn't Fujiwen say it before? The Immortal Palace is not something that ordinary cultivators can find. Even if this Xiao flew randomly, I'm afraid it's impossible to be so coincidental. Chapter 4069. Seeing that the situation was becoming more and more strange, exceeding his understanding, Xiao Hua had the intention to fly out from these outlines. However, Sun Cheng and Sun Hao, who were following closely behind Xiao Hua, were already steadily chasing after him. Xiao Hua was simply unable to escape. Of course, noticing that the two were not in a hurry, Xiao Hua was even more nervous, knowing that he might be flying into a dead end. Therefore, after being unable to escape from this strange place, he tried to fly towards the outline of the nearest mountain range. What made Xiao Hua tremble with fear was that his divine sense had yet to come into contact with the outline of the mountain range. A kind of feeling of shock, majesty, fear, and so on came from his divine sense, forcing Xiao Hua to withdraw his divine sense. With his divine sense already like this, how could Xiao Hua still dare to approach? He could only fly forward. Of course, as he flew forward, Xiao Hua also tried to fly to higher and lower places. However, no matter how he tried, the mountain range seemed to be eternally standing there. It was incomparably majestic, incomparably shocking, and forever something that Xiao Hua could never hope to reach. "I'm afraid. I can only go forward." Xiao Hua's eyes turned rapidly, fiercely gritting his teeth, thinking to himself, if it really doesn't work, I'll just drag the two of them into this dangerous place together. Who knows, I might be able to rely on luck to escape this calamity. Even if there's no luck, then it's better to die together. Just as he thought of this, the sound of armored horses came from afar at the same time. A familiar voice rang in Xiao Hua's ears. "Who's there? Quickly stop. This is Black Ruins Mountain, the forbidden area of the Immortal Palace. Ordinary people cannot approach. Otherwise, kill without mercy." Sun Jian? Perfected Lord Qing'an? Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. Damn! I really came to the Immortal Palace? Seeing an acquaintance, Xiao Hua's eyes turned, hurriedly shouting, "Perfected Lord Qing'an, I am Xiao Hua of Black Wind Mountain. I have great information about the 9 provinces of the hidden Immortal Continent. I ask Perfected Lord to report it to the Immortal Emperor." Sun Jian naturally recognized Xiao Hua. Standing on the flaming chariot, he shouted, "Xiao Hua, this is not the Immortal Palace. If you want to see the Immortal Emperor, you'd better turn back. If you continue, don't blame this true monarch for being merciless and killing you here." Boom! Sun Jian waved the 3-pointed, double-edged blade in his hand. The thousands of immortal soldiers and immortal generals behind him all circulated their true energy, and the inescapable net appeared in front of Xiao Hua's head again. Damn it! Seeing Sun Jian like this, Xiao Hua cursed in his heart. This is what it means to have a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Where should I run to? As they spoke, Sun Hao and Sun Cheng's clear gazes swept over, landing on Xiao Hua and Sun Jian's bodies before withdrawing. Even the speed of their pursuit slowed down. Xiao Hua looked at Sun Jian, the immortal soldiers and immortal generals behind Sun Jian, and even the inescapable net in front of him. He then said, "Perfected cultivator Qing'an, the battle between you and me in the Black Wind Ridge didn't end. Even though we didn't really fight, this Xiao respects you as a true man. Even if you cut off all ties with this Xiao Hua will still regard you as an old friend. So this Xiao Hua will tell you frankly, you and the immortal soldiers and immortal generals behind you are simply not this Xiao Hua's match. If you don't want to die under this Xiao Hua's hands, and if you don't want your subordinates to die under this Xiao Hua's hands, then get out of the way immediately. Now that Xiao Hua has been forced into such a situation by your Confucian cultivator, this Xiao Hua has no more scruples. If this true monarch doesn't get out of the way, you'll kill this true monarch." Sun Jian's expression didn't change as he asked indifferently. Xiao Hua nodded. "That's right. This Xiao Hua is being chased by 2 Confucian martial grandmasters behind me with no way out. I can only rush into this immortal palace's forbidden area to escape. If you don't get out of the way, then this Xiao Hua can only attack." Sun Jian raised his eyes to look at Sun Hao and Sun Cheng, who were slowly approaching. Then his gaze fell on Xiao Hua again. He asked, "Do you know why those 2 martial grandmasters aren't in a hurry to kill you?" "Naturally, it's because of this forbidden area." Xiao Hua answered somewhat impatiently. "But do you know where this forbidden area is?" Sun Jian asked again. Xiao Hua sneered. "Didn't you say this place is Black Ruins Mountain?" "Correct, this place is Black Ruins Mountain." Sun Jian nodded. "But this place has another name. It's called Heaven's Prison." Heaven's Prison? Xiao Hua was dumbstruck. "You came to guard the Heaven's Prison? This Heaven's Prison is the Immortal Palace's prison?" "The Immortal Palace's prison isn't here." Sun Jian explained. "This place is the Heaven's Prison. Any cultivator who enters the Heaven's Prison, no matter how high their cultivation is, can never come out alive." "Immortal Emperor? Great Sage? Mahavairakana Revered One?" Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, "They also can't come out alive?" "Any cultivator." Sun Jian answered word by word. This Xiao Hua understands. Xiao Hua finally understood why Sun Hao and Sun Cheng weren't in a hurry to kill him. "You're guarding this place to prevent cultivators from entering by mistake." "Of course." Sun Jian nodded, then looked at the approaching Sun Cheng and Sun Hao and said indifferently, "Since you know this is the Heaven's Prison, then turn back. This true lord's duty is here. I can't let you pass." "Damn it, I already know this is the Heaven's Prison. How can this Xiao Hua still go in?" Xiao Hua was speechless, but he still felt lucky in his heart and asked in a low voice, "Then, what's the Heaven's Prison like?" "No one knows." Sun Jian shook his head. "No one has ever come out from there, so no one knows what's inside. Has anyone ever gone in?" Sun Jian looked at Xiao Hua, knowing that he had not given up, and said indifferently, "Billions of years ago, there seemed to be a one Xing who rebelled against the Immortal Palace. The Immortal Palace laid down an inescapable net, but couldn't kill him. Later, he was forced into the Heaven's Prison and disappeared." "All right." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "You don't need to say any more." After saying that, Xiao Hua turned around, his eyes flashing with determination as he looked at the 2 Confucian cultivators approaching. Sun Jian controlled the flaming war chariot and retreated a few li, coldly looking at everything that happened in front of him. The inescapable net in front of him had not been removed. Sun Cheng and Sun Hao flew to the front, and each of them pointed their feet. The burning sky furnace and the earth-casting furnace flew up into the air, and the earth-casting furnace landed on the ground, spinning around, waiting for an opportunity to pounce on Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua looked at the 2 imperial equipment aggressively, took out a Qiankuan bag and held it in his hand and said, "This is what you want. This Xiao Hua will give it to you. However, after you take it, can you let this Xiao Hua live?" Sun Cheng smiled and clapped his hands. "People often say that a wise man submits to circumstances. Daoist Xiao is indeed a wise man. If you had done this earlier, why did you have to tear apart everyone's face?" This Xiaohua thinks that he is the kind of person who will not turn back until he hits the south wall, and can't be considered a wise man. Xiaohua shook his head slightly, but now this Xiaohua has no way out, and can only choose to compromise. As long as the two of you swear an oath, this Xiaohua will immediately send this Qingkuan bag over. Sun Cheng looked at Sun Hao, and the two of them exchanged glances. Sun Cheng said somewhat regretfully, Daoist Xiao, if it was before Liao Jiang or before your tribulation, not to mention swearing an oath, even if we directly let you go, it would not be impossible. But now, do you think that we still have the qualifications to let you go? But we must ask Daoist Xiao to make a trip with us to know the result. Sun Hao also said, but this old man feels that Daoist Xiao need not worry. If you use this item to atone for your crimes, you may still have a way out. Xiaohua sighed, kept the Qingkuan bag and said, if the two of you let this Xiaohua go now, this Xiaohua can naturally give that item to you without worry. But if you want this Xiaohua to be captured without putting up a fight and wait to be dealt with, that won't do. If the two of you push too far, this Xiaohua will rush into Black Ruins Mountain and let you draw water with a bamboo basket. Haha. Sun Cheng laughed loudly, pointing at the inescapable net and said, Daoist Xiao, what do you think Daoist Master Qing'an is doing here? Without his immortal palace imperial equipment, can you enter the heavenly prison? Besides, Daoist Xiao, Sun Hao also advised, once you enter the heavenly prison, you will definitely die. But if you follow this old man and the others back, you may not necessarily die. Why do you have to make things difficult for yourself? Xiaohua pinched his chin, thinking to himself. He understood in his heart that if it was purely because of the 9 provinces' cauldrons, he really didn't need to be too afraid. But the problem was that the Immortal Palace didn't only have a grudge with the 9 provinces' cauldrons, there were also those 100 nascent soul cultivators, and also Yaotai Mountain. He had a lot of secrets on him, and he couldn't reveal any of them, so how could he just let himself be captured without putting up a fight? Forget it. Xiaohua looked at the 2 imperial equipment approaching, and made a decision in his heart. Just as Xiaohua was about to take out White Bone from the space, the heaven-burning furnace and the earth-casting furnace suddenly moved. Hundreds of vast chi pillars shot out from the void, landing on the 2 imperial equipment. The 2 imperial equipment expanded to several miles in size in a few breaths, firmly locking Xiaohua inside. Haha. Xiaohua laughed. So the two of you didn't plan to let this Xiao go. This Xiao has always been asking a tiger for its skin. When the 2 imperial equipment moved, Sun Cheng and Sun Hao naturally moved as well. The two of them urged their bodies to move, and still released the 3-colored genuine qi. Under the burning heaven-casting earth technique, the area around Xiaohua within 100 miles was enveloped in silver-white and light blue flames. Layers of righteous qi surged into the flames like waves. The surface of Xiaohua's body was naturally burned by the flames, but at this time, although the flames were fierce, they couldn't melt Xiaohua's body. Only some of the flames landed on his body, creating deep fire scars, but these fire scars quickly healed under the bronze brilliance. However, the power of the domain within the flames was heavily pressed on Xiaohua's body by the giant peak, and all of his true qi and true qi couldn't be mobilized. However, when the 2 Confucian cultivators saw Xiaohua's calm expression, they didn't dare to be negligent. Each of their subbodies appeared, and the subbodies waved their arms, urging the 2 imperial equipment to gradually close. Chapter 40-70. Come out. Xiaohua finally decided. His mind entered the space and took out the 3-headed, 6-armed white bone. Seeing the white bone appear on top of Xiaohua's head, the 2 Confucian cultivators were slightly startled. However, although the white bone's body flashed with traces of lightning, the lightning didn't change in the flames. Even the white bone itself didn't change at all. It was just like a soldier puppet, without any vitality. Quick! Make your move. Sun Hao frowned and urged Sun Cheng. We will quickly capture this guy. Don't let him cause any more trouble. This white bone looks really strange. Okay. Sun Cheng also nodded. The 2 of them flew out and landed on the 2 sides of the 2 imperial equipment. They each stretched out their hands, one down and the other up. Rumble, rumble, rumble sounds could be heard in the air, and the closing speed increased. bone-tempering fellow Taoist. At this moment, Xiaohua was calm and said in a low voice, I'm afraid only you can activate this strange white bone. Okay. Bone-tempering Xiaohua's voice was very loud. The indomitable and desolate figure walked out of Xiaohua's body and landed on the white bone. Whoa! An indescribable aura came out from the white bone. This aura actually blew the flames in the space away. Not good. This white bone is really strange. Sun Chang was alarmed. His body emitted a three-colored brilliance. The burning heaven cauldron vibrated and accelerated its descent. Xiaohua sighed and took out the blood bone from his Naiwan palace. His calm mind was a bit confused. He really didn't want to go to this step. However, seeing that his body was a bit bent under the pressure of the two imperial equipment, he clenched his teeth and placed the blood bone on top of the white bone. Swoosh! The moment the blood bone landed on the white bone, the entire space seemed to be silent. Immediately after, the white bone issued a kacha sound of vibration. Strands of lightning were born from the cracks of the white bone. After that, a desolate aura that was 10 times more powerful than the bone-tempering Xiaohua emitted from the white bone. Like a flood, it instantly covered an area of several thousand miles. Immediately after, roar. An angry roar that was even louder than Dragon Vein Xiaohua's roar came out from white bone's 3 heads. It was as if it wanted to release the aura that it had held back for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. This furious roar was so shocking. Not only did it shake Xiaohua to the point of trembling, even the immortal soldiers and immortal generals guarding Black Ruins Mountain fell limp in midair. Quick retreat! Sun Jian's flaming chariot was now out of flames, and his face was also filled with shock as he hurriedly gave the order. Not only that, just as the furious roar fell, the blood bone on top of white bone's head suddenly emitted a faint blood light. This blood light was like the soul-slaying Yuan light. It streaked across the sky and landed on top of Xiaohua's head. Wang Wang! Xiaohua's body trembled, and a blood shadow flew out along with the blood light and landed on white bones. White bone's body instantly emitted a blood light, and a faint blood membrane covered white bones. This blood membrane swelled for a moment before it stopped growing and turned into a layer of skin. A skinny 3-headed 6-armed celestial that was several hundred feet tall appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at Xiaohua again, once the blood shadow appeared, his entire body went limp in midair. Not only was his face deathly pale, his body also did not have a trace of strength. Other than being conscious, he could not even move a finger. That blood bone had already sucked out all of Xiaohua's blood essence. Boom! Once the celestial took shape, the void within several li immediately collapsed, and the previously incomparably powerful silver and blue flames were immediately extinguished. One of the celestial's heads looked up, while the other head looked down again. 2 of the celestial's arms slightly drew a line in the air. Crack, crack. 2 crisp sounds rang out. No one could see how the celestial did it, but the heaven-burning furnace and the earth-casting furnace immediately exploded from the inside out, and the imprisonment within 50 kilometers was swept away. Just as the imprisonment disappeared, ka-cha-cha, within 1,000 li, violent thunder once again set off. Countless lightning bolts, some in the shape of a ball, some in the shape of a ball, crazily fell down. The celestial's body could be seen with the naked eye. Boom! At the same time, a familiar foreign star power fell down from the lightning bolts, and a barbaric aura rushed out from within 1,000 li. An indescribable sound came out from the celestial's mouth, and a strange aura that could destroy heaven and earth was once again emitted from the celestial's body. Wherever this aura passed, all the space collapsed one after another, and nothing was spared. The inescapable net set up by Sun Jian and the other immortal soldiers and immortal generals was torn to pieces by this aura. Even the outline of the mountain range that Xiaohua's divine sense did not dare to approach before was now extremely distorted and flowing. Not to mention Sun Jian, even Sun Hao and Sun Cheng were dumbstruck. They turned around and fled, because how could they resist this aura that was even more powerful than Wenxing's? Ka-cha-cha. Just as the space within several hundred li was collapsing, an incomparably majestic fluctuation fell down along with a thunderbolt. Wherever the fluctuation went, all the space recovered extremely quickly. The thunderbolt fell, smashing precisely on the celestial's blood bone, and the aura that could not be contained by this world was immediately extinguished by more than half. This is the laws of heaven and earth? Although Xiaohua could not move, and could only watch as he released a crazy demon that could destroy heaven and earth, when the fluctuation and thunderbolt fell, he could clearly feel the heavenly Tao aura inside. He also understood that this celestial was definitely not an existence of the 3 continents, and was also not an existence of the 10,000 demon realm. The aura formed by a celestial was also not something that this world could contain. So the laws of heaven and earth descended to seal and eliminate the celestial's aura. However, even if the celestial was sealed, his strength was enough. The celestial slightly opened his mouth, and his entire body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had fallen on top of Sun Cheng's head. Seeing this, Sun Cheng was really frightened. He urged his subbody, and the imperial star pierce was also shot out. Crack! A stream of light splashed from the celestial's body. The imperial star pierce did not hurt the celestial at all, and the celestial raised his hand and grabbed downwards. The entire space of a few miles was imprisoned, and then with a poof sound, Sun Cheng's subbody broke apart, exploding into 3-colored true qi that rushed in all directions. Woo! The celestial opened his mouth and inhaled, and all the true qi fell into his stomach. At the same time, the celestial's other hand reached into the void. Poof! The multicolored light around Sun Cheng swayed, and the bony arm passed through his body. Sun Cheng opened his mouth to call for help, but the celestial's other head opened its mouth and spat out a green light that fell on his forehead. A faint shadow was pulled out by the green light and fell into the celestial's stomach. Not only that, the celestial's third head opened its mouth again, and a blood shadow flew out of Sun Cheng's body. It was also swallowed by the celestial, and Sun Cheng's body quickly withered and turned into dust. The celestial killed Sun Cheng, opened its skeleton mouth and looked at Sun Hao at this moment. In the distant space, layers of light and shadow flashed, and a human figure appeared in the distorted space. As soon as this human figure appeared, it immediately turned into a subbody that was hundreds of feet tall. This subbody was not solid or a shadow, and was very ethereal. Wen Sheng? Xiaohua floated in the air involuntarily. When he saw the void refinement realm subbody, he immediately said in a low voice, "The celestial actually alarmed the Wen Sheng? Who are you?" The Wen Sheng looked at the celestial in surprise, and then his gaze fell on Sun Hao, who was escaping in a sorry state. He asked, "Where is Xiaohua?" Sun Hao was shocked, and he forced himself to calm down. He raised his hand and said, "Senior, Xiaohua is behind this monster. We accompanied Xiaohua to train, and suddenly we met this almost invincible monster. Xiaohua was injured by this monster, and I'm afraid he will die soon." Damn it! Xiaohua understood and was secretly anxious. This is a real Confucian cultivator, he came to save me. Unfortunately, Xiaohua could not speak at all, and the Xiaohua inside the celestial seemed to have lost his mind, and he would not explain. The Wen Sheng raised his head, squinted his eyes at the celestial, and asked curiously, "Where did you meet this monster? This thing does not seem to be from the hidden immortal continent." Just as the Wen Sheng said this, the celestial moved again. The celestial's target was naturally Sun Hao. Let's see how the Wen Sheng would let the celestial succeed. The Wen Sheng smiled slightly, and his subbody moved. He raised his arm and a 4-colored light flashed, falling towards the celestial's white bones. Boom! The 4-colored light was defeated, and the celestial's white bone hand was also blocked. Oh! The Wen Sheng was stunned, and looked at the celestial in disbelief. Then his body swayed, and his huge subbody suddenly turned into multicolored light, like a peacock spreading its tail, covering hundreds of miles around. However, this multicolored light only spread slightly, and then suddenly converged, condensing into a 4-colored fist, and hit one of the celestial's heads. Boom! In a huge explosion, the fist flipped the celestial's body. Roar! The celestial's body did not stand upright, and with a roar, he swung his 2 arms forward. Kachacha! 2 lightning bolts comparable to tribulation lightning, and more powerful than the horned dragon, hit the Wen Sheng's subbody. Woo! The Wen Sheng's subbody quickly teleported, wanting to merge with the void, but the nearby space was once again imprisoned by the lightning. In an even louder explosion, Not only was the One Shang's subbody sent flying, but the surrounding space was also shattered into pieces. Granny, this is troublesome. The flood rushed to the Dragon King Temple. Xiao Hua was somewhat anxious, and called for the Xiao Hua in his heart. However, before he could get in touch with bone-honing Xiao Hua, a sudden change occurred. The second body of the unknown literary sage that came to save Xiao Hua had just landed, and before he could even straighten up, Sun Hao, who was not far from him, suddenly flashed and appeared beside him faster than lightning. Sun Hao strangely stretched out his hand and his arm suddenly lengthened. With a boom, it pierced into the literary sage's second body. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.